Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of the road to the international for the Eastern European region. It's the closed qualifier time for 2025. We've already got 3 teams left remaining, all vying for a single spot to the road to the international. I'm joined by my wonderful good buddy Danog once again, mate. It's been, 4 days of wonderful competition that we've had so far, and now we are getting towards the pointy end of it. 3 teams remaining, 1 spot to give out.
Day 5 could be a game 5 in those grand finals, depending on who is going to be able to get in there. But of course, you got to get there first. It's you and I covering the lower bracket final before we hand it over to our British mates to be able to cover that BO5 at the very end there. But still in best of 3 territory for that 1 spot to be able to qualify to TI 2025. So it's going to be one of Aurora Gaming, who are already in with a 50-50 chance, as well as one of Na'Vi or Cyber Goose.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting tale in this lower bracket final to see who can try and take down the juggernauts of Aurora, who have only dropped a single map throughout the entirety of this closed qualifier. Going into it, we expected them to have a strong trajectory through that upper bracket, and the question was who was going to challenge for the title, and it looks like Na'Vi at least pushed them towards the edge there. They had to pull out all the stops to get themselves through that upper bracket final. Now Na'Vi licking their wounds here in this lower bracket, looking to see if they can take down the Cyber Goose, who, again, were a team when they came down to that lower bracket that we were surprised that they lost that first round match to go into that lower bracket, and now they've had to fight tooth and nail to get here as well. Another team that has had a pretty squeaky clean record going into this lower bracket final.
Yeah, I mean, those upper bracket games are the only ones that they've lost, right? Like Quantum,
yeah,
they took the only 2 games against them, and then they just said upper brackets for bitches, and then they went on this massive run through this lower bracket, just 2-0ing everyone left, right, and center. Kalmachata, Runa Team, 1 move, and then Namiga to be able to round out yesterday. Could it be the same story today? Well, it could come down to what these picks and bans are that end up slipping on through. Gotta say, it's that Shadow Shaman that teams need to be giving a whole lot more respect to, because Problems is making a lot of problems happen whenever he's able to pick it.
Yeah, it really does feel like that Problems has leveled up quite a lot throughout the entirety of this tournament, right? Like really getting to the point where he was becoming the kind of focal point for a lot of these different drafts and a lot of these different games as well. But, you know, looking at TA 2000, he's had a very storied history throughout the entirety of Dota, and now coming here to see if he can drag these boys to a close qualifier victory. It's going to be a hard task for either of these 2 teams, I think. You know, obviously Na'Vi, they lost that upper bracket final yesterday to Aurora. They put a lot on the table. Now they're going to have to recoup and recharge to try and take down a team like Cyber Goose, who are no slouches. I think that's the biggest thing for both these 2 teams, is there's going to have to be a lot put on the table in this lower bracket final just to have the shot at trying to take down Aurora Gaming. And you can see what it means to these guys getting themselves in the huddle, seeing if they can lock in for this this final best of 3.
That's going to be an important one for sure. I mean, Na'Vi, they've got such a storied history in Dota, right? Yeah. And yes, none of these players have really been there since the very inception. You know, you got some very, very young players on it, but winners of TI1, you know, you just have to go back to that. And we were actually having a look at the organization's recent history. The most notable placement that they've had was 5 years ago, essentially, where they placed 2nd. And then beyond that, it was a win back in 2016. So a long time between drinks for Na'Vi, but certainly have the capabilities to be able to pull it out and at the very least get to the big dance at Hamburg in TI.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that is really pushing a lot of these guys forward, is obviously such a storied organization in Na'Vi. I was going through my closet and I pulled out an old Na'Vi jersey from, I believe, like 2015, I think it was.
Did you have a player name on it?
Hey?
Did you have a player name on that jersey?
I don't think I do. I'll have to double check after the series. But yeah, it just kind of hit me that this organization has been all throughout esports, and now they're finally in the conversation again. I think is a really big thing for this organization. It has been a long time, as you said, through drinks. And these guys here in this roster definitely have what it takes to at least have that second crack at Aurora. Obviously, a lot of these tournaments, when you get into this lower bracket, having to go from a best of 3 into a best of 5, you get about an hour's break usually most of the time in between a lot of these series, but it's still a lot of Dota that you have to play, and especially in a series like this for Na'Vi, they felt like they probably could have won that series yesterday. Now they have to go in, they have to do it again here against Cyber Goose, and then recoup and see if they can take it down in a full best of 5 against Aurora.
Yeah, no, it's going to be quite rough for them. I mean, we were even having a look at, like, you know, you talk about who's there from the original Na'Vi. Well, really not anyone, but you have a look at who's been joining recently. The most recent one was Copy, I believe, in the mid lane. But then beyond that, Ari ended up joining a couple of months prior to that. But I think the biggest addition to this has been Milan since February. Like you saw him there on the camera in the coaching role, and he's really been able to bring a lot of teams from, just kind of thereabouts to being truly fighting for one of those qualifier spots a lot of the time. So I'm keen to see what he's able to make happen during a lot of these drafts. I like to see teams that have their own identity around what they want to be going for in a lot of these drafts as well. We've been talking about, the likes of Eastern European Paravision, for example. Estini's like, we just pick what we know is going to work for us, and if that's good enough, then we're going to win. It doesn't matter what the enemy team picks, barring some, giga-busted heroes. So I think they're kind of in that same sort of boat, considering they keep going back to the well for the Warlock. They pick the Sniper a lot more than other teams. They're one of the few teams still picking the Nyx Assassin as well. So it's interesting to see what sort of heroes are going to be able to slip through for Na'Vi, because they do pick a few unorthodox ones to go alongside all of these busted ones that we've seen throughout these quals.
Yeah, I think that's something that is a real arrow in the quiver for Na'Vi, is the fact that they have some of these unorthodox heroes to be able to bring out, and especially in a best of 3 as well. Like, you whip out some of these unorthodox heroes in game number 1, and maybe you get the victory, and then going into game number 2, it kind of changes the idea for CyberGoose, right? Being like, do we have to ban a Warlock? Do we have to ban a Nyx Assassin? Do we have to ban a Sniper? Some of these other weirder heroes, and then some of the more busted heroes of the meta start to make their way through the tournament. So that's where I think it is a real kind of upper hand for a lot of these teams, when you have some of these unorthodox heroes that can get the W's for you. But either way, we are looking here at a few good bans coming out. There's a lot of still very broken heroes that are hovering around. So it's all about who's going to get those to gobble them up, especially now with CyberGoose having the first pick.
Interesting here by Na'Vi as well. Like, it's CyberGoose that have that first pick overall, and they've left the Bristleback in the pool, something that Na'Vi have quite liked to pick. So maybe they're just saying, look, we haven't really seen them play too much of the Bristle, so we're either going to force them to use a ban onto it and something else favorable for us is going to slip on through, or they're going to pick it and they're not going to feel comfortable enough with playing it versus what we know, because we've obviously got tools to be able to deal with it, because you got to know the counters if you're going to be picking it up every opportunity.
Yeah, there's a couple of heroes that I'm thinking of right now. Darkseer, Terrorblade, Bristleback are the first 3 that come to my mind.
Ancient's Prophet. Ancient Apparition.
Prophet. Is CyberGoose just going to ban Darkseer, pick Terrorblade?
Possible. Very, very possible. You could just, ban something that you feel isn't going to have a good time against the Darkseer, and then... they're probably not going to pick the Terrorblade, and you might be able to get Terrorblade yourself. Well, okay. It's just the simple thing, right? Like, it's TA2000, right? Like, you got to make sure that you give him his hero. He's just felt by far the most confident on this TB out of all of the heroes that we've seen him play.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's I mean, we literally just touched on it a few minutes ago. Comfortability for a lot of these players, whether it's comfortability in a hero, whether it's comfortability in the series or a certain strategy, you need to be able to make sure that your players aren't having to think outside of the box all too much, just because you really want to try and simplify the game plan, because it is going to be such a long day for all of these players. Because at the end of the day, eye on the prize, right? Like, you still have to look forward. Like, if there was 2 slots, then sure, this is like the grand final, right? And the second one is like kind of just like a seeding match or whatever, right? But the fact that there's 1 slot, you have to put everything on the line to get through, on both sides of the coin, very hard opponents, and then you still have to go up against the big juggernauts that are Aurora. So it's all about trying to make it as quick and clean as possible, and trying to make it as simple as possible too.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, they're still going to ban out the Bristle. I was thinking maybe this TB kind of acts as that Bristle block pick because of what we saw in the one of the previous series. Like, BB lanes into the TB, and BB can't really do BB things because TB just has so much armor to be able to play around with that he doesn't care about all these cool sprays and snot rockets and that sort of stuff coming through. So clearly they're still worried about it, because I guess Bristle, kind of like TB, can be flexed into both the 1 and the 3 roles, and also just having a Shadow Demon as well. There's a lot of stacks that you can build up. It provides you a lot of survivability as well to be able to, even if they do build into the break, have a lot of impact in these team fights. So don't mind the ban for sure. but I feel like it's particularly because there's the Shadow Demon there. So really what I'm looking at now is what is Boom going to be playing going up against this Terrorblade? You know, he's picked up a lot of these heroes that do like to do magic damage in some way, shape, or form, and he is pretty confident with the Mars as well. So I could see Axe, I could see Mars, I could see Sand King even. Beastmaster is still in the pool. All very viable options.
I haven't heard the SK word in a very long time. Interested to see if that's what Boom wants to go for. As you can see, Milan is just trying to work the cogs over and try and get this this next band going. Obviously, this band goes into a pick as well, so it's kind of a double whammy. You just try and soak up as much time as you possibly can to try and make sure that this next pick is top tier. I mean, are we just looking towards... I'm just trying to think of like another scary band. We haven't seen the Kunkka band just yet, so maybe Kunkka into like a Jakiro pick for Navi? Yeah,
no, true. The Kunkka's... I'm kind of surprised that it's still left in the pool here. Even just... Cybergoose would love to pick it up in particular, right?
Yeah.
Because Kunkka's one of those heroes that you don't really care about with the Shadow Demon. It's not like a ton of setup, but just to be able to allow you to right-click so much with the Terrorblade, with all the control that you're able to provide, sustain damage as well, always feels incredibly amazing. So yeah, I can totally see that one coming through. Could also see potentially for Cowrie, like yes, he's been playing a lot of the Warlock, but I'm surprised we haven't seen more of the Phoenix come out in these days. Like we saw mid Phoenix, but I still feel like it's a solid support in the right person's hands, and it's by far his most played hero.
Yeah, especially when it comes to that extra added magic damage as well against the TB. I guess he does have Conjure Image to try and get rid of the Fiery Spirits, you know, in the mid to late game to deal with the egg. So that could be the thinking there for Kaori about whether or not he is feeling like it's actually that good of a hero into the TB as the game gets later. I would love to see it as well. I mean, I feel like supports just have such a plethora of different heroes that they can try and play along with these days. And I feel like when you get a lot of those very top tier players playing very much heroes that they have played a lot of the game on, it's always exciting here. So the Beastmaster is the ban.
I believe Ari is 3-0 on this Shadow Demon as well. I didn't see if the stat came up when we were talking about it. So
I think it did.
It's going to be him playing it. I would still love something. Yep, Axe good. Pure damage against the TB always feels nice. You're going to be able to again build stacks because this is most likely a 4. Like the AA is still in the pool, but I'm really worried if you go like Shadow Demon AA. It's way too backline. It's way too slow paced for mine. You're not really contributing much to a gank. And I'm still waiting to see that Night Stalker, Luke. It's there. It's waiting for the perfect game. And if it was an AA Shadow Demon, that would be the perfect game.
I think you may be waiting till the end of time to see the Night Stalker. Maybe once we get in the actual international, we'll see it. Going to go with the Jakiro and the Tusk matchup here. And again, I thought that this was potentially going to be support plus Kunkka pick. You could have gone AA Kunkka there, and I'm sure that wouldn't have been too bad. Potentially against the Shadow Demon, and they actually don't want to have to try and deal with those heroes that have a little bit more burst damage. But good support duo in and of themselves this time around. Solid being able to pick up that Jakiro again. Just gives them that little bit of extra lane harass against the Axe, right? Where you don't have to rely on those right clicks to be able to get the spin.
He just doesn't want to get run at, basically, on this Terrorblade for TA 2000. And Jakiro is one of the better heroes at being able to prevent that. Naga coming out, huh? So, again, could be a 1, could be a 5 in this scenario. You're not 100% sure. Of course, any time that you're going up against this TB, anything that provides mass illusions is always going to be incredibly effective against it. Could they flex this at all? Because we've seen Cybergoose play the Dazzle to be able to counter out that Naga Siren, and it kind of prevents it from being a core if that's the case. But you've already picked up your Tusk and Jakiro, so I'm just wondering, like, could anyone else on that team play it? Could it be a 3 Dazzle and it could still be made work?
Yeah, potentially, but I feel like if you have a core Dazzle into an Axe, it feels like a lot of your utility with the Shallow Grave is kind of out the window.
Sure.
So...
But if you're a core, who's saving anyone, you know? Like, don't even level it up.
Yeah, that's true. It's true.
How are you supposed to lane into this, though? I mean, Puck's still in the pool, I suppose. That is a viable option. Really, only the Axe that would be able to lock you down in that case.
Could also potentially go for a sniper yourself. There's no real backline jump for you. It's only really the Axe that you have to worry about right now if you're the sniper. So
then where's your jump is my question.
That's true. It's mainly only on the Tusk then at that point. And again, it's the same kind of deal, right?
And
this
Shadow Demon is always like priority number one, because you can make the best initiation of all time on Alina, and then look, Q, she's saved. You can turn around to fight Song of the Siren, and things are completely different. Enigma coming through though. Okay, a lot more team fight. I mean, it is a way to be able to counter out these things that are like the single target saves in the form of, you know, the Shadow Demon, the Eye always just go for a plethora of team fight, but they've got a fair few ways to be able to cancel this out prior to the BKB though, right? Like just disrupt the Enigma, Song the Enigma, call the Enigma, maybe if you're perfect with the timing, Light Strike Array as well. So interested to see what they're going to go for. Gyrocopter ban first and foremost, totally on board with that. Bristle's also gone. Any other the main suspects? Sven, yeah.
It's probably the only one that I would be concerned about if I was the Cyber Geese. Pangolier ban as well. I kind of like that. Just gives them that little bit of chaos creation here for Chira Jr. Trying to think, what are a few other heroes that he's played? I mean, I feel like this last ban probably should just be the Puck here from Na'Vi. They have a decent amount of lockdown for the Puck. You know, if the Puck ever gets caught in a Berserker's Call, there's a lot of follow-up, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. It's also not locked in as a 1 or 2 Lena still at this stage for Na'Vi. They've got that level of flex for them. I mean, Kunkka is still in the pool though, and that's something that I'd be a little bit worried about if I'm Cybergoose, just because we've seen teams run it as a 1 to be able to deal with that Enigma and the Eidolons in the lane. Just completely destroy them with a Tidebringer.
That's true, and you also got, you know, a lot of the different utility for the Kunkka. That monkey band leans me a lot more towards this this Kunkka hero. Just a lot of the utility that comes in from Kunkka can just make it so it's a lot harder for them to try and get a lot of these extra kills, especially when there's not that much backline jump right now here. So that's got to be a big concern for the Cybergoose.
Yeah, for sure. I'd be a little bit worried about the Kunkka still. You know, you can't think of too many lanes that do well, and yeah, Huskar is probably the other one, so that's why it's being banned out now. Are they going to snipe the Kunkka themselves, perhaps?
True.
Gives them more team fight, for sure. But again, against the Shadow Demon, like all this X-boat combination, it just doesn't feel that great, you know?
10 seconds remaining.
Very true, very true.
Heroes. I mean, there's still the Puck in the pool. I would be totally fine with it, but it just means that you could just get mid-conquered.
Okay, they're going to go for the Kunkka themselves. So it was on the radar at least. So they've got a lot of beefy boys. The problem is, though, as you said, not much backline jump. So the real question now for Cybergoose is how do they deal with this Shadow Shaman? Not Shadow Shaman, Shadow Demon. Everybody Shadow something.
Shadow Fiend, maybe, into the Kunkka? Nah, probably not. Yeah, good question, honestly. Oh, this is the game where that Outworld staff is going to be busted, going up against the Kunkka combo. Even just Light Strike Array feels good. Ensnare feels good. You know, it's a lot of stuff that you're actually able to dodge out here, so we'll see if those start to come out en masse. Yeah, I'm really struck. Like, what is the game plan going to be for Cybergoose? Are they just going to be like, okay, we're going to get a good lane with this Enigma. It is the Puck, but against Chira Jr. on the Kunkka, you should be taking a fair amount of harass. Like, it's a lot of physical damage in the early game. So I understand why Copy's gone for it. They're really wanting to have their own lane pusher slash teamfight disruptor slash just don't let Notice get in place with the drums, with all of his Eidolons, and just start whacking into towers, essentially, is the issue that they're going to have on Na'Vi. Because, like we've been saying, there's no backline jump, but maybe Cybergoose don't want to go for a lot of team fights. Maybe they're just going to fight around a bunch of towers, and they're going to force Na'Vi to come to them.
Yeah. I mean, that's has been a strategy that we've seen in the past from some of these teams, kind of like, it's not really a death ball, but just knocking on the door of a lot of these towers and just forcing them to try and make a rotation in and of themselves, so that Shadow Demon becomes less of a combo breaker, and kind of has to be a little bit more on the front line. So I'm liking both of the drafts from both these two teams. Very comfortable across a lot of their players on a lot of these different heroes. We'll have to see how the Enigma lane pairs out for Noticed going up against the Lina. The Eidolons are going to struggle. very, very early on there. And it's all about kind of those rotations for problems, I think, to see if he's able to unlock a few more of his players across the map, seeing about whether or not Chira Jr. can start off with a very hot game on this Conqueror and make those rotations to make all the space for TA 2000.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, anytime you see a task, you always consider what's the level 1 gank going to be like? What's the initial lane setup going to be like? Because how many times have we seen an unfavorable lane be turned on its head because of a 3v1 or a 3v2 situation that results in a first blood, and not many better heroes than Tusk to be able to make that happen.
Very interesting voice line there from Kaori. Very fitting for the TI qualifiers. Habibi come to TI. You love to see it.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, what are some interesting facets that we might have? We got the Twin Terror this time on solo, so really not worried too much about their lockdown, and I was about to say understandably, but I don't know, like Kunkka does a lot on his own, but again, it's against this Shadow Demon, and I really feel like this is the sort of game where Ari can be, you know, hero or villain for Na'Vi. You know, he could be absolutely saving every single one of these team fights, but if his positioning is off a couple of times, they certainly have the lineup where they can just completely run over you.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of Shadow Demon in a nutshell, right? Where he can very much has a high skill ceiling of just being able to be the thorn in the side. So Boom gets spotted out there by a Dire Observer ward towards the pit. So he will back out for now. We'll just go even.
Man, they're going to be building up a ton of stacks on Na'Vi, right? Like, you've got a Shadow Demon already in the position 4 role, who's obviously just going to be using the Shadow Poison to make stakes for most likely Axe, but maybe Puck if they're just wanting to get a little bit more active and they feel like the lane hasn't gone too well for him. But even just the Naga Siren with all of those mirror images can look to stack up many, many different lanes at the same time. And honestly, they've got 3 great cores at being able to take them. So maybe Na'Vi is just going to catch them by surprise with the amount of net worth that they're going to be able to pick up. So I always have to wonder, like, if this lane does go as well as I'm predicting for Chira Jr., are they going to look to try and arrange a smoke just to scout out a bunch of these camps and try and take it away with the Kunkka Tidebringer?
Yeah, that'll be the real question. Will be about the movements from Chira Jr., I think, and a lot of it, I don't want to say a lot of it hinges on this mid lane, but this mid lane feels like it can be a very big point of contention for Cybergoose, right? Like, TA 2000 is just going to do TA 2000 things, and I think Chira Jr. can set the tempo for a lot of his extra members on this team here for the Cyber Geese.
Should be passive-ish for the first little bit in that mid lane, I would imagine. But yeah, the harass is just constantly going to be coming in. How are some of these side lanes going? I'm really just keeping an eye on these Eidolons and how much damage they're going to be able to get into them, because, I mean, it does also, just by going this Enigma into the Lina, like we've been saying for, you know, one of the best carries in the region for Satanic, the way that he builds the Lina position 1 is that he just puts the 1 point in the Dragon Slave and then levels up Light Strike Array and Fiery Soul and the rest into stats beyond Laguna Blade. And that really will cause a bunch of issues specifically for killing these Eidolons, right? Because they're just going to be right-clicking pretty frequently. You're not going to have the mana pool to be able to level up both of these things, and it also just means you're not scaling potentially at the same level as what TA 2000 is. So it's a bit of a puzzling situation to be in, where there's not any correct option, basically.
Yeah, I agree with you. You know, I feel like that's kind of the beautiful nuances of Dota, right? Is you have on paper this idea of the Dragon Slayer supposedly dealing with the Eidolons, but obviously they've got quite a lot of magic resist themselves, so they're able to deal with those early levels of the Dragon Slave, and the quote-unquote meta way of going this position 1 Lina is, or the much more efficient way, is not putting all the levels in the Dragon Slave, just because it's more damage doing it with the stats and stuff. So we'll see what Yuragi wants to do here on the Lina, about whether or not he's going to make that decision to try and have, you know, maybe just get an early second level in the Dragon Slave, just to try and make sure that you can deal with these Eidolons early on, or maybe it was just, you know, more so trying to help for those first couple of levels.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the magic resist goes up by 10% per level in just 20 HP, so maybe that second point will be enough if you're able to combo it together with like a level 3 Naga Siren with a Deluge to be able to kill the Eidolons. You can see how much attention they're putting onto them in the bottom lane, but still able to survive and split fairly easily. Just opted to go for the fiery soul for now. For Iragi. Top lane, that's a lot of action.
Yeah, it's a big fight that happened out here, so they get the first blood there by taking down Solo, but TA2000 gets the solo kill return onto Ari, so, I mean, if you're in TA2000 shoes, you're probably pretty happy with that.
You are, but I'd also say you're pretty happy with the first blood for Boom as well, right? Because we've been saying how much they're wanting to focus on being able to make a bunch of stacks on this Shadow Demon. And if you're able to get that first blood gold, if you're able to get these, couple of waves of free XP and gold, he's only 200 away from that Vanguard. And then at that point, you can be left a whole lot more solo on Boom to be able to make stacks and make impact happen elsewhere on Ari. He already has just made up a stack at that 4-minute mark.
Very interesting that Boom's going this Vanguard first instead of what we've usually seen from a lot of the axes where it's mainly phase boots or bracer into a blade mail rush.
No, Iragi.
Oh, he's in trouble. And the snowball is there in time from problems to be able to take down Yuragi, so be able to clean that up. Like, I'm not saying that Vanguard's a bad item on Axe, but by no means. I'm just saying that, you really want blade mail plus blink generally at the best kind of earliest possible convenience, and he hasn't even leveled up the counter helix either, so really just trying to build in towards being one of those tanky right clickers to start out the game and harassing with the battle hunger.
I'm a little surprised he hasn't put 1 point into it, but I suppose it did get him the first blood having the Berserker's Call, so not the worst option. But again, like, I really just feel like now with this Vanguard, and maybe they'll wait for the boots and 1 point counter helix, Ari's just going to be able to make moves elsewhere. Looks like he is moving with that nighttime towards the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, see if they can get this first gank going their way. There's only a level 4 Enigma with a level 3 problems. They're going to walk forward here onto Kaori. Does not have the mirror image to try and split out of this Malefice. Now with problems wants to go forward. Does have the snowball. It isn't going to be enough damage to be able to take down the Naga Siren. So good rotation there from Ari. Saves the life of his buddy and gets themselves a kill.
And there we go. That's the thing, right? Like, Boom now level 4. He's got the Vanguard finished up. He's able to farm a couple of creep waves underneath the tower. You don't lose anything on Na'Vi, and Boom gets a bunch of solo XP as well, so he's going to be able to continue scaling well. And even Ari, nice movements coming through from him. Scouted out by the Observer Ward next to Roshan, but does put him in a position to potentially secure the power rune. But Shura Jr., just off the back of Tidebringer being Tidebringer, is pushing this mid lane in, so Copy was forced back. Kind of like what we were expecting. It's about a 500 or so net worth lead going the Kunkka's way.
Yeah, just a good early start for Chira Jr. They haven't put any emphasis on it on that middle lane just yet for the side of the Cyber Geese. So consider to see where Problems puts his attention for the next couple of minutes. We've got 30 seconds until the Wisdom Shrines are up. And we've already seen Solo make his way towards the bottom side. So Chira Jr. is going to walk his way down towards the bottom lane.
I see the TP coming up top.
Yeah, expecting a bit of this movement towards TA2000, and now Chira Jr. is going to come in here onto Boom. They're going to try and turn back around. The beautiful Shadow Demon disruption from Ari. He's able to save Boom out for now. They do miss the Berserkers. Call the reel in on TA2000, gets him awfully close to a few more of these members. One for last pass. Once again here from Solo, looking to see if they can try and take down Boom.
Lucky
Does not have that level 6, but eventually it's the Shadow Poison that takes him down. And now they've got Problems coming back in here to see if they can try and take down Boom. The Axe is getting a little bit disconnected from the rest of his team. Tag team's going to do quite a lot in the Blood Grenade. It's going to be more than enough for Chira Jr. to get that kill. But TA2000 losing his life, not what you want to see if you're a Cybergears fan.
Definitely not. Well worth the rotations coming through from Na'Vi to be able to make that happen. One other thing that I just looked at while all of this was happening, notice he's finished up the Drum of Endurance, going straight for a Helm of the Overlord after that for the Enigma. So really just, again, putting the pressure on Na'Vi to be the ones making a lot of these, responses happen to the eventual push that's going to be come through, because Noticed is having an alright time in this lane, but he's going to be an absolute menace in terms of, tower threat across the map.
I guess also as well, seeing this Vanguard from Boom, know that the Blink Blade Mail is going to be a little bit more delayed than what it usually is, so gives you that little bit of extra window that you build towards this drum. Chira Jr. can get towards that first early Blade Mail, going towards that Radiance as well, and you're going to have this couple of minutes, I'd imagine, where you can kind of just face rush into some towers. And now Copy Making his way over, there will be a Sunder from TA2000. They did try and get a little bit of a torrent boat action. Doesn't connect onto the puck.
Still has the regen as well, so can look to go back in, but Ari's just lacking a little bit on mana to be able to assist with that. Looks like they're giving a bunch of these stacks over to Copy, just because, again, the lane against the Kunkka doesn't feel so great, and there's nothing really stopping Boom from just farming as he sees fit. But yeah, I'm totally on board with what you're saying about the delayed timings on the Blink Blade Mail. It's just, again, how are you supposed to be able to respond to it? It's good for the lane, and it's good if you're able to, get some damage into towers yourselves, but if that's not happening, then you can find yourselves with not too much space to be able to pick up any farm across the map.
And I guess that's kind of the risk that they're willing to take. So, bit of emphasis being put back on the Boom in this top lane, trying to kick the axe out, especially while keeping this tier 1 tower up and available. About half HP on it here for the Dire side.
They're probably going to be able to secure this tower. It's just a nice zone. On the bottom side, and still a little bit until he's able to get into that mirror image. Probably doesn't want to just walk into the wave to be able to drop the deluge.
I think they potentially saw that smoke there from Na'Vi. Either Copy or Ari, yeah, it looks like they are definitely well aware. Copy or Ari were within range.
Gotta be careful with
stop taking these shadow poisons.
Yeah, and they've also got to be careful how deep they dive, because they don't have vision around the twin gate, and at any time Notice could just TP through or walk through the twin gate to be able to turn this one around.
They're making the rotation here from Chira Jr. So now they're going to have the Kunkka coming in from the sidelines as well. The boat's going to go forward here. They're going to be able to catch out the axe. Now, beautiful disruption once again there from Ari, being the combo breaker for the side of Cyber Goose. Now they're looking to see if they can try and take down Boom. He's the one that's the next on the chopping block for them. So the axe is going to get very, very low here. Doesn't have Berserker's Call for another couple of seconds, and eventually they clean him up. But that's a lot of members. The side of the Cyber Geese going up towards top lane. They only get Boom. I guess they only lose out on Solo, but that's a lot of time investment from Cyber Goose.
And they still lost the tower as well, and Copy was able to quickly move back and start pushing in that creep wave. Doesn't end up getting any damage into the tower as well with that siege creep, but still, it's a lot of movement that they're kind of forcing out of the Cyber Geese boys. Notice still quickly able to just move down towards the bottom side, but he's lacking a little bit of the movement there. He TP'd in, he used the drums to be able to give himself a little bit of something, but doesn't have the boots of speed because he's just trying to rush one of those big timings.
Yeah, Notice loses a lot of his Eidolons here in a little creep camp, and I think the biggest thing as well is Yuragi was just farming that entire time. Obviously he's not sitting tippity top with the net worth, but he's at least at a good spot here. I think this is a very straightforward representation of how strong some of these T1 items are. Sisters Shrouds and the Dormant Curios.
Yeah, really dominating across the board. Just interest, saving it for later.
I mean, to be fair, it is, you think a couple of minutes from here on out, I'm going to have a better version of what I was going to get.
Problems has got into his level 6. Looks like Ari, they've got a double sentry ward D-ward, not that it really matters up here, but ping's being put up as well, just to highlight the fact that Ari's playing up on this side of the map.
Kaori
Potentially can look to make plays.
Ooh, okay. Not close enough to try and get the snowball stun there from Problem. So boat being used once again. X marks the spot onto a Copy illusion. So
Copy's been doing a pretty good job in terms of just keeping this lane shoved in. This is kind of what the Kunkka should be forced to do to force Copy to do. But instead he will be able to get away. Oof, that was close. 4 heroes being brought to this mid lane. Again, they've got the drums, they've got the Helm of the Dominator. They just want to run at these towers and force a rotation. But Boom, he's still 800 gold away from that Blink Dagger, so it's going to be a little bit until he's able to get into that timing.
Yep. He still needs to be that response to these towers, so albeit feels like they haven't been able to connect on a lot of these different rotations. And speaking of a rotation, they're going to try and take down Kaori. So they finally get the Naga Siren, who's been a pesky thorn in their side for a little moment now. But again, it's just kind of a lot of this back and forth walking here from the Cyber Geese. Haven't been able to lock down a part of the map just yet.
That's the big thing for mine. Like, you were bringing 4 people there just to kill a Naga Siren, and all the while, like we just say, Uragi's farming. He's sitting back and farming. Copy's shoving in that mid lane. He's forcing them to go and defend that. They probably will get the mid T1 tower now as a result of, you know, just not having the glyph, of having Enigma hanging around. But I don't know, maybe even Notice is just saying, you know what, I need to get into this Helm of the Overlord so that I'm kind of undeniable at this stage.
Yeah, I think so too. And they have such a good D-push kind of draft from Na'Vi, just with the Shadow Demon and the Puck, right? You just throw an Illusory Orb, you throw a couple of Shadow Poisons. That's a Creep Wave kind of dead. So I guess they are able to save a bit of that extra tower life just in these early couple of stages until Boom does have that Blink Dagger. And now they're looking on the hunt. Copy and Ari trying to invade TA2000's area right now. And we do have... what about another 300 gold until Boom is done with that Blink Dagger? Should have it very, very soon.
Observer wards as well.
Potentially after this camp.
Yeah, once they've got that Blink Dagger, it's really just going to be a case of finding the right target. Tier 2000 is the one that you're trying to slow down because, you know, the Enigma, sure, strong. Kunkka, sure, strong, but TB's really the one that's going to be able to eventually crack the high ground, start taking some of these objectives, and be that real damage threat to the Lina in particular, especially once she's able to get into the BKB for herself. Probably, maybe next item, you know, depending on how aggressive Na'Vi are wanting to get. Once they do hit a couple of these big timings, and yeah, instant smoke, they get in onto problems.
They have to be careful though. They're going to have the torrent that's going to come through. Beautiful black hole there. Just catches out 2 of these heroes from Na'Vi. They eventually will get the disruption, but now the boat comes back over the top. Look at how tanky they are. Still standing tall, trying to take down this Axe Boom. Unfortunately for him, not going to have the HP to stay alive. The Laguna Blade on the sideline, but now they've got the X Mark and the Torrent combo. They don't have another disruption to try and save him out here. The Centaur Conqueror gets the stomp, and Notice gets the kill. They will have another extra kill to be able to take down the Tusk, but beautiful black hole in combination there from Noticed, and they just eviscerate Na'Vi.
I mean, they just had nothing, right? They didn't have the damage to be able to follow up on that. Maybe a little bit too late of a movement coming through from the Lina. There wasn't that full follow-up, and again, if you're not going to go this Dragon Slave build, it does feel a little bit, you know, lacking in terms of the damage that you're able to output, at least at this stage of the game, with just a Maelstrom and a Light Strike array.
Yeah, it really is all kind of Laguna Blade or bust at that point. So he sent out the laser beam, and it didn't finish out on the Tusk, but beautiful start here. And this is exactly what you talked about in the draft, right, Matt? Where, you know, you black hole 2 people, and it's like, well, who am I saving? And he did throw out at least a save onto the Axe, but as soon as the save was done, that set up for a beautiful boat combination. They're going to try and go forward here on a TA2000, but very, very tanky here on the Terrorblade, especially without committing all too much on him. I think you're going to need the Lina +1 to try and get this kill, or maybe even with the Axe. Boom's here as well. Well, TA2000 being very, very mindful. He's going to go forward. Oh,
Has to stay mindful. Ooh, we'll even get a nice wisdom rune for himself 2.5 minutes later. So nice little boon for him there. Look at Ari. I mean, he's picking up a pretty decent amount of net worth himself off the back of all these stacks that he's been able to pick up. He's 3, 1, and 2 as well. Only 700 or so gold away from that blink, so can always stand completely far away. And again, if you don't have the backline dive, Ari is really the potential hero of this Na'Vi draft. But I mean, it comes down to, do you have the damage to be able to make the most of these saves as well? That's the area that they were really lacking in that previous engagement.
okay, we're just body blocking a stack that Ari was trying to do. That's perfectly okay, bro. That's fine, man. No worries. Keep it up, Nog Siren.
I mean, he's been doing that to Cybergoose for the majority of this game, but yeah, probably just got a little bit too much into the habit. And it was just like, oh, a stack.
He was probably microing some illusions because it was just his main hero just walking like kind of beside Ari and just took some aggro from the small camp, and Ari's just like, bro, come on. It's almost like that Blink Dagger as well. That's what Ari's trying to farm for right now. But Cybergoose, they're knocking on your tier 2s. They have a big Ancient Prowler Shaman.
Yep, again, you just need to be undeniable. You need to be like, all right, someone needs to come address this, otherwise you're going to lose objectives, you're going to lose towers. Look at even their vision, you know, problems. It's not the best observer ward, but it's the least likely to be dewarded because it's just out of that range of the high ground on the north side of the tier 2 tower.
Amp damage rune. the bottom side.
So yeah, I wonder if they just like, you know, sweep along this this bottom side of the map, force a glyph out, walk back to the Tormentor, to the Twin Gate, portal up top, take the Tormentor, and then just do it all again.
Is under attack.
Yeah, it's just kind of dot the I's, cross the T's kind of stuff. Getting close towards that blade mail now for Boom, though, so they will have that extra increase in damage. But the real question is it too little too late for that blade mail? That's the real question for mine, is now that you're going to have Blink Vanguard blade mail at, I'd say roughly around about 20 minutes, is it going to be enough to slow down the blade mail radiance from Chira Jr.? TA2000 already has the Manta Style, is now building towards an Orchid. Is it going to be enough to deal with Noticed, who's got, you know, a Helm of the Overlord and a full drums? Like, there's a lot of items now on the side of Cyber Goose that potentially could make this earlier item a little bit feel null and void.
I mean, if he's able to get into it, I mean, I don't think it's a case of what do you have versus what do they have in this particular instance, as he's kind of playing with fire up against Shira Jr. with that amp damage on the top side of the map. It's more, how many people can he catch inside of a call? Because he actually caught the correct person previously in problems, right? Because if he didn't, then Tusk is just going to snowball save whoever he, you know, got the blink call onto. As TA2000 just almost gets away.
Oh,
nice Manta dodge.
That was a big Manta dodge coming in there from TA2000. Now they want to try and fight as well. You have to be careful. He walks back in. And now with Boom here as well, they've just got too many members. That was ballsy from TA2000. Just walking up the high ground like that. They had vision here on a little bit of the staircase, but my God, man. You're like half HP and you walk up high ground into an axe.
Noticed as well, maybe.
Yeah, it's a lot of extra damage that comes in here from Boom. Oh, he's stuck. There's no way for him to get out of this, and there's just extra Eidolons for him to be able to come in and spin off of. Oh, Cyber Geese. These last 30 seconds have been horrendous.
Again, it really comes down to who can you find the initiation onto. I was about to say that most of the time that's going to be dependent on Cowrie, just because you can send Naga Illusions out, and they're the ones that scout out the key targets that you're needing to try and find. But if they're just going to come to you, pop the Metamorphosis, and man, it just buffs up the strength of... Didn't even have the Blade Mail at that point in time on Boom, but now that he does, it's going to be even more of a risky proposition.
Yeah, that was the first, like, real blunder that I've seen from TA2000 out of all these Cyber Goose games that we've covered, Matt. That was a big head scratcher for me. Considering that you just got Dream Coiled and you survived it, so you know that there were at least a decent amount of people there ready to fight.
Tormentor fight?
This is a good time to try and do it. Solo, he's been caught out. The Blade Mail goes down as well. The Laguna Blade to finish that one off. Chira Jr. about half HP now. Has to be very, very careful.
It's another big mistake.
Throw out the boat. They don't really have any of the responses coming in from TA2000, and they're just going to leave Chira Jr. to the wayside. And Cyber Goose, this last minute and a half, they want to have this back. That is for sure.
Yeah, I mean, TB doesn't have better, right? Maybe he does consider coming through the Twin Gate when they're doing all of that. If he has the potential to live off the back of it all, they should all be okay, right? Yeah. Not low enough that they're going to die to the Tormentor, but now even more of that survivability coming through from Cowrie, having the Song of the Siren. Yeah, it's a couple of times where they've just kind of walked into their own death, giving up a couple of key heroes each time.
Yeah, now it's just gotten to the point where Na'Vi have the items. You know, they've got Bigger B now on the Lena. She hasn't been contested throughout the entirety of this game. You've got Blink as well as the Witchblade, getting ever closer towards that Octarine core for Copy as well. Blink
it's
Blade
legit
Mail.
It's a 10k gold swing in the past 5 minutes.
Yeah,
like it's been that severe of a misplay coming through from Cyber Goose. They were in a fantastic spot to be able to start things off.
Yeah, just a few head scratches for me. Just maybe feeling a lot more ahead than what they were, and just not respecting the axe. Who, I mean, to be fair, hasn't been a problem just yet. But I mean, all it takes is for the Blade Mail for him to just be able to deal so much more of that extra damage. And now they're just on the front foot for the side of Na'Vi. And then this is kind of what you're talking about, where some of these item timings can feel a little weird. Because you're not as ahead and you're not able to push into these towers. This Helm of the Overlord, like, what does it really do for you now? I noticed.
It still feels pretty decent as Wayne they getting some decent damage in onto Roshan here with Yuragi having plenty of those fiery soul stacks to be able to look to try and play around. Yeah, I think that, I mean, they're going to be able to take this tower. The big thing as well, just in terms of item choices, is Notice going for this Blink Dagger. And we highlighted before that it's not exactly the best Blink Dagger game, at least until you've got that BKB as well, because they have so many ways to be able to interrupt the black hole.
Maybe just hoping that they can get the quick kills inside of the black hole off the back of TB Metamorphosis. This is going to be a fight. Remember, there is an Aegis here on Yuragi. Be very, very careful. That's a blink in there from the Puck. Has the shield rune. Look at how much damage they go down, though. That's Orchid coming in from TA2000 was not what Copy had imagined. So they lose Puck. The back of an overzealous jump in once again.
Lack of information. Well, he didn't know, right? So
true.
I was about to say what you don't know.
He was building it for a while, though. I will say that. He had an Oblivion Staff for a very long time. And what else is TB going to build with an Oblivion Staff?
Another Oblivion Staff.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. But I feel like TA2000 and TI Qualifiers is probably not going to do that.
Mm-hmm. Not dual wielding?
No, I don't think it works like that.
Okay.
I mean, maybe you can message Gavin and see if he wants to change it like that, but I don't think he will.
Hello, Bruno?
Hello, yes. Oblivion Staff dual wielding. Yes, make them akimbo. Thank you. All right, Ari. Underneath the sentry. Goes Ethereal. He's buying time.
Away.
Oh! Into the trees. Reflection. Oh, too good.
They don't even look at him. They turn away. They say, yeah, we got this. Nice try, though.
Yeah. Big play. I respect it quite a lot.
Mm-hmm. So what is Na'Vi really waiting for now? Obviously, they Shadow Demon to be alive, but BKB on the Axe going to be pretty impactful. Lena's already got her. She's going Dragon Lance. Yeah, Octarine will be pretty nice, although Courier's dead. I guess you can just walk to the secret shop, though. It doesn't have any of the components.
Got 2 legs and a heartbeat. He can get there himself.
Mm-hmm.
Kira Jr.
Coming through. Actually,
Smoke
pops
does
on
pop.
problems.
They know somebody's up here, up on the high ground. Boone, though, he's going to blink in. See if he can try and catch out the Conquer Kira Jr. They've got a lot of people that are starting to come in here as well. The Song of the Siren. It's buying a bit of time. The Snowball will at least keep Boom in place for now. He gets the shards out as well. How much can they extra and catch out Boom? No, it doesn't look like they can. So the Axe is going to walk away. They will lose Solo as well. Another Torrent. Kira Jr. Blink called once again, and they're going to have enough damage to take down the Kunkka. They missed the dunk, but it doesn't matter. So just not being able to get the kill there onto Boom means that they will be left wanting more.
I was thinking it was only incredibly ballsy jump in. Yeah. Real one's getting caught out here with the Demonic Urge as well.
Tendrils of the Deep. That's a beautiful save that comes in there from Problems. So the Snowball will buy the time here for the Terrorblade. He turns around, but he doesn't get it. He gets the Sunder off, but it still doesn't matter because the amount of damage that came out from Yuragi. And Na'Vi looks like they were just waiting on another slip-up from the Cyber Goose.
Dude, in terms of the mechanical skills of what he did to dodge there was kind of nuts. Like, he managed to dodge the Light Strike Array, then he gets the Sunder off, but again, like we've been saying, the damage is just way too high. TB dying a little bit too easily there, and I mean, that's what happens when you go for this Orchid build as well, right? It just means that you're not going to be having as much HP to be able to play around with as I thought. Yeah, this was an incredibly ballsy jump in, but ends up dealing so much damage back off the back of the Blade Mail, and then that Aghanim Shard for the Song of the Siren just healing so much for this Axe, letting him get back to safety. Even just that Observer Ward placed down at the start of the team fight feels pretty damn amazing.
Yeah, I feel like if maybe the dual breath was on Boom there, they could have gotten Kira Jr. a little bit further away, but the second initiation just meant that it was the end there. As we're seeing a little bit further on through this replay, it was TA2000 was getting body blocked by the Eidolons, and I was like, oh, this should be okay, but then the trajectory that he went forward for was just so scary. And
this
look at this.
Still so good.
Snowball,
dodge,
Manta dodge, Sunder, and it's just obliterated. Like, his HP went 0 to full to 0 again in like half a second.
Yeah. Way too good. We'll be closing in on at least one ultimate orc to be able to play around with soon-ish, which, not the Skadi, but make his way
copy?
towards it. Okay. Did he just walk into the orc again?
Yeah, he jumped in 1v5 that time.
Okay. Against everyone else, that's fine. Against Orchid, no. Is basically
Yeah. The
what I'm
two
looking at
heroes
here.
that can combine and kill him are the Jakiro and the Terrorblade, because they have the lockdown for you. And, I don't know. Just didn't
the ones
respect
he
the
went for.
mechanism, I guess.
Nope.
Someone's
Even,
going
like,
for the...
I was about to say, like, I mentioned noticed with this Blink Dagger, but we haven't seen a single Blink Black Hole come through as a result of this. He was there in that previous team fight. He could have contributed, but he's just worried that it's going to get immediately cancelled. Again, they've got so much to be able to cancel. Song, Call, Disruption, Dream Coil, Silence, Light Strike Array. It's an incredible amount of stuff, so it really does feel like he's going to be not all that impactful until he's got the BKB. Luckily enough for him, he's only about 50 gold away now, but you just have to imagine, what if he had this BKB first? Because they're not lacking in mobility. He's got the drums. I think they don't have the Kobold Cup anymore for a little bit of extra movement, but in terms of just being able to walk into a team fight, really the only one that you're truly scared of is the axe once you've got that BKB.
Yeah, and I feel like once the Blink Call goes through, then you kind of feel, I don't want to say home and hose, but you feel pretty confident with the way that the game is going. So
Yeah.
we'll see what happens now with the BKB being picked up as well. He was also just exclaiming at the fact that Solo's going for the Forbidden Hot Dog again. Solo, a man after my own heart.
Dog.
Does make him extremely tanky on the Jakiro, I will say that. And also, I believe it pierces spell immunity when he gets the Ags.
Deals pure damage, so don't have to worry about any sort of resistances. They have used their glyph, so is it time to just push into this top side? Yuragi's here. Oh, glyph.
They already just used
no
the mech as
Aegis.
well.
Yeah. All right, this has to be it. Notice needs to be the MVP of this fight. He can't just get one, and he's going to go for it anyway, but okay, they're comboing a couple of things.
Yeah, it's just... Yeah, it's not going to work like that. It's simply not. Now, they don't have the BKBs to try and play around with either. They're just going to walk in here on the Axe. Wants to go forward, see what he can do with that BKB, but they lose out on problems as well. TA2000 has to walk back in here. He does have to try and use the Sundown Blight. The BKBs are just too big here, and the Cyber Goose are crumbling at every corner. That was just never going to work out for Notice. If your BKB blinking on top of Yuragi didn't even move.
Nope.
He saw him blinking BKB, and he looked at him like, okay. Gets disrupted, and the Song of the Siren comes. Like, you have to catch multiple people here, multiple cores, to at least make that fight playable, because if one of them gets disrupted, you can at least kill the other.
And this was a first pick Shadow Demon as well, and it just feels like they have not addressed it one bit. That's the big error of the Cyber Goose draft, that I feel like I've kind of been harping on about it for quite a while, and he's even going for more. Copy realizes that he's not near the Terrorblade. He might actually be able to pick someone off without getting orchided.
And there's going to be problems that he's going to pick up, who die backed as well. And I mean, it's just the whole entirety of your base is just going to keep crumbling. Oh, that's a Blink Call that comes in. That's a beautiful stun there on both of the cores, but it doesn't matter because of how far ahead they are here on Na'Vi. And the Cyber Geese, man, they were playing so well. And then that movement in the middle lane from TA2000 and Solo, it was just been all downhill ever since then. They had such a good opportunity here with those early couple of fights just before Boom became this big, scary threat. And now it's just been the Copy and Yuragi show. Yuragi hasn't really had to do all too much, to be perfectly honest. He's just played Lina. Another Blink Call that comes in here onto TA2000. BKB and buyback comes out from Shujin. But just look at the damage that he's doing. He's just a turret, man. How are you supposed to deal with this, Lina? You get chopped down at TA2000, drops the G's. And that went from bad to worse for the Cyber Geese, and Na'Vi, they capitalized on such an opportunity for them to get game number one, and the big score for them is being 1-0 up in this elimination lower bracket final to try and have that crack against Aurora once again. But Cyber Goose, man, that was, yeah, I don't know. That's a puzzling one for me.
It was pretty smooth sailing, honestly, past that 15 or so minute mark, I think, where, remember, they had a pretty decent net worth lead. They had the win probability going in their favor. I mean, this is, again, I thought this was kind of ballsy from Boom to go for this, but they just had so many tools to be able to save him at this stage. And have a look on the minimap. Look at where Enigma is. He's there with the blink dagger at this point in time. He could have potentially caught multiple. They had a couple of bits of vision as well to be able to play around with, but he doesn't have the full BKB, so he's just too scared and he's forced to back off. And not only do you lose the Jakiro, not only do you lose the Kunkka, still after this, as a result of Ari, like we saw, they ended up catching the TB as well. So, I don't know, it's kind of crazy that they just kept bleeding kills over and over and over again, and they never addressed this Shadow Demon, not one time.
Ari had an absolute blinder of a game. I feel like this is exactly what you talked about at the beginning of the game. He's either going to be the hero or the villain, and he definitely was. I feel like the hero of this game for the side of Na'Vi. There was just like he didn't even move.
Nope, no need.
It was just. And the thing is, as well, Jiro Jr. had a BKB. And he didn't BKB to walk into the Song of the Siren to try and deal that extra bit of damage. I understand there was no damage to be done.
Changed anything, honestly.
Because he got disrupted. So, I mean, it didn't matter in the end, but it's just these small mistakes that Cyber Goose were making that, you know, in some of these other series in this LoL bracket, potentially couldn't have been punished for. But you're going up against Na'Vi, who is the other team that is challenging for this title. You need to make sure that you're playing your best Dota today, because otherwise they will punish you for it.
They will, and they did. And I really feel like it was just them taking their foot off the pedal. Noticed he had those that great early lane. He got those great early items. They didn't have ways to be able to deal with it. We highlighted the Vanguard as a way to be able to, you know, survive the lane, but it does slow down your timings a little bit. But they stopped. They went back, they farmed, and that's exactly what Na'Vi were looking for. They just came back with their share of items because they were able to farm just as effectively. They were even able to take some extra towers that they probably shouldn't have been able to, because honestly, who on this team actually hits towers? No one. You know, Yuragi was basically sitting back in the jungle the entire time, just farming away, and not one time did they go to gank him beyond like the laning stage. So it's kind of surprising that they just stopped essentially on Cyber Goose. Good thing is it's not a best of one, it's a best of three. So they're going to have chance to be able to lick their wounds, address what might have gone wrong. But I'm sure from Coach Milan's perspective, it was like mission accomplished for this draft, because you started with a Shadow Demon, it wasn't counted, and Ari played it to perfection.
Yeah, exactly. It really did feel like that Na'Vi had the draft that they wanted, and they were able to play into the hands of themselves here, especially with a couple of those mishaps from Cyber Goose. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, as Danog did say, it's a full best of three, so there's plenty of time to come back here for the Cyber Goose. We're going to go to a short break. On the other side of this, game number 2.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Road to the International, the Eastern EU. Eastern EU. Is that? Yeah, okay, I've gone a little bit too far. That's Eastern European. We don't want to go too far because then you become Western European. Either way, we're in the Eastern Europe region, ladies and gentlemen, and we're in the lower bracket final. We're already game one down. Na'Vi were able to clutch that one up and take it from Cyber Goose, who I feel like in both of our opinions, Danog, kind of fumbled the bag a little bit. There was a few kind of head-scratching moments that they made, and then at that moment, they were kind of just getting punished all around the map from Na'Vi, who are in such a dominant position, and now with one game up, they've got a little bit of room to wiggle.
I was about to say a little bit. I feel like it was more than a little bit. You know, it was chain feed after chain feed after chain feed, to be honest. And even Copy wasn't immune to it, you know, just walking into a TB with Orchid, not once, but twice. So wasn't the complete cleanest performance from start to finish from either team. You know, remember, Cyber Goose had that 5-6K net worth lead just 15 or so minutes into the game. So they were in a really good position to be able to continue the snowball and potentially, you know, really limit the farm that you were able to get on Yuragi in particular. But yeah, they took their foot off the gas pedal, and it'll be ruining the chances that they had to be one game up themselves in this series. And now it just is truly an elimination series for them. We lose one more game and they're out.
Yeah. So now it's where you need to make sure that you don't make any more mistakes. And that's why I think game one is so important in a lot of these different series. It just sets you up for success. Like, yes, obviously it doesn't guarantee you game two, but it just gives you that little bit of extra relaxation, that room to move, that room to make mistakes and be able to come back with it and not have it compound on you mentally, especially in a lower bracket final like this, where for Cyber Goose, we expected them to be top three, but if they really want to try and have a crack at going to the Road to the International, they need to make these next two games nice and clean. But I think conversely for me, the fact that Na'Vi were able to punish like that sets them up for the rest of the day as well, right? If they're able to get through this series, and that puts them in really good stead against Aurora, understanding that they know how to play their drafts and how to play their heroes and really be able to punish some of those mistakes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the sign of a good team as well, right? Is just realizing these moments of weakness and capitalizing on them to the best of your ability. And they absolutely did that, you know? And sometimes capitalizing on something isn't necessarily even doing anything. It's just realizing, hey, they're not doing anything, let's farm, you know? And I feel like that's exactly what Na'Vi did at the very start. Then they hit their timings, then they made these big team fights happen, then they took the Tormentor, and then it just snowballed from, you know, bad to worse for Cyber Goose.
Yeah. And I think that's what is going to be playing on the minds of the Cyber Geese as they go through this next draft. So the Naga Siren gets taken away from Cyber Goose, not wanting to deal with that this time around. So, all right, what have we got hovering around? We still have the Shadow Demon. First pick, though, for Na'Vi, there's still quite a lot of these very strong heroes. So we've got Kunkka, we've got Ancient Apparition, we've got Nature's Prophet, Bristleback. Is there anything else that I'm missing here?
Did you say AA?
Yes, I said AA.
Then no, that's probably the main ones.
Yeah. Or Dirge is the other one.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. A lot of flexibility in a lot of those different heroes. So you can see here that Milan is going through the motions with his team. They get rid of the Death Prophet and they pick the Dirge. Okay. Flexibility, good hero, lane secure, all that kind of jazz. So Na'Vi don't reveal too much with the Dirge.
So now what's your response to this? Like, I don't feel like Solo necessarily did anything wrong on his Jakiro that time around, but they're just going to go the Bristleback. I suppose it's okay considering, you know, if it is a 5 Undying, then you're just going to be able to build a magic wand, have plenty of stick charges to be able to just continuously try and run people down. You can again just go boots of speed on your position 4 and pull the waves. And if it's a position 3, you're not really that worried as the Bristleback, you know? If Notice is going to be the one playing it like they have so far, then, you know, probably one of your biggest lane counters is gone. So I really feel like Cyber Goose are okay with either of those scenarios.
Yeah. Just kind of puts them in a good position to come out on top of these lanes. So let's see what we get here for the second phase bands. Probably along the lines of like Storm Spirits, Tinies, Pucks, Kunkkas, all those kind of very strong mid laners, and really kind of dwindle down the pool, I think, for everyone that's floating around here. Still even the AA that you have to be mindful of for both of these two teams as well.
Sure, I think Navi might not pick it up immediately just to keep that small potential for flexibility with the Undying. You don't really want to reveal your hand that early into the piece, and even just throwing one of them to position 4 feels kind of meh. They're both kind of very static-ish supports to be playing around with, so I'm still a Snapfire advocate. I could still see it working, especially paired together with a Bristleback as well. That's a lot of minus armor. If you just put one value point into the little shredder for the lane, you can really, no pun intended, shred through people if they do overextend just that little bit too far. And I mean, with the Gyrocopter ban, that screams Enigma to me.
Yeah, I was going to say that Gyrocopter ban really does speak volumes about what Na'Vi are looking towards here. And maybe it's like the mind games, right? Where you're like, oh, we're banning Gyro. We're going to pick Enigma if you don't pick it or ban it yourself.
But do
and
they
then
care?
it's kind of the bait and switch, right?
They've got a Bristle, though, and I feel like Bristle does fine against it. And if you're picking Enigma, then the Undying's not a 3. I don't know. This is what I would have gone anyway, right? Just something else that is able to stack. Again, if the Undying ends up being a 5, then you're just going to buy Boots of Speed and pull the creep wave, because Undying's not going to be able to catch you. Undying has no stuns, so how is he going to stop you? Then just a matter of basically doing kind of what Na'Vi did to them in game number 1. Just get into your Vanguard, leave the Bristleback solo, move, and then he doesn't need the Blink Dagger, right? So he needs Vanguard into Blade Mail, and then he can start making stuff happen.
It's very true. Just leave him in that lane by himself to continue the shenanigans. Na'Vi are going to respond here with the Pangolier, so Hero
Something
try
to
and
kill
get on
the
the
Shadow
back
Demon.
lines. Yeah,
Yep.
against the Shadow Demon. That was something that Na'Vi banned in the last game against their own Shadow Demon, so it seems like that seems to be something that they are afraid of.
Sure. I mean, it's totally understandable, right? Like, Storm Spirit, Puck, Pango are probably the 3 biggest issues for these supports that just want to stay on the back lines, just because most of the time you're either going to be instantly stunned and have no response to it, instantly silenced and have no response to it, or even though it's not instant, the stuns that are coming through, Pangolier's got that debuff immunity. So unless you're playing something like a Bane, there's nothing that you can really do to stop it.
Just disrupt yourself and hope for the best. Hope that he leaves you alone.
Still keeping the ambiguity there with a few of these picks, right? Like, yes, Copy's most likely going to be the one playing the Pango. It could be a 3. The Undying could be a 3 or a 5. The Muerta could be 1 or a 4. So, you've got some flexibility here with Na'Vi's draft, which I do like. Of course, they've got the last pick of this coming phase as well, which is really important because this is the phase that you're really trying to set up, the majority of your draft, and then the last bans are kind of just cleaning things up. But the majority of what you're meaning to do should be done by the time this phase is over. So really just to me is, how are they going to be able to not necessarily delay the game long enough, but have good enough lanes that you're not just going to be getting run over by the time your Bristleback, for example, is going back into the triangle and looking to try and pick up that those stacks that have been made for him. And Storm Spirit, I think, is a great hero at being able to do that. Again, you're another instant catch for the backlines that I was talking about, so feels pretty solid overall.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Puck and Storm Spirit have just been those ridiculous heroes that every time they get picked, it feels like the team that picks them is going to have a good game. And it's almost always that only one of them makes it through. So the last couple of Storm games we've seen from all these Storm players have been bangers, and every single one of the Puck players has also been a banger as well. So the question is now, what kind of lane partner do you go up against the Storm here? And if you're the Cyber Goose, you probably want to pick your 5 here. Well, actually, no, Solo's the one that picks up the Shadow Demon, so maybe the problem's Hero. They still have the Tusk available.
Wouldn't hate the Tusk, to be honest, at this point. And I think you could still run the Tusk as a 5 if you really wanted to as well. Like, yes, Problems has been playing it, but I do prefer the Shadow Demon as a position 4, just personally, in terms of the items that you're able to get into. If you do have that Blink Dagger purchased up early on, you cover one of the main weaknesses for you, which is no escape potential. So, yeah, Tusk feels pretty good, even at just being able to disrupt the Pango roll a little bit.
Mm-hmm. See, with that extra bit of lockdown, the shards as well is also quite good at trying to keep some of these heroes at bay. You can throw shards in a pretty opportune place for the Pangolier, and the roll just means that he just bounces back and forth. So,
don't think it's either of these teams, but we've seen a little bit of the Keeper of the Light as well as, just something that's going to be able to assist the Storm. Okay, Magnus coming through. I mean, that is one way to be able to make the most of any hero that you do catch out, right? A stun into a blink RP skewer means that you're probably going to be able to burst someone down, regardless of who it might be. And it takes away some of that potential for the Shadow Demon as well to influence a lot of these team fights. As long as you've got the BKB yourself, blink, horn toss, skewer, probably quick enough, but I still feel like you kind of are relying on the Pangolier to find the Shadow Demon, or at very least cause the panic so that you're not in a position to just instantly go for the save on the higher priority target.
I agree with that. Interested to see where this mag goes. Is this mainly just an offlane mag for Boom? I believe
he's the one I've seen play it most, but people are playing it 1, 2, and 3, and even 4.
I believe Nightfall played it yesterday, correct?
Yeah. He's also playing the Omni Knight as well, so just doing whatever he wants. Doesn't even need BKB to do the Nightfall.
Yeah. All right. Surprising Enigma ban. I thought they would be pretty okay with an Enigma. They've got good ways of stopping the black hole pre-BKB and even a way of stopping it post-BKB. Yeah, it's just not having those heroes that can deal with it in the lane can be quite scary.
I do wonder if they're going to be against it, just considering they are up against a Pangolier who likes to build Diffusal Blade, but we've seen TA2000 build the Medusa previously, and it's one of the heroes that's actually not too bad against the Pango. It could be a reason, like we were musing about the Gyrocopter ban being a little bit of a bait, but Gyro is also one of those heroes that if Pango's rolling in, you're still able to deal a decent amount of damage to him, and I kind of feel like Deuce is in a pretty similar boat. So if they did do that and then ran the Tusk 5, Shadow Demon 4, built up a bunch of stacks, then had the Bristleback going the Snot Rocket facet for a lot of minus armor, then Deucer can really take over the game if you get off to a decent enough start.
Another Morphling ban here as well. It's not willing to deal with the Empowered Morph. The extra damage from Empower is very scary. Also has a very good lane securer in the Dirge. I mean, I feel like that Medusa is a fantastic shout. Snot Rocket plus Split Shot is a very dirty combo. And obviously TA2000 has been really, really enjoying the Medusa over the last couple of days.
Bunch of mana boots builders as well.
Yeah, and this is backed against the wall kind of stuff. So you want a player like TA2000 picking one of his most comfortable heroes, and the Terrorblade is first banned.
Are they going
to pick Deucer? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. I'm on board. Although, I don't know, Shadow Demon disrupting you is a kind of frustrating thing to have to go around. This really does feel like that block pick, though, right? Like, how now are they going to be able to deal with it? I see 0 Diffusal Blade buyers on their team. Anti-Mage is gone. Do they
Phantom
Slark?
Lancer.
Nah. Do they Slark it to this? Just hoping that it's going to be fine enough into the Magnus and the Pangolier?
Is
the
Ursa
Pangolier?
Diffusal dead?
Yes.
Okay.
Not even a maybe. It's yes. It's gone.
Okay.
In the ground, 6 feet under.
Maybe Troll?
Ricky?
Okay. They go with the Drow.
Okay.
So that gives them a much better lane. Being able to use that Drow Ranger. I mean, you can build Disperser on the Drow. Wouldn't hate it. I don't think it's going to be great. But you definitely do have quite a lot of heroes that can deal with the stuff around the Medusa, and then you can collapse on her later. I think is potentially the mindset that we've got here for Cybergoose is you've got the Storm Spirit who can jump on the back lines, can try and take down some of these supports, really try and focus down on Ari, take him down early on. Drow Ranger, no, as long as they keep her mobile in these fights, keep away from copy. They've also got Notice who can kind of just do the same thing with the Snot Rocket facet, just constantly try and get a lot of this minus armor going and see if they can kill the heroes around the Medusa, and then they kite her around for long enough that TA2000 can eventually execute her afterwards. So that's what I'm thinking of here, Danok. But obviously, you're the analyst. You're the smart guy out of the two of us. So I'm looking at your opinion.
Yeah,
I'm losing
there we
its
go.
name,
Just,
man. I'm so
just
sorry.
clarifying the smartness thing. I mean, Chira Jr. as well. Like we've seen him completely take over games on the Storm Spirit, but like even the games that he's gone deathless, I think he's going to need to overperform those games. I think for Cybergoose to be in a good spot this time around, because we have seen that it's Solo playing the SD. We have seen that it's Problems playing the Tusk. Not a huge fan of those lanes in particular, unless they swap the positioning that they're going for. Just because. You're playing with the Drow plus the Snot Rocket. There's not that same level of synergy there as even with the marksmanship when you compare it to what you would have had with the Medusa, which is what makes this Na'Vi draft so good. I just think it's going to be quite rough for them, and you're going to be in an instance where Shadow Demon's first priority, then the Drow, basically. And I think they're going to have the tools to be able to do that off of Rolling Thunder starting off fights. Nothing really going to be able to stop the SD from dying in that instance, especially pre-Blink Dagger. And that's why I was really wanting this SD to be played as a pos 4, just so that you could get a little bit of that extra farm. I think Ari in the previous game coming out of like the 20-minute mark was 1.5k ahead of any other support, and I don't think we're going to see Solo having that same luxury this game.
Yep. So it seems like Na'Vi are starting out with an advantage here in the drafts, according to my analysts. Then we'll see whether or not backs against the wall the Cyber Geese can pull this into a third, or whether or not they're going to bow out of the road to the International with a whimper rather than a honk. They are looking to try and start out here with a bit of a smoke and seeing if they can get first blood, or even just a few of the extra cheeky wards that go out here as well. So interested to
they
see
do have a
what
couple of the busted
they're gonna
heroes
get.
though, right? They got the Bristle, they got the Storm. That's good, but you need to enable them to its fullest ability, and I feel like you're going to be able to kite both of them pretty effectively, or at least the Bristle you should be able to kite. Dusa, one of her big strengths is just being able to stay away from him as much as possible. He's going to be spamming out quills in the lane, so you're going to have plenty of magic wand charges to be able to play with. Magnus can skewer away, Pango can swash away, you've got Deadshot, and Bristle's probably going third item BKB, so yeah, it just feels like it's going to be quite some time until he's really able to focus in onto the correct target. As Ari dying might change things though.
Yeah, nice start there from Problems. He's going to get close to boot. Okay, he's going to go full stick and everything. I thought he was going to get very early boots and a windlace, and I thought he was going to be a very speedy boy, but wants to go more into the stick side of things. But it was cute. They got a nice little surround, but it was obviously the dead shot from Ari broke him out of the problem area.
Still speedy enough, and quite like what Yuragi's doing here, basically stopping what Problems is trying to do in pulling that wave. Again, the way to be able to beat an Undying in lane is to not lane against the Undying. So Yuragi just trying to make sure that these pulls aren't going to happen, that you're forced to lane up into him. It means that Noticed is going to be taking a little bit of a beating, although the tag team will be forced away.
Yeah, a bit of a interesting start. And speaking of interesting starts, Chira Jr. was looking a bit dire there until I put my eyes towards the middle lane and realized it was a whole creep wave that he hadn't even touched the set. I was like, it's 8-2 in the mid lane. I was like, oh no, Chira Jr. But then I realized it was an entire creep wave for him to gobble up, which he got underneath the tower. So
Chira doubters, honestly.
I wasn't doubting. Got very confused as to it was a minute into the game and Chira Jr. was down by almost 10 CS. Thought it was a bit concerning, but crisis averted, ladies and gentlemen.
Indeed. Are they going to be able to get this pull off? Okay, half pulls the creep wave on the top side. Bottom, a little bit of action actually. Nice use of the dead shot there onto Solo.
We're going to do a lot of work here with the split shot, and it will take down Ari eventually. Solo taking that with the blood grenade. Just doesn't have that extra bit of damage just yet to be able to get the return kill.
I'm a little surprised that they ended up going in that deep, to be honest, to get disrupted there. Even TA2000, just with the way that he was moving with the multi-shot as Kaori. It's going to be alright. He's got the tombstone, might opt to drop it up on the high ground here.
Doesn't want to give them any more of that extra gold. Did Problems... Okay, he had a sentry ward. I was going to say, Problems had an observer ward. Probably could have dropped that for an extra 150 gold. If he did drop it on the high ground, but Kaori will just lose out, and it's now a quick start for Cyber Geese.
he was running kind of low on mana anyway, so he'll take people being forced away from Yuragi and then just getting that mana back from the lane. Won't be able to get the Lotus Sword, but again, that's not really what you're concerned about. You just want this Deucer to be able to get out of the lane in a fine enough spot.
Yeah, I think it's all about just securing that mid game for her, right?
Ari again.
Yeah. Oof.
Death number 3 already.
I was going to say, is he still level 1? But the calling was out, so... But this is the problem, right, that Muerta has. 0 mobility. She's a generally slow hero to start out the game. 295 move speed, and Drow with 2 levels in the Frost Arrows. Like, 20% movement speed slow on a hero that's already slow.
Yep. It's going to be a while until she gets into that Boots of Speed as well to be able to rectify any sort of weaknesses there. Wonder if she changes tact now, like just goes into being able to build up a bunch of stacks, looks to play around more of these water runes to be able to, you know, help out the mid lane a little bit. Of course, it is going to cause Boom to suffer as a result of that. Nicely done by Solo.
Was now with the calling coming back in as well. There's a nice little use of the auto attacks there from TA2000 to keep his buddy alive. So the multi-shot does its work, and you get another kill there on the bottom side. And I mean, Na'Vi, they have a very hot victory in that game number 1, and game number 2 they are starting nice and cold. Maybe the outside temperatures cooled them down a little bit too much.
Maybe a little bit, but still, Copy's doing a good job in the mid lane. He's doing just fine. Deucer as well. It's really just this Magnus that is suffering in a big way. Boom has lower net worth than both the supports on the Cybergoose side at this stage of the game. Trying to get a kill onto TA2000, but I'm not sure if they're going to be lucky enough to do that. What's he gone for? He went for the Eternal Empowerment as well. Yeah, I could see why, but maybe he would have had a little bit more luck, at least in terms of the early team fights, going for the Shockwave facet instead. If he is going to go down this
now
route
as well in the bottom side. Yeah. We're going to try and fight out TP onto Solo. They do have the dead Tombstone, but now with problems here as well, they're just going to give away even more of this gold. Kaori goes down as well. Drow's getting extremely low here on the TA2000, so they take her down. So that's a lot of gold that goes in the hands now of Boom. Both the supports were just dealing with that Tombstone.
Okay. I mean, it's a little bit of gold fed over to the supports, but I think the grand scheme of things, it's Boom that ended up getting the kill onto TA2000, which he will absolutely relish, that gold that he's got coming through.
Yeah, it's about 300 gold for him and only 4 gold for TA2000.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really do. If you're going to go this Eternal Empowerment facet, as Chira Jr. is actually running a little low on mana.
He has to be careful. Yeah, Undying is going to make his life a bit living hell.
Yeah, it's fine. He just wants the siege creep to die to the tower hits at this stage. It's happy enough just to not take too much damage into that. Problem is going to be able to soak some very valuable XP as well, making his life miserable. He's got the haste rune as well bottled if Copy did want to get kind of ballsy with this.
I was just about to say that. You know, the Rolling Thunder plus the haste rune. Problems does have... Oh, okay. He doesn't have Snowball. I thought he was going to have Snowball to play around with. They're going to look to see if they can take down the Pangolier. They're going to go up in with the tag team, and the haste rune is to get our jail free cut.
Will he look to go back in is the real question. No real need to. Might actually choose to roam up towards the top side off the back of this haste. And, I mean, especially around that 7-minute Wisdom rune. That's really where he's looking to try and make notice pay. Tombstone is available if Carry wanted to drop it.
Yeah, they are here, but they are going to be able to contest it. They're going to bring Yuragi over as well. They're getting a lot of damage here now with the extra bits of the Snot Rocket going forward. Now they've whisked out on the Wisdom Rune. It's actually Chira Jr. who gets the Wisdom Rune. It's kind of huge for him there on the Storm Spirit, up to level 7. Now Copy doesn't have anything left to go, and he wants to see if he can get these extra kills, but with the Goose Stacks, it is too much. And Chira Jr. goes from little to a lot and gets, what, 2 kills out of that, and a lot of experience.
I mean, that's unfortunately just for him. Copy not really doing anything in that fight. He still did the most damage on his team, but they were really banking on getting just that 1 kill off the back of that team fight. Would have brought Yuragi up to level 6. He was like 5.95 in terms of the level. He's just been able to pick it up now. Still holding on to the point, but yeah, that could have certainly turned around that fight not only getting a kill, but getting multiple after the fact and the Wisdom Rune. Instead, ends up losing both on both sides, and well, it's going to be a little bit more rough now.
Yeah, it was a beautiful shard setup from Problems. Pushed both Copy as well as Kaori outside of the Wisdom Shrine, and I don't know how that indicated that Storm got the rune, considering Problems as well as Solo was standing there on top of it. But as he zipped through, the Storm was apparently the one who gets credited for it. So, anyways.
You snooze, you lose. That's how.
Yeah, I mean, cause stay winning, I guess. Like, get rank supports.
Pretty much.
They would have loved to have had a few more levels on Problems, specifically. But, you know, a level 7 getting close to level 8 Storm Spirit, you're not going to turn your nose up at it.
Absolutely not. And I mean, we know how quickly Chira Jr. is able to start to snowball the game away if it gets too far in his favor. Also builds up into his first neutral item as well. Although their eyes are on Boom at this stage. 3 heroes potentially converging onto him. But just get away from Solo.
There's a lot of Na'Vi members here as well. So you got to be careful if you are Cyber Goose. Get a few glimpses of some of these heroes as well. Now they're going to go forward into the disruption. TP comes in here from Copy, though. You can see that TA2000 doesn't want to have too much of this smoke. Problems, though, is going to stand inside of this calling. We'll get the snowball going forward as well. He's going to lose his life eventually here to the massive rotation from Na'Vi, but at least they get out with TA2000. And we'll see if anybody else is going to be a death. Especially with Chira Jr. sitting here. He's got a lot of remnants. Kaori walks in. Triple remnant. See you later, mate.
Very cheeky. I mean, the thing is that was a 4-man rotation. Dusa was still farming, sure, but a couple of times now you've used Rolling Thunder for not too much benefit. They've been doing a great job with TA2000 of just knowing when to disengage out of a team fight. You know, a lot of the vision that they've got is enabling them to make a lot more effective calls as to what is a good fight and what isn't. It's one of the big differences, I think, between the previous game and this one so far.
Yeah, exactly.
They're going to kill Ari as well.
That was a long distance jump there from Chira Jr.
Yep. Have the Arcane
stacks
Rune.
are starting to work up.
Pop the Soul Ring mid-zip. Could they? Was wondering if they might start pushing into this tower. It's a possibility. I mean, Chira Jr. is hanging around with this this Arcane Rune still popped. Why not? Siege Creep's here too.
Exactly. Going to be able to cleave through this next wave as well from Chira Jr. Pop Static Remnant, just be able to give it a couple of clicks. We've also got the multi-shot as well, so we should be able to get through this tier 1 tower. It's a decent commitment.
Yeah, I was about to say, wonder if they'll aggressively glyph. Yeah, it's so worth it considering what you're going up against, right? Eternal Empowerment Magnus plus a Medusa. Where do they want to be farming? The triangle. So let's just try and take away one of those safety nets to be able to walk back into the triangle. Next up is, well, first and foremost, Chira Jr. just goes and takes one of the camps, but they're going to be eyeing up that mid lane.
Especially with how dominant Chira Jr. has looked in this game. Doesn't look like it when you look at, you know, the net worths and all that kind of stuff, but he has just been such a menace on this map so far. That's a beautiful calling. Does keep Chira Jr. away from overcommitting.
They were hanging nearby anyway. The Observer Ward had spotted him out. The fact that he was waiting inside the tree line, so should be okay. Kaori, is he going to be okay is the real question. Backed up by Iragi. Looks like that is the case. But again, just a lot of emphasis being given onto this tower. Most of the time, TA2000 really does sit back and look to get a lot of that quick farm for himself. I almost wonder, is the shield rune enough to incentivize them to go for a bit of a jump in here?
Potentially could be. Especially if you're going to start putting a little bit more pressure behind this tier 1 tower from Noticed as well. Getting ever closer towards that Heaven's Halberd. Oh, Boom. He's been found out. They get the pull back as well, and they've just got too much damage, and you could just see he's trying his best to at least do a little bit of damage to the shield rune, but they're able to get away from it now. You're going to have the counter smoke from Na'Vi. Want to see if they can take down Chira Jr. You have to be very, very careful, though. If Solo is still within the vicinity and the shield rune, how are you supposed to kill him?
You're not. Like, this is a pretty futile smoke attempt, I think, and they're going to call it quits, back off, push in the tower a little bit further. Thing is, Copy's got his diffusal blade now, so this is the time that they're wanting to try and make something happen. Maybe shove in one more lane. But right now, Cowrie, he's just playing defense duty because Problems is shoving in this mid lane, and they know that they can't afford to give this one up for free, and maybe they just think that this Undying is, at least in terms of damage, going to be giving the least to any sort of push in the bottom lane.
That is true. Especially with the way that the Storm is playing as well. You're kind of at the point now where Chira Jr. really does not care about Dirge at all. Why does Shield Rune last so long? That's my question.
I've asked you this, and I don't know. It needs to last a lot less.
And it's another kill going the way here of the Cyber Geese. I just like looked over and I was like, how does he still have the shield rune? It was like 2 minutes ago that he got it. All right,
blink up here.
Just after the shield rune does go away. They do miss the swashbuckle, and now they do have the disruption though. So now Chira Jr. does have a little bit of time to try and get away from this. Gets himself a little bit down to the low ground, and now he turns and fights. He wants to try and take down Boom. He gets away from the Rolling Thunder, looks for a second one here onto Ari. Turning back around, does quite a lot of damage though. Pushes away the Mortar. Now TA2000 is going to stand up on the high ground, wait until that Pierce the Veil is over, and see if he can try and fight. There's a lot of members though going on towards Notice and seeing if they can try and get this fight going. They have to try and see if they can turn back for their Bristleback, but they don't get it. Ari goes down to the multi-shot. And now there's an amplified damage rune on the Storm Spirit. Maybe Chira Jr. is feeling a little spicy. But they just disconnected that fight a little bit there from the Cyber Goose, so there was enough TPs from Na'Vi. They didn't want to lose that without a fight, and they got a couple of big kills themselves.
It was a good use of the calling by Ari for sure, just to be able to disrupt that one a little bit. But I mean, the big thing was Storm Spirit almost certainly should have died in that one. It was a missed swashbuckle from point blank range, and this is again with the diffusal blade as well. So you know that's the big difference there. Storm Spirit probably dies. He doesn't have the mana to be able to zip out if you're consistently getting these hits. And well, even just with where he was, it was hard to get that chain lockdown coming through. So you lose more, sure. But the supports didn't need to be there, as that's a lot of damage.
The damage that comes in from these heroes, and they didn't want to overcommit there onto the Medusa. They want to take these T1 towers. They realize it's 15 minutes into the game, guys. Relax, 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 relax. It's okay. We're all good. That was, yeah, it was Disseminate plus multi-shot, and both of them were getting hit by the sides of it, and the amount of damage that just went through them was crazy.
Mm-hmm. They'll be able to get a top tower off the back of that. So nice little movements there from Cyber Geese. Even just moving solo down towards the bottom, making sure that they don't give up their own. He's getting a decent amount of farm for himself. You know, I was saying that didn't quite like the fact that this wasn't a position for Shadow Demon, but still leading the supports in terms of net worth. Lots of
I don't feel like
up for him so far. 5-1 and 9.
Yeah, I don't feel like they've done super large amounts of stacks. To be perfectly honest, he's 5-1 and 9.
Yep.
So, I mean, such a good game so far is solo, and yeah, there's a fight that's going to be happening towards this mid-tier 1 tower. It seems like right now Na'Vi understand that this mid-tier 1 is very, very important. So they're going to get the regen rune here to copy. They're going to smoke up on the back of it as well.
And you got to remember, like, if you're going to go this first item blink on Boom, you've got to succeed in these team fights. They found it.
And they're going to have a go now here at Chira Jr., and that is more than enough. Ari had the dead shot from downtown, and so they take down the pesky Storm Spirits. The first death here for Chira Jr. Disruption goes in now as well. Looking to try and get the snowball going forward. It's Notice that goes in. Look at the raw damage from the Snot Rocket. Oh my god! What
yeah,
hit him?
It's why it's first ban potential.
What?
Yes, 16 minutes into the game, you shouldn't be right-clicking a Muerta for 500 damage, I don't think.
Bro. That was nasty. That was just Snot Rocket, multi-shot, and then Notice just went, oh, I've got 9 Warpath stacks, by the way. Donk. One hit. Donk. See you later.
Yep.
God
way too good.
Damn.
The thing is, with Tier 2000 and when he's joining a lot of these team fights as well, it's like once Rolling Thunder is used or once RP is used. So when that happens, the threat is gone for you. He's able to just stand there completely safe with the multi-shot and just right-click you down. There's nothing really that they can do to be able to get away from it. Ari should
trying to see if they can get Ari for a 8th time, and they do.
Sure. Is that... Oof.
I
think it was 8.
3.
Yeah.
Not having a
The
good
one
goal
kill
of
that
it.
he got was the big kill streak from Chira Jr. So there's that at least. I
Very
think
true.
Drow's got Ags completed now as well, so those Frost Hours are going to be really nice. Just to be able to kite people around a whole lot more effectively. Seen how quickly the AoE damage has been coming through as well with that Disseminate and of course the Snot Rocket.
Yeah, Disseminate, Snot Rocket, multi-shot. Dirty.
Yeah.
Does the marksmanship... Does that get buffed by Snot Rocket? Because
I
it ignores
assumed no.
base
But
armor?
I'm not sure.
Because it says it ignores base armor, so the way I think is then the minus armor would minus from 0.
Yeah, that does make sense.
But there's a fight that's going on. Copy. Goes up into the air, gets punched, gets deleted. Because that's my thought process. Maybe there's someone smarter in Dota 2 that can tell me I'm completely wrong. But
Not me.
he's a...
I mean, not in this particular scenario. It's just one of those little niche interactions, right? Of like which one gets used first, basically.
Yeah. I understand. I agree. The ever deepening well of knowledge that has to be Dota 2 and understanding these interactions is a wonderful thing to behold. I'm sure there's somebody in Twitch chat right now screaming at it being like, yes, actually. But it's fine.
Twitch chat would
We've
never.
had a good start to the game here for Cyber Goose. And now the question is, with this Ages of the Immortal map, for the next couple of minutes, is it mainly just looking towards these tier 2 towers, crossing off a few more of these objectives, or is it much more trying to get to that next set of items, considering how far they are ahead?
I'd say it's about securing this top area of the map. You know, if you can get a tier 2 tower off the back of a successful team fight because you've got the Aegis, great. But it's more about just getting this Tormentor, right? Like getting it up really quickly. They've got a lot of vision, so they're going to be able to see any smokes that might be coming through. You've even got a, bristleback to be able to help with it as well. But once this one's picked up, how long have they got left? 2.5 minutes on the Aegis? I think you could probably afford to get into that next item for yourselves. I think BKB for Notice, Chira Jr. should be able to get the... it's BKB for him, Sanj and Yasha for the Bristleback, and then you don't really care if you're getting RP, Rolling Thunder, whatever else.
Fiori. He's living. Oh boy, he's living. Oh, okay, not long enough. Had to use his entire mana pool for that for Chira Jr., so something to think about in the next couple of team fights.
Yeah. How useful is this going to be? Actually, that's not that bad. The Demonic Cleanse this game, in particular, as they banish up the Deucer Illusions and just have a little bit of extra pushing power. This is the other thing as well that we were talking about, right? The SD going up against the Medusa feels really nice for these later game scenarios. Of course, you want it there for the save against the Magnus and against the Pango roll, but just disruption against that is going to feel amazing. And then the... Hold on.
Nice little calling there coming in from Ari to at least combo break for now. Chira Jr. really wants to go back in here onto Coffee, see if he can try and force something out of him. Does get away from the swashbuckle and the Rolling Thunder will get committed. Chira Jr. Here's an RP on the background, so it's TA 2000 getting nice and low. Has to try and get himself away from everybody, but now they've decided to come in with everybody. They get stunned up by the Stone Gaze coming in from the Medusa. Uragi's trying to do what he can, but up on the high ground, they just get kited around here by TA 2000. Uragi's getting low on the mana.
Oh,
He tries to go back in. He missed with the shockwave. You hate to see it if you're a Na'Vi fan, and the Snot Rockets are doing a lot here against Uragi to slow him down, but he still stays alive.
Oh, it's a couple of point-blank misses this game so far, Fluke, and yeah, it's... I don't know how to explain it. Nerves, I guess, is probably the best way to put it. It was a great reposition of the Drow Ranger without the Aegis, right? If they're able to take out TA2000, then you're feeling a lot more confident about this game, because I think while your Medusa is having a good start...
Okay, they found out Uragi. They're looking for Ari first. Uragi, though, he doesn't have an ultimate, mate, and he doesn't have a team either. They're going to be able to deal with the Medusa, and it's all about Uragi trying to take somebody with him. Oh, you had to be careful then. That was a very tight final couple of auto attacks. So, Uragi goes down, and Na'Vi, they're crumbling here in this game number 2. It is starting nice and hot for both of these two. Yeah, right. See ya, bro. Bad luck.
Cool. Fair.
Yeah, you just you see Bristle and you just all right. See ya, mate.
You talk about, some of these diffusals that they've got coming out. It's actually Medusas that got one as well. So, against the Storm Spirit and honestly, Bristle, it feels kind of nice. Shout out to Topson Mid Gyro for going up against the Bristleback in that way. But honestly, just even building into the Disperser, it's going to be really nice as well, right? Just that extra movement speed that you're going to have once you've got all of those Snot Rocket stacks built up onto people. A big part of their difficulty is just getting kited around in a lot of these team fights. So if you're not worrying about the Frost Arrows, the Snot Rockets, it feels a lot nicer just to be able to play around with. And the thing that I was going to say before is that going up against this particular draft, the Demonic Cleanse feels amazing because you're not really caring about the slow from the calling.
Noticed. He's not rocketing, but there's not much else that he's doing. So there's a lot of this Midas armor that's floating around, but okay. I was going to say, maybe if TA 2000 walks up towards that mid lane, they're going to start and try and think about having another fight, but doesn't seem like it. There was a question I had for you in my head, but I forgot about it because I started talking about Snot Rocket. It'll come to me.
It'll come to you, I believe.
Oh, I was going to say there's for the Disperser. It's not really a question. Now that I think about it, there's a lot of dispellable things in the game. Correct? Hypothermia, goo stacks, cool stacks. Oh, cool stacks are not dispellable. No. Goo stacks are though. So
yes,
there's a lot of dispellable things this game. So the Disperser is a good shout.
Yeah, absolutely. The dispel aspect of it, plus the just movement speed bonus that it gives you, even if you're not dispelling anything. They see Yuragi just farming underneath this, but they also have an Observer Wall with 5 seconds left on it that's going to be able to get him back to safety. Nicely done. So now it kind of goes back the other way, right? I was saying before that Cybergoose just needed to wait for that next item before they went for a move of their own, and to get away.
That was close.
But now it kind of falls back onto Na'Vi to be able to do the same thing. Like they haven't made the most out of these previous gank attempts just because they've been lacking on just a little bit of something, and the Pangolier probably is that one of being able to instantly get onto the back lines and find the priority targets and disrupt them in a meaningful way. So him getting into the Blink Dagger is probably the biggest priority for me. Magnus now has Ag's Shard as well. So you've got that Horn Toss available, you've got the extra range coming through from the Skewer. No BKB yet though, so again, it really just does come down to using that Rolling Thunder in combination together with the Blink Skewer forward, just to make sure that the Shadow Demon isn't going to save whoever gets caught out. And Solo, he's got Aether Lens and a Blink Dagger, so plenty of farm to be able to be there if his dusty old bones are quick enough to be able to react.
Well, you may not have to be quick enough if you're going in onto Yuragi like this. Ari's going to come into the back lines as well, trying to find out the Magnus here. Chira Jr. low on the mana. So you have to be mindful for that as well, especially with this high ground tombstone. So they want to try and dip away from these zombies. We're going to try and find more. They still have the RP, but they have no zombie man. And with the mana left here for Cybergoose, Chira Jr. probably doesn't want to go and have another crack.
I don't think they ended up using any BKBs on Storm Spirit. Or he's the only one that's got it, so it's still good. You've got that one to be able to still lean back onto. Just constantly checking for quick Roche respawn as well. Not going to be the case this time around. And you've also picked up the Skadi for Yuragi, so he still does have issues with actually being able to get in range of the Drow Ranger a lot of the time. So I wonder if that Disperser needs to come now just so that he can have the extra item slot to go for something like a Hurricane Pike, because it feels pretty necessary this game, in my opinion. Like, sure, he's going to get the Demonic Purge used onto himself most of the time, but when it's not, you're going to be able to get yourself out of the shards. You're going to be able to keep yourself more at range away from the Drow Ranger and actually get some right clicks onto her and, get that Skadi popping. Big team fight coming, though.
Yep.
Full smoke.
It's about half HP now, the dead shot, so they know that this fight is going forward. Notice as being that body in the front, trying to find out the Magnus here.
He's stuck in the Roche pit.
They haven't been able to do anything, and as you said, Copies just bounced around like a little ping pong ball, and he's not able to get this Rolling Thunder working. Chira Jr. just takes down Boom in the background. And there's nothing that this Magnus can commit here. The Ceaseless Dirge will at least be able to bring back the Undying into this fight, but it is just
They're going to
all
be able to
panic
get more.
stations
They'll
here
get Dusa.
for Na'Vi. They found Yuragi as well. TA2000 cleans up Ari, and that is a sad, sad team fight for Na'Vi. And this game number 2 has given us a lot of hope for the Cyber Geese. This was all panic, no disco for Na'Vi.
No disco at all. I'm really stunned at how both of this game 1 and now game 2 feel like they're being decided off some pretty basic blunders coming through from both of these teams, right? Like we saw earlier on with the ganks, you missed the shockwave point blank, you missed the swashbuckle point blank. I don't think we've seen a single great rolling thunder come out, and this one was absolute disaster. Look at him there right in the top left corner, just bouncing around inside the pit, not fulfilling his role of getting onto the back lines and most importantly taking out Solo's impact from these team fights, because he's just doing way too much on this Shadow Demon. 8, 2, and 17 on the next team, 28 minutes in.
And I think also as well, it's something that we've seen across a lot of these games. A lot of these very one-sided games have been off the back of a team having some of these backline jumpers. And it's just like, you just saw it in that previous replay. He just got in the face of Boom and said to him, RP me, do it, see if you can, because I'm gonna dodge it, and if you do hit it, then nobody else is here to save you, because we've just dove into your backlines and all your frontliners can't be able to return in time. So Ari for death number, is it 11? Yeah, death number 11 for him, unfortunately. Not having a good time here on the Muerta. And that is just going to be a tier 2 tower, and they're going to come knocking on the tier 3 as well. TA2000 has plenty of time on this Aegis.
They got the Roche banner as well, for notice.
As you said, Roche banner. Chiro Jr. is going to cut a creep wave top.
It's a very early use of the glyph as well. Even if they didn't pop the Roche banner then and there, probably wouldn't have taken away any of these creeps, so should be able to get, at the very minimum, 1 lane of racks. But you've got the RP, you still don't have the BKB though on Boom, which is the big one.
Oh,
perfect save.
Disrupt there from Solo. The precast of the disruption is good enough. So they combo break, they get rid of the tombstone as well. Okay, the Rolling Thunder here from Copy with the disengage. They haven't been able to get on top of anybody just yet. And it is just a big disengagement coming in here from Cyber Geese. Okay, they get a tier 3 tower. They at least hold on here for Na'Vi, but again, just not another fight that they can lose.
They held the high ground though. That's the important thing. You know, like that's the power of having to lane up into this blink skewer potential. Like the main priority right now for Na'Vi is just get that freaking BKB on Boom, because if you're able to do it, then you know you might be able to actually get that skewer back properly. I know it was a defensive disruption in that particular instance, but they've really just got to coordinate this a little better so that Copy is going in half a second prior to the Magnus going in, so that you're actually able to, you know, convert on any sort of counter engagement, high ground engagement, whatever you want to call it. It just feels like it's not going to be successful until both you get your target and you get the save both under control.
And that's going to be the aim of the game. Oh, Yuragi, no, there's nobody here. There's nobody left for you to save. And he's just going to pop the Stone Gaze to see if he can try and buy a bit of time. At least Kaori is here as well, but there is no mana left. There is no hope left for Yuragi. He's found in the bottom side, and they're going to clean him up. They will at least be able to take someone with him. Problems?
Nope.
Ooh, he's okay. Oh no, just trying to find some farm, but gets spotted out. Was it on the Watcher that he got found on?
Not sure. I mean, they were doing Tormentor at the time, and they were like, oh, wait a second, free Dusa kill? Why not? I mean, he's the one that the vast majority of all of this net worth is going in onto. Like the Nullifier choice from Pangolier as well. Will help to be able to get rid of things like the Yule Scepter in particular.
And the Force of the Drow as well, to try and make it so she stays in place. So,
yep. Wouldn't have mounted a Basher as well. Just something else, just something little to be able to stop the storm from zipping away, to interrupt a disruption, for example, considering you do have the Aghanim Scepter already on the Pango.
True.
Boom's
courier died with a energy booster on it. He's going 8 elements.
I mean, I see why, but I still think the BKB is better. I mean, maybe it's not. Maybe if you're just able to horn toss from a larger distance, you're not actually going to be able to get the save off. Might be cope.
Could be. Could definitely be cope. But at the end of the day, these guys are fighting for a TI spot, and I'm sitting in my home in my office, so...
Come on, dox yourself. Say where you are. I will give the address. 123 Fake Street.
Please don't
I'll
send
be the one who
$1
knocks.
to 123 Fake Street. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Are scanning.
I'm really struggling to see a way for them to get back in this game on Navi's side. Like, it's not the damage aspect that's the issue for me. Hopefully they're able to at least get the D ward off, which they
found
will,
Uragi
but you've
again.
got TPs. Yeah.
It's a long
Big
TP
zip.
coming in from Chira Jr. though. A little bit of a combo break from Solo there to be able to catch out Uragi, but boom, just goes in, insta silence. See you later to the Magnetar. And they're just standing up on the high ground here is TA2000. They're going to use the Stone Gaze for TA2000 to see if he can try and get himself into this fight. Notice on the back Ryan as well, just trying to get this fight going. Now they're trying to look towards Copy. They get rid of him. The buyback, I think, comes a little too late there from Boom, and they will go all the way into the back lines here. The RP hits onto both of them, so this is a good start here, but Chira Jr. gets the triple kill as well. They're able to eventually be able to deal with all of these members, and it is his TA2000 standing and ripping apart Na'Vi. He is starting to get clicked at by Copy here, but this potentially could be the end of the game. It is a godlike and a double kill to finish the game for TA2000. And that was an absolute beatdown in 34 minutes from the Cyber Geese. Matt, for a lower bracket final, we have had two one-sided games back-to-back here. And it is all going to come down to one single game for elimination, or the chance to take on Aurora in a full best of 5 to see who will have the chance at going to the International, having to fight through the gauntlet that is the road to the International. And this is what we wanted to see, Matt. We wanted to see the best from both of these two teams. And I think, unfortunately, for Game 1 and Game 2, you also got the worst from both of them to start out. So it is a little bit of a good with the bad, but, I mean, this is Cyber Goose being able to come back and show why these guys can be contenders.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was just a few really odd fights from Na'Vi, to be perfectly honest. Maybe underestimating the damage output that could be coming. There's the basically one hit coming through from the Bristle. And again, this is pretty much the one fight where they're able to maybe get onto people. But even then, you know, you're missing a bunch of these spells. You hit a bunch of swashbuckles, sure, but there's just not that same level of follow-up there. And oh, we're about to see the infamous shockwave not hitting onto TA2000. Maybe that would have stopped the snowball. Maybe that could have changed things, but you just see the Bristleback so tanky that he can just waltz on away.
Yeah, it was very hard for them to deal with these heroes. And yeah, it was, a first pick Bristleback that just didn't really feel like that there was too much thrown his way. There was a couple of heroes that they tried to use to deal with the Bristle, but no real big Bristle counters. And I think this is the reason why, as you said, Matt, in the drafts, this is the reason why this hero is kind of first banned material, is just because he is so hard to deal with. And I did like this Medusa pick coming in from Uragi, but it was just the execution that to mine was the reason why they struggled so much. This Drow Ranger, that none of them had to build Diffusal Blades. They didn't have to go for these wackier builds to deal with Uragi, even though he had basically a free game. It just felt like every single time that this fight was going on, so what I was touching on at the start of the game was they just kill everyone around him and there's not much you could do.
I mean, yeah, I don't think it was a Uragi issue. I think he was doing totally fine, even with the situation that the game was in. He was keeping up in terms of farming. Sure, he doesn't have the highest kill involvement coming through, but I mean, you're just feeding so many kills through over on the back of your supports, 26 of them going through to Cybergoose and just making them big, fat, and juicy coming through here. Chira Jr. is going to get the chocolates for the standout player because, again, he was just everywhere. And kind of like what you were saying with the Bristleback previously, you know, first pick wasn't really counted. It's getting to the point where you need to be countering the Storm Spirit in particular, just because he can't be allowed to just get this far ahead in the game. Like a Diffusal Blade on a Pangolier isn't enough. You need a, in my opinion, lane counter to the Storm Spirit, or you just need to ban it or pick it yourself because it's providing too much of that backline jump that is winning so many teams these games. So
Yeah.
we might not be getting the Night Stalker, but we're getting a lot of the Storm Spirit kind of fulfilling a similar sort of role.
Exactly. All about the backline jump, all about the chaos, and all about the kills as well. We're back to even here, ladies and gentlemen. That means we've got one game left to determine who's going to be the opponent of Aurora in that grand final. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's one game that separates Na'Vi and the Cyber Goose from a date with Aurora. Full best of 5 to finish out the day as well, Danog. So not only is that going to be a grueling task, it is a grueling task in and of itself right now to be able to come out on top in this best of 3. Because if you lose this best of 3, you are out of the qualifiers with one hurdle left to go and is fumbling at the final step. Neither of these two teams want to falter.
10 seconds remaining.
No, they do not. And I mean, at least, like, yes, in terms of who ends up winning and goes forward to that best of 5, there's the potential for another 5 games. So they could have played 8 games of competitive Dota today. But at the very least, they've been winning fast and losing fast in game 1 and 2. So it's not like the overly strenuous 50-plus minute games where you're just mentally burned out at the very start of it. These ones kind of felt like not a foregone conclusion, but they were kind of decided in the first couple of team fights after the laning phase, it felt.
Yeah, it really did. Yeah, I agree with you, right? Like, it's, albeit it is a full best of 3, but those 2 games probably felt like half games, to be perfectly honest. You know, Na'Vi for that first game felt like they were kind of in cruise control, and the same with Cybergoose. It just kind of felt like it was Chiro Junior's playground. So both of those 2 teams are definitely looking here at the third game at hopefully being another easy one for whoever comes out on top, because you definitely need to try and leave a lot in the tank to try and take down Aurora, because it is going to take a lot to take them down. So this final game is going to be all important for both these 2 teams. So
you got to get there first, though. You can't be holding any strats in the tank. This is the one to just throw out everything, you know, and kind of surprisingly, Bristol's still in the pool, and you would have to say that Cybergoose played a pretty good game with the Bristle back on notice, so why wouldn't you just go for it again?
get rid of TA, pick Shadow Demon.
I mean, it is break, right, for you to be able to have, so that is at least
Eventually.
an answer to the Bristle. Yes, eventually. But, I mean, at least Solo had it at the end of the game. Yes, he was on the winning team, and that's probably a big reason why. He'd only died, I think, twice, maybe 4 times. I was maybe mistaken, but not too many times when you consider it was like versus 12 and 14 on his opposing support. So you're basically just saying, look, you need to pick the Bristleback or Bandit, because if you don't, we're just going to pick it ourselves, and it's just way too unkillable when you've got a Shadow Demon to protect you on the back of everything else.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing, right? Like, it's all about having that unkillability. And now
Finally.
we have the first pick, Storm Spirit, that you can actually protect.
It just
quite
keeps
a lot.
moving up in the priority. It started these qualifiers as a last pick, then it moved to the last phase bans, then it moved to the end of the second phase, then it moved to the start of the second phase, and now it's finally first pick material coming through, and for damn good reason. Like, I would just be banning a lane counter, to be honest, and then just go do Storm Spirit things all throughout the game, because finally this Shadow Demon has been answered. I feel like I've been asking for it for honestly 5 games now, and a lot of them have just had a completely free time.
Yeah.
Not this time, though.
And I feel like the couple of games that we've seen the Shadow Demon lose have been due to a Storm Spirit, if I'm not mistaken. Purely because of exactly what you're saying, right? That backline disruption to try and make it so that he doesn't have that free game sitting in the back and just waiting for an initiation on his calls, and he's able to just get that save going. So now the question is for Cyber Goose, how do you deal with it? How do you get rid of this storm?
Puck is the way, so I would be banning that if I am the Na'Vi team. And if you get rid of that, you got to go Invoker and then have some kind of AoE lockdown or some sort of, you know, AoE stun that you're going to be able to use with RP, in my opinion. Maybe even a Dragon Knight, to be honest. Even though that's not AoE, it's still a way to be able to get that initial lockdown onto the Storm once you get out of the laning phase. I just need instant catch somewhere in this lineup.
Yeah, I agree. You need to have that way of catching the Storm Spirit out. So the Puck is the very obvious ban there from Na'Vi. It's not going to slip through Milan's fingers this time around.
So TB's still in the pool. I'd probably be looking to get rid of that or pick... is it worth picking it yourself? Like, you run
Starting
a risk
with
of them just
Storm
having...
TB.
I know, but going up against a Shadow Demon TB as well is a lot of TB illusions to have to deal with. So there's always that you're needing to consider. And Bristle's still in the pool as well. Okay, like this.
This was going to be my next question to you, Matt, was with the Ancient Apparition still hovering around, are you happy with picking a Bristleback into it? just because that Ice Blast can be so... 71% this tournament. God damn.
And it's
What a
been
hero.
completely ignored these past 2 games as well.
Yeah.
Like, wasn't even banned a single time. So I'm surprised at that. I'm liking the fact that the team that has the Storm Spirit has chosen to pick it up and they've banned the puck. So AA is likely to have an easier game. I'd still be okay with picking the Bristle, to be honest, just because you are going to like be able to just stay near your Shadow Demon and cause the Storm Spirit to like have to make a decision of, do I stick in and actually kill them, or do I run the risk of dying myself? I also wouldn't mind, like, Shadow Shaman's of course banned out, but what about some of the other heroes that are being like that instant lockdown? Like Lion has fallen completely out of favor, but against a Storm it still feels pretty good. This is fine too though.
Yep, giving you that burst damage for the Tiny. Also, half decent lane into the Storm, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So it just gives them something else to play around here, and they will go for the Wind Ranger as well. That was the other hero for problems that has been an absolute standout. There was was it like a 60-minute banger, was it?
Yes.
Yeah,
it
the
was
game
just
yesterday.
cooking absolutely on this hero. Just multiple shackles at the perfect time. You also get that great combination, whether it be Chira Jr. Or TA2000 that's going to be playing this Tiny with the Wind Ranger rotating around with it, which I really enjoy. You can just 100-0 people so easily with an Avatos power shot combination. So I quite like this duo pairing coming through from Cyber Geese. It's probably not going to be the 1-5 just because of who's more likely to play these 2 heroes, but it is a really formidable lane for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Just being able to have such a scary lane and be able to enable it in a game like this is always a big positive for me. So
I want some kind of nullifier builder, something that's going to get out of the lanes in a really strong space. I don't think it's too early. I was about to say to go something like a Monkey King, but then you've got to consider you're going up against the Shadow Demon. So the Demonic Purge is going to be nice at just getting rid of that Jingu Mastery. So just something that's able to convert off of the Storm Spirit Zip, and Marcy is one of those heroes. We don't know if it's going to be a 1 Marcy as well. It's a small possibility.
yeah, potentially could be. Haven't seen that in a little while. Haven't seen Marcy full stop in a little while. So I'm excited to see what Na'Vi can bring up this time around.
Still needing some lockdown for mine. Like, Tiny's a lot, Wind Ranger's a decent amount, but is that enough to 100-0 Storm? I don't think so. And I think that's the biggest issue for mine, is you need some sort of way to not necessarily deal with Storm, but you just need to like limit his map impact or cause him to have to make a conservative decision, because I feel like that's when Storm Spirit's at his weakest. Also, I wouldn't mind them just like full on grouping up a bit more with their draft on Cyber Goose, just because I feel like Storm is getting so many of these galvanized stacks in all the games that we cast off the back of just picking off a support that's kind of off on their own, you know? And finally the Bristleback comes out. I'm surprised that it's taken this long.
I'm surprised as well. So we're at the point now where Bristle can basically take over this game, I think. Who does he really have to worry about, Danog, when we're looking across these heroes? I'm not quite sure who is going to... I mean, I guess it's only really the AA that's going to cause you problems, right?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, the Morphling ban's because you can potentially have gone into a Kanda at that point, which would have felt okay, but even Morphlings these days aren't even building into the adaptive strike when they go the damaging facets, so even that's not quite as much there, you know, for the break aspect. But I guess Marcy could kind of reposition you a little bit. A big part of your strength is that you are able to quickly zoom around with the warpath and everyone else is slow, but if you've got the Dead in the Water anchor on you, that becomes less viable. But I mean, Disseminate plus Bristleback still feels amazing. Even if they do get break, you've got the Disruption to be able to save you. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about all this. I still want a Nullifier builder on Navi's side, because you know, this Shadow Demon might go Blink Eighth Lens, but he might be forced to go into a Glimmer Cape or a Ghost Scepter more likely, just because of Storm Spirit constantly zipping onto him. So if you've got something that can quickly converge onto the backlines and nullify it, then that goes a long way towards victory for mine.
Just means you don't have any of those potential get out of jail free cards. I like this Fen ban. Lots of big bursts of damage against the Bristleback is exactly what you need to have, especially if you're able to get some sort of break against him. And obviously the AA Sven combination has been very scary. Cold Feet plus Stormhammer in lane is good. I mean, yeah, it's TB for TA 2000, right? Like, it feels like they've gotten the causes they wanted throughout the entirety of this draft here for Cyber Goose. Now the question is for Na'Vi, what's the response here?
10 seconds remaining.
Can they look to have into
Lena?
this? Lena's a possibility. Honestly, even just Drow is a possibility again. Yeah, like, you're not going to be able to kill Tiny as easily because of the Grow bonus armor being whatever color it is, yellow or green. So it's not going to get reduced for the base armor aspect, but certainly TB is a lot more killable. You're not really caring as much about the Shadow Demon disruption for your benefit, and you've got 2 cores and a beefy position 4 that's going to be wanting to go in on the front lines ahead of you. And you can build into Silver Edge quite nicely.
Yep. Yeah, I think Drow makes the most sense for me. Lane-wise, feels pretty decent. In the game, feels pretty decent. You do have to be careful of the Wind Ranger, though. She can be a bit of a problem.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, this is the final game. This is where you look towards your carry player and you say, what do you want to pick, mate? If you're in a pub, what are you picking? Looks like they've made a decision. Headphones are on here for Yuragi. What is it going to be? Yep. Daniel picked it. It's the Drow Ranger. Okay. So it feels like we've got a few things that are coming forward here for both of these two teams. We've got a lot of comfort, a lot of scary heroes. And for me, Matt, if I'm looking at 2 players that need to stand up and that need to have a game to take control of, it is both Copy and Chira Jr. The Tiny, if he gets off to a good start, can run rampant around the map, constantly killing this Ancient Apparition, constantly killing this Drow, can be a huge thorn on their side. Same thing for Copy. So very much looking towards both of these 2 mid laners to try and take over this game and push their team into the grand finals.
For sure. Also, you know, I feel like Solo, even though we did highlight Shira Jr. in the previous game, he was my MVP just with a lot of his positioning on the Shadow Demon. This time around, he's going to have a lot harder of a time because he's going to have Ari jumping in to try and find him. He's going to have Copy jumping in to try to find him. So I think once he is going up against the Storm with the Shivas, he's kind of boned. So you just got to try and do the most that you can prior to that point. You know, play around the tree lines as much as possible. Don't get caught out. Be a lot more conservative, particularly during the daytime when he's got the potential to find you just with that increased day vision. And yeah, it's a real tough balancing act of being there for the save for your cause while still valuing your own life. And I feel like he did an amazing job with that last game, but he also didn't have a Storm Spirit to contend with. So my eyes are on Solo as well.
Yeah. Seeing how much that he can do here. It's kind of exactly what you said in game number 1 with Ari. You can be the hero or the villain. And in game number 2, that's what he was. So we'll see what performance we're going to get out of Solo this time around. We'll see what performance we're going to get out of both of these 2 teams this time around. Backs against the wall. No room for mistakes for Na'Vi and the Cyber Goose. Winner of this walks into a grand final best of 5 against Aurora Gaming, who have only dropped a single map throughout the entirety of this closed qualifier here in Eastern Europe. And the loser, unfortunately, goes home empty-handed. And only the dreams of them eventually making TI are what will push them forward to next year.
Any last chance qualifiers? I love those. But, no.
Don't break my heart, Matt. Don't break my heart. That was my favorite year of TI. It was a very, very good time.
Iragi? Kind of on his own here. But they just walk past each other.
Okay. But I guess there wasn't... I mean, maybe with the reflection slow, you could have like gotten problems close enough to maybe shackle to a tree, but...
you also don't want to have shackle leveled for the lane, yeah.
Yeah, shackle and also leveling... I mean, I guess leveling the reflection's not bad for TA2000, so...
wonder if they're even in a potential to, hold on, TA2000's about to say walking up onto the high ground, but with the fact that he moved away so quickly, they might even be able to get a D ward off here if Ari was paying attention at that sentry place, but maybe they were just assuming that he had a smoke popped as well, and that's why he backed off. We'll have to see how it all eventuates. We've got 3 people down on this bottom side trying to, again, go for the gank, but playing on the bottom side of this tree line means that going to be okay.
So he does get away from the potential for a first blood gank. It means that Solo now has to be back up towards top.
So the thing, oh, hold on, jumping in already onto Solo on the Shadow Demon. He's gone the pick-me-up facet on the Marcy with the old double, what did you call those, pigtails? What kind of hairstyle is that? Anime girl? On Ari?
I don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
Dignify that with a response.
Yeah. Yeah. Just leaving that one be. That is hey, Valve know how to sell cases, that's all I'm saying. All right.
Oh, they miss onto the
It's on the
TB and
rebounds.
SD. Hey.
All right. So just a lot of goo stacks. It looks like level 1 goo. And Problems just charged him down with the kill shot as well.
Yeah, that was something I was considering actually when I was looking at, you know, this particular lane. Is anyone going to go just a casual Blightstone just to really have a ton of minus armor to have to play around with? But I guess you just build up those goo stacks so damn quickly that it's not really going to matter.
Yeah, base armor loss 1.5, armor loss per stack 2.5. So 2 goo stacks is 4 armor.
Yep. And that's more than enough to bring AA into the negatives. And I think they had 5 by the time he went down.
Yeah, like that's just a lot of physical damage that you're copping.
Carry at least able to unblock and really looking to put a lot of emphasis onto this mid lane. Nicely done. So this is the sort of thing that I was expecting to see a whole lot more, is target the Storm Spirit. Don't let him get these water runes for free. Don't let him get free power runes. Don't let him get stacks built up for him that just let him snowball completely out of control. And as well, like I was saying before, you're going to reach a point where yes, there is some value in supports roaming around, and didn't actually get the pick-me-up there on the dive, but should still be able to get the kill onto Solo.
Yeah, he's very low
popped the
here
meta,
on
though.
the Shadow Demon. Trying to see if they can get a bit of return damage, but they won't get it.
But yeah, eventually you're going to get to this point where, like, you can't just give up these kills for free, particularly to Copy on his Storm. Like, you just need to prevent him from getting these galvanized stacks. You need to make sure that he's more mana starved a lot of the time, and doing everything that you can to cause that eventuality. So I don't think they've necessarily got a draft that can just like all ball up and go at like the 20-minute mark, but you also just don't want to be super solo left on your own, you know? Just be playing it with at least one core.
You need to have that backup, it feels like, most of the time. Copy is copping a lot here from Chira Jr. in the middle lane. Does have the bottle to fall back to if he gets himself a water in at 4 minutes, but Chira Jr. starting to win out decently enough when it comes to the HP and mana trade.
I would imagine the Problems is going to make another rotation down towards this bottom rune though. Like, he will look to clean up this small camp just to make sure that Noticed isn't having too much of his net worth denied away. He's already got the Ring of Health, and again, just going into that early Vanguard that's going to cause a lot more of these rotations, and I think they know that it's happening. That's why they're making a go onto him at the bottom lane. And
Yeah,
up top, they're also going on TA.
as well. A few more of these Frost Arrows is going to try and take down Notice in the bottom side after they do take down TA2000. They want to try and turn around and see if he gets a kill on the Yuragi, and it won't be it. So 2 big core kills on the opposite sides of the map. Na'Vi doing a nice little bit of coordination.
Nicely done by Problems as well, just making sure to watch where Copy is looking to play around with. Again, he doesn't have mana to be able to make these plays, so he just hung around on that high ground, saw he was going to the Bounty rune instead of the Water rune, took the Bounty, and he's leaving the Water rune open even for Chira Jr. to be able to claim. So Problems is playing amazingly so far this game.
Yeah, Copy can potentially try and walk down there himself. Ari low and dead. TA2000 gets a bit of a response there. So nice little pick up once again there from TA2000. I believe Ari was trying to...
Dash is up. Solo has to be
little bit of
careful, just
shenanigans.
continue to play in the Fog of War. Doesn't have any regen for himself either. Might be coming out on the courier now. Never mind. Neither of these couriers actually have any regen, so hopefully for at least Cybergoose's sake, they're not going to get dived anytime soon, but it's a Marcy draft that you're thinking about, so yes, they absolutely will be going for dives.
It's the name of the hero, mate. Dive City. Also, I don't think I've ever spoken about it, but how useless is the special delivery in 8?
Extra thingo?
Yeah, the 3 levels and extra to life on the courier. That feels
having the flying courier to start with isn't too bad, and also it just means that you get the super speed a lot earlier, which feels kind of nice.
Yeah, fair enough.
I was just having a look at Ari and did start to make his way up towards the twin gate to potentially make a rotation down to the bottom side, but I think the lane's just in a position to be pushing out far too quickly for them to be able to get any kind of kill attempt off there. Chira Jr. actually moving to the same rune. What rune goes away,
He's
and
looking
Cowrie
to find
should
out
as well.
Kaori here. They don't get the kill shot, and it looks like they need a little bit of extra damage. Chira Jr. wants to walk away from the cold feed. Isn't able to get it. Now Problems wants to try and get the execute. A few more auto attacks. Chira Jr. though up on the high ground, being very, very careful about it. Now Problems looking to see if he gets it. He eventually does, but Chira Jr. he's going to lose his life for this, and that, unfortunately, is a little scuffed gank that loses the life of Chira Jr.
Does indeed, maybe just overestimating the damage that they have at this stage of the game. Only level 6 on the Tiny. I was thinking with that power shot, kill shot, it would be enough. 2 seconds. See if he's able to get the long range. He just waiting for the creep wave. They see him.
Just have a shot,
back
Problems. Have a shot.
Radiant are scanning.
Will they be able to get any damage into this tower? Maybe a tiny bit. By the time the Tide Hunter gets all the way back and TP's back to the lane. But Wisdom Rune not going to be harmed in the meantime. I'm hearing Storm Spirit make another bit of a go, and it's just stealing some stacks. Of course, why not? You know, you're going up against a Bristleback. You know, this is probably what's been happening when Problems has been making those rotations. So if you can get some free net worth, why not take it?
Also with the map orientation as well, it just feels like being Radiant, walking into that small little hard camp there is just, feels so free for you just because of how like kind of flat it is in comparison to the stairs. Like you can kind of just walk up, and especially with the static slide, like you can just kind of remnant, like be like halfway up, kind of just remnant up there, throw a few hands at it, mostly kill all the small and the medium sized creeps anyways, and then, you know, you can just leave maybe a big creep there if you get someone to run at you.
Yeah, just
feel very
prevent
simple on the Radiant
it
side.
from fully respawning, you mean? Oh, Tier 2000's getting jumped on up here. He doesn't have the Sunder, but he's got the point to level it up.
They will have the Ravage, and unfortunately they just don't have the life, because that's a big rotation that comes in here from Na'Vi. So they hit the go button, and they put the pressure on TA 2000 here on his Terrorblade.
Nicely done with his illusion, even after death, just preventing some damage being put into that tower after the fact. Just wanting to double up the wave, give him a little bit more creeps to be able to farm once he does get back to that lane. And I mean, they know that they're not going to be dealing with the Ravage, so he should feel fairly confident to be able to just TP in. Maybe not,
As long as he doesn't have Ari jump in his face, he should be okay.
Should, but he's still holding. Yeah, he's actually TPing all the way back to the tier 2 tower, feeling like he needs to go into the jungle already, just because of who hasn't been showing on the map. And it really is Ari that's in the bane of his existence so far, and he's approaching in on his level 6 too, so that unleash has the potential to really cause him some grief. Conversely, though, they're making their own move down towards the bottom side, looking to try and get a kill onto Cowrie on his AA.
Yeah, they have the invis rune here on Chira Jr. He's able to get behind the tier 1 tower, and he finds the Ancient Apparition, Avatos combo. He'll get it, right? Right?
Should.
Dire's top tower is under
Hey, slow, okay.
Just rock fist curls around the tree, sure. Seems good.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But there's a lot of tower damage being put onto the Cybergoose side. Both Boom as well as Copy looking to hit into it with those cores. Multiple heroes down bottom, so they are doing some damage of their own, but it's gotten to the point where unless you've got that metamorphosis and willing to pop it, you can't really contest the Tidehunter. So even though he's in this weakness point where he doesn't have the Ravage available, he's not even necessarily feeling all that weak just because TB can't contest into him at this stage. He's just going to feed over illusions if he does.
You don't want that. So now with the amplified damage picked up by Chira Jr., I believe that was a combination that he dropped here onto Copy. They just didn't get the kill for it. So again, just slipping away from these ganks, other side of Na'Vi, just dodging when they need to dodge and ducking when they need to duck. They've been able to get out to a nice little net worth lead here after getting a few of these towers as well. So
another movement coming from Chira Jr., really wanting to focus down towards that bottom side. Again, the Drow Ranger has such a favorable matchup against the TB that you've got to make sure that even one that isn't having as good a game as she is going to be taken out as quickly as possible. Ari's in the good position to be able to break this smoke first, though.
oh, they just go through the trees, but now they're setting their attention here onto Yuragi. That is a toss up into the air, and she is dead. Looking to see if they can try and take down Ari. Boom's here as well. They have the Ravage at the ready, so they're just going to pop it here to take down Chira Jr. They eventually will lose out on the Tiny. They're buying a bit more time here. TA2000 wants to turn back around. Avalanche goes in forward, seeing if they can try and get more kills. They have been able to get more of these supports. Now with Boom on the run, the Cyber Geese are seeing if they can try and collate on top of the Tidehunter, and they have been able to. He will just pop the Kraken shell for a little bit more of the life, but fortunately for him, that's a 4-for-1 trade, and the Cyber Goose turn this one back around.
They do indeed, and really it was on the back of Solo, right? Just enabling that disruption coming through, getting the extra couple of seconds of life for the Tiny meant he got one more Avalanche off, so not only enough to be able to kill the Drow first and foremost at the start of the fight, but just to control everyone so that TB with the meta popped was enough to be able to kill 3 heroes. So nicely done by him. Even, you know, popping the Demonic Purge onto the Tidehunter, preventing him from being able to run away. Can't purge that one off.
Very true. And we're at a point now where Chira Jr. has picked up the Blink Dagger at 12 minutes into the game, so his game has just begun. He's getting close towards that maxed up toss as well. You get that
he is,
level
but
10.
he's still a level and a half behind the Storm Spirit, and this is the risk that you run when you're going for a lot of these plays across the map. Are they going to immediately go for another smoke? I don't even know if they actually have one available, and yeah, they need to get a new one delivered. So just walking out here for now, but again, it just means that you're not farming. Your Storm is just spending the majority of his time in the jungle. They actually even see them.
He wants to go here on notice as well. They get the Ice Blast, the Avalanche, and the toss up in the air, as well as the Hell. But do they have the damage to take down the Storm? No, they don't. He has to use the Soul Ring, TP away. Oh. 18 life. As he just stared down the creep wave as he's TPing away. So, no harm, no foul for both of these two teams. Everyone survives, Notice lives. So does Copy.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a... I love the play that he tried to make going in onto the Bristleback because, I mean, he's having by far the time of his life so far this game, but I mean, it's just so hard to kill this freaking Storm Spirit, and he's able to, you know, go for these kills and then just immediately go back towards the jungle, pick up a bunch of farm, get into his next item, and then he's straight out doing it again. You know, he's got the AA now to be able to make those sorts of plays with the Ice Blast as well.
Yep. It just means they've just got that extra bit of potential across the map. Obviously, anywhere the Storm goes and the Ancient Apparition can follow up with an Ice Blast, feels like it's a kill. So this game, definitely on a knife's edge here. Both of the two carries farming away in the jungle, whereas the Storm and the Tiny, they're still trying to find those little avenues to continue this snowball. And it's all about trying to open up the map for them.
I was about to say, let's see who Gaben loves more, and looks like it's Na'Vi at this point. Shield Rune coming up towards the top side, deliberately not tossing the wave, just to have full mana and cooldowns, just in case a fight did break out around that power rune, and well, they lost the 50-50 there, so Storm saw how hard he was to kill previously. Now it's going to be even more so, and he's continuing to just kind of gap the Tiny in terms of the level progression that he's had.
Yeah, this is the problem with Tiny sometimes, right, is if you get into this slower kind of type of game and you've gone for this Blink Dagger build, it is very hard for you to keep up Can still farm though with the avalanche toss as well as the tree grab, but definitely not as fast as what a Storm Spirit can. And now they've got the smoke up here, looking to try and pincer maneuver on the tier 1 tower. They still have the shield rune available here for the Storm
They've got
Spirit.
the Ravage as well.
Here, up onto the Titanhunter. They're all ready for this. It's a Ravage on the fall. Everyone from the side of Cybergoose gets clipped by the Ravage, and now they're all getting hit by the rest of the spells. It's only Notice and TA2000 that are left available here for this fight, and the Avatos combo onto a Tidehunter. I don't think that's very advisable, and especially when you had that pincer move coming in from Na'Vi.
They had to have known something was up for Boom to be in this lane in general, right? As they're looking to go for more, still has half of that shield rune available, and they're just going to jump straight in onto the Bristle and take him out.
Yeah, he doesn't really get too many of the snot rockets off. But they at least deal a little bit of extra damage coming back there. You just see how much damage the illusions do with all those goose stacks on them. But it's just a good set of last couple of minutes here from Na'Vi, really being able to keep the key members alive, but also being able to move around the map in the correct position there. But yeah, it's just it's like, if it feels too good, then it probably is too good, you know? The fact that Boom is just walking at this tier 1 tower by himself, he's probably going to have backup in some way, shape or form. They're going to walk into a smoke here from Solo, and they found out Kaori gets tipped away, so at least, yeah, he lives for now.
Might end up getting 2 Observer Wards killed as well, and Boom even gets the deny on the tower. Yeah, I mean, the thing that surprised me most is that they made that mistake considering how experienced some of their players are as well, right? Like, for Solo to give them the okay, for example, is a little surprising to me. He's already queuing up straight into the Aghanim Scepter, by the way. It might be a while. It's not the same as the last game where he was able to build up a ton of stacks for his team and be involved in kills all across the map. And of course, you're going up against this Storm Spirit who now has the Kaya Sarge, so I'd be surprised if he didn't go into the Shiva's Guard coming through next. Even the Veil, just for a little bit of that extra armor, and of course, amping up the damage of basically everyone, you know? It's going to amp up the Anchor Smash, it's going to amp up even the Frost Arrows.
It's going to amp up a lot in these fights, noticed. Walks forward, he's able to actually get the stack of the Mad Stones.
Getting a little greedy though. Getting a lot greedy.
Whoa, okay. I feel like I was in the same bucket as Copy. They've been like, this is okay. Should be right. No. The goose stacks just meant too much physical damage that came in there from Notice as well as Chira Jr. And that's a big mistake.
I mean, particularly when you've got a Tiny to be able to play around with, right? Like, that's the real difference maker there. Actually not putting points into the Avalanche cast range, huh? Looking to maybe be that right-click transitioning core as well, which I don't hate. You know, you need to have that follow-up right-click damage to the... And that is a lot of Observer Wards placed around a very small area. Like, I think 1, 2, and a third could very quickly be dewarded at the top of this... these stairs above the bottom rune. All placed down by Cybergoose within the past couple of minutes, and 2 of them have already been dewarded.
We're looking to control that area. Doesn't look like all the controllers going their way. Na'Vi. Now they want to smoke out as well. Blink as well as the Ravage is ready and available. So they go forward here onto Notice. So you have to be very, very careful if you are the Bristleback. He is going to get cold feet. And again, the Ravage just hits on 4 of these members. Solo goes into the disruption. Now with the Avalanche toss goes forward, back on towards the Storm Spirit. They get rid of Ari before this fight actually comes out. And now we've just separated into multiple different small skirmishes. 2 of the heroes go down here for Na'Vi. So it was a Blink Ravage that I thought was going to be fantastic. And the Shadow Demon being able to keep himself alive for a little longer.
It was, but also Chira Jr. was on point with that Avalanche, like right on top of where they were looking to dive in onto him to be able to combo together with that Ravage, and I just completely disrupted a lot of that damage that was coming through. Notice no fear. He's just going to be running straight on into the Storm Spirit, and again, this is kind of what I was wanting to see. He wasn't necessarily addressed too much in the lane on the Storm, but you could just see that he's having to play a little bit more conservatively off the back of, you know, how these past couple of team fights have gone.
Oh, Chira Jr. Yeah, whoa!
Ooh.
I thought you would blink Gush there from Boom to cancel the TP, but he went for the Anchor Smash instead, and
I think he'll be gushing from now.
Yep. Chira Jr. very quickly was able to blink away from that. Now he's going in towards the twin gate. He ain't got some buddies around.
He could have just TP'd. He's
Still going to go in here. Now, unfortunately, he's not going to have the time to go into it. He's going to see if he can try and get the avalanche going for it. Tom's going to come through, save with notice as well, but they've just walked into the ice path. The ice blast, rather. And now Kaori, unfortunately for him, had a lot of hombres in his face. So Notice lives from the ice blast, and 20 minutes is up. Are they going to do this with Notice being so low HP?
Right, so should be fairly easy.
Yeah, okay, he's going to be okay.
Yeah, a little surprised Tiny didn't just straight up go through that twin gate. Oh man, that is ballsy from Drow, just straight up running in there. Not worried that they might just be waiting for him.
Look at the damage that goes out there on a copy from Solo. That was just a Disseminate and a Demonic Purge, as well as a few TB illusions just started smacking into him, so Copy's got to be careful.
Got lucky as well, though. Got the greedy enchantment for his neutral item, so start working more and more towards that Aghanim Scepter. Already picked up the Ogre Axe, so not losing too much unreliable gold off the back of these deaths. Plus a bunch of extra HP off the back of that Ogre Axe. They see Copy again, just looking to roam on the bottom side of the map. Chira Jr. can't really do too much on his own, and again, he's just looking to secure his own scaling in the game. Like, he's still the last of the cause just because he has no farming items at this stage. He's just using Avatos with the Soul Ring to be able to constantly shove out these waves. But I do like the fact that he's going into the BKB. Gives him, of course, the survivability aspect, but as a strength hero, even an okay amount of damage coming through from that as well.
Yeah, good guy Noticed gives that middle lane to Chira Jr. to complete that BKB.
Yep. Wouldn't hate even just a power treads on the Tiny, to be honest, unless he's just literally going to be playing the let's call it guerrilla warfare of, you know, just in out, just constantly trying to make these rotations, tossing the Tidehunter back again.
First, picked up BKB here from Chira Jr. We'll be able to walk off the Ice Blast, but I thought they learned their lesson from the first time. It's not really a hero you can kind of just go in on.
He had the Ravage as well, and he's got the Blink Dagger, FYI, so with this smoke, might be looking to take a really big, successful team fight. They're going to see a couple of illusions. Maybe look to go for that big wrap around, but probably perfect positioning.
Yep, he broke the smoke. He will lose his life for it, but that just means that everybody else is going to be much more A-okay. That was a beautiful shackle shot there. Goes in onto Ari, so he's going to lose his life thanks to the tower. You're going to try and walk away here from the cold feet on the Bristleback, but that is a deletion on the Tidehunter. So as soon as you start to get him a little bit out of position, that's when you can start to make this kill happen onto the Tide. Copy. Walks away. And be careful for Yuragi. That's going to go in here on a Chira Jr. They're going to be able to body block onto that multi-shot. Nice little use there of the TP illusions for TA2000, who is just walking onto Yuragi, and he just loses his life. The Drow Ranger had the Hurricane Pike, just didn't want to use it. No. And now the Ancient Apparition is dead as well, and Copy's the final remember. He will be able to get himself a Lotus as he walks out, but he takes, Chira Jr. with them, who denied himself to a neutral creep, but Yuragi just died.
I mean, the big thing is they could have very easily just run away. They had no way to be able to chase down. It's only because they went back in that they ended up dying. It was still 5 seconds left on the Blink Dagger for the Tiny, and as of this point, they don't have any other ways to really initiate problems off the back of that fight. Now has just 100 gold away from being able to pick up his own Blink Dagger, but at least for that point in time, that was just Na'Vi throwing themselves into the meat grinder without two of their biggest heroes for frontlining.
It really does feel like that once that Tidehunter and the Marcy are gone, like, it's so easy for Cybergoose to just run at them, right? Like, yeah, especially Noticed here on the Bristleback. I feel like he's had such an untouched game. Second highest core in the game, and he's just enabling so much for TA2000 and Chira Jr. because he is, one, so tanky on the front lines, but two, these goo stacks, man. He gets two goo stacks on someone, and it's like they're at a crawl. And he is just chasing them down. And then with the Demon Zeal as well for TA2000, if he's not in the Metamorphosis form, he just has infinite chase. And it just feels so hard for these members of Na'Vi to get away. And, I mean, at this point, it's just starting to get very scary as this back and forth happens between both of these two teams.
It just means that those BKBs are going to have so much importance on Na'Vi, right? Every single person is working towards them except for the AA and the Tide Hunter. Even Marcy, just really wanting to play that frontline role, realizes how important it is for her. As they actually find the Tide Hunter, but I don't know if they actually willingly want to go in onto this, considering it has that potential in there. Oh, actually,
There's
hold
a
on.
shield room. And he still has Ravage available. Boom. He's taking so much damage here. Turns around for the anchor smash and will just lose his life. So I thought maybe with the posturing coming in from Copy that they were looking to try and turn it around a little bit, but I guess with the Terrorblade there with the Aegis, 3 minutes left on it, they were just kind of cutting their losses and just leaving the Tide Hunter be.
Also, shield rune don't matter when you got a Shadow Demon, right? He just demonic purges it off, and suddenly you're nowhere near as tanky. And you know, again, speaking of solo Shadow Demon, 900 gold away from that Aghanim's Scepter, so you're going to have much more capable ways of just dealing with that Tide Hunter. You can actually start to have a lot more of that minus armor coming through.
Yeah, exactly. You can actually just throw out the break on him and deal with him that way. Veil of Discord coming out for the Tide Hunter. Wants to build towards that Shiva's Guard. So one of the BKBs is up now for the Storm Spirit and Copy. So he has a few more ways of navigating these team fights, but still, there's a very clear line about what Na'Vi have to do, and this potentially could be the start of that line. Copy's going to go forward here onto Notice. The Bristleback's hard to deal with, and they're going to use the Gale Force here from Copy in a minute. They can't continue to chase.
Regen activated once again, but can't continue the chase on this Storm Spirit. Might just use all of this regen duration just for farming purposes, but they're not really accomplishing anything during a lot of these smokes, right? They're either choosing bad team fights, or they're not able to find people as effectively as they would have liked. And, you know, every little second that ticks by, this Bristle just gets tankier. This Tiny just gets tankier. Even the TB, now he's finished the Skadi up and he's still got about 2 minutes left on that Aegis. So how are you supposed to kill him?
I think for me, it's all about Yuragi, right? Being able to enable this turret to do the damage. We saw what TA2000 was able to do with the Drow Ranger in that previous game. You know, Yuragi's looking to emulate that as well. So
where's their
Tier 2
break?
tower is going to go down.
Where's their ability to be able to kill this Bristleback? That's the main issue that I have for them. It's not like they have an overwhelming amount of stuns either, where you might be able to be lucky and catch him facing you. He's got the Blade Mail, he's got the Halberd, he's got even the BKB if you give him a second to be able to pop it.
Are scanning.
A lot of
is a
aggressive
big
posturing
move.
on the bottom side of this map.
Got
Looks like
vision.
problems. Ooh.
No mana now on the Storm Spirit to be able to play with, and he needs to BKB TP. No, that's intentional. He
Yeah,
felt like he
okay.
was caught out.
That was close too from Chiro Jr. That avalanche could have potentially caught out a few more of these members. And yeah, I mean, just having a Nightfall his way out of it.
So you got to say, what's the win prob? 58% for Cybergoose? Yeah, I can see that. You know, you can see the avenues for the Drow Ranger to be able to get back into this game, but it really is off the back of, they just need these BKBs so badly. They would love the Shivas as well, like we've been saying, just to be able to limit the impact.
Ooh. 20 seconds left on this Aegis, so you can see TA2000 just got the cojones of a mountain goat here, just walking forward and doing whatever he wants.
It's so crazy how they're able to just walk up completely like sheer cliff face.
Yes. Gonna have big cojones to do that. No fear of death.
Have you asked them? Or are you just assuming?
I have. The mountain fears them.
Ah, true.
Yep.
What's he got? Witchblade on the Storm Spirit. All right. Just helps them kite out a little bit more effectively as well. Feels kind of nice, I suppose. Also has a True Strike, so you're going to be able to slow down the Wind Ranger.
Also building into that Prasma, it's going to be a lot of that extra damage. Considering that Boom is the one that's building towards the Shivas, so Copy not having that for himself kind of gives him a different avenue for his item build early on. You know,
This
Prasma
ward
Storm when we get
problems is-
towards the end of it.
Giving so much value, like a couple of sentry wards, and it's just still not clipping it. And might be
Copy.
able to
They're
get
waiting to see
away,
if he's going to TP.
he needs to
He's going to have to
BKB
BKB
again.
TP. They're going to see if they can do anything. No. But that's 2 BKBs in a row for Copy. For nothing.
Yep. And what did I say about ways to beat the Storm? Force him to play defensively, and that's exactly what they're doing. It's off the back of great warding. It's off the back of playing pretty effectively together as a team. And honestly, the Terrorblade enables a lot of it as well, because you do need someone that deals magic damage to address a lot of these lanes just being shoved in by the TB illusions. And outside of the Drow Ranger, Storm's really the best candidate to be able to do it. So he can't go for a lot of these gank attempts that he previously would have been able to in other games.
Yeah, I mean, it's completely different to what Chiro Jr. was able to do in the previous game, right? Where, as you said, kind of unchained, able to do whatever he wanted. Just looking at Noticed here respectfully.
Nah, not a chance.
Doesn't have the
He's pinging
BKB,
him.
but maybe with the burst damage they can take down the Bristleback. It's 3.2k HP to get through and a BKB.
Nah.
They found Chiro Jr. though.
Him they can take care of. Bristle, still no.
And especially losing that gem as well. So that's a big start here for Na'Vi. Amplified damage rune here on TA2000. He wants to have this fight. He wants to catch some of these members. Boom. Got to be very careful about how you're walking into this fight here. The break's going to go forward there. At least we'll get the throw out there from Ari. But look at the damage from the amplified damage rune of TA. And he will continue to walk forward here on Kaori. And a few more of these goo stacks are just going to find little ice cream in the corner. And they find 2 more kills. They take down Boom. They take down Kaori.
Even just Uragi TPing up. I mean, Uragi TP'd up towards the top side, and there's no creeps for him to farm there. He got 1 neutral camp, and now he's going to need to be forced back. You've still got half duration on that amp damage, and they have no glyph for 30 seconds, so this should be a lane of racks.
There's not really much that Uragi can do. He's going to see if he can cleave through some of these TB illusions, but as you said, the amplified damage rune just makes it so simple. And they just get through that lane of racks, and I mean, at the drop of a hat, it went from what, like a 4k net worth lead to now 10k for the Cyber Goose. Just look at it, just dip. Just straight down. And now a full lane of racks as well. Oh, Cyber Goose, they can see that grand final, they can taste it. They still need to complete the entirety of the game, though. Na'Vi aren't going to hand it to them on a silver platter.
They're not. I'm still looking at, Chiro Jr. and where his continual impact is going to be coming from. He's going for the Octarine, but you're going to have a little bit of extra time until it really starts to give you that giga value like you get when he's level 25. So, the small part of me is just like, what's going to win them the game now? What's going to be able to, without a shadow of a doubt, just be able to put the final nail in that coffin? Honestly, it even feels like the Boots of Travel wouldn't be the worst at this stage of the game, just to be able to catch out the Drow Ranger, because Uragi's been pretty aggressive with a lot of the areas that he's been farming. But now Na'Vi, I think, are recognizing the fact that, we don't have bad team fight, we've just had bad initial reads on who to be focusing down. So they're sticking around each other so that it's at least a lot more favorable in terms of when they do start these team fights.
All right, well, the Ice Blast is going to go in, make it a little annoying for this Roshan, but it will be the second Rosh now for the side of Cyber Goose. They're going to get themselves an Aegis to the Immortal as well as the Rosh banner. With Tier 2000 TPing towards this Tier 2 tower, they're looking to see if they can try and find some more Na'Vi members. Tier 2000 forces himself up to the high ground. As I said, Cojones the size of mountain goats. Oh no, Kaori. Ah, well. I mean, someone had to die.
Sure. And Problems will say thank you very much for that. Atos from long range. Able to, he's even got the keen-eyed enchantment as well. It's just going to make that much easier. But it's a night and day difference between, the storms that we've seen so far, isn't it? It does kind of feel like it needs to be this Wombo combo that's coming through, but they're not making it easy considering they gave up that Aegis pretty damn freely. Got Tiny, who's getting close to being able to purchase the full Octarine. There's even an amp damage rune in the bottom of the river. But they're not concerned about that. You've got a TB level 21 hitting into your racks, and that is the last glyph that you're going to have as well. No creeps to be able to keep that backdoor protection away, but at the very least get the tower.
Yep, and with that tower taken, you can just pop this Gale Guard as well. So he's constantly just able to play around with the Gale Guard. So the zip is going to come in here from Copy, and the fight just starts at a little bit of an awkward start here for Ari. And now, boom, walked into the sidelines there, trying to get a Blink Ravage, but got hit by the Avalanche. Now
Still
Copy
on the same
goes
page.
in. Okay.
Now they've got that Roshan's banner down as well.
Yuragi. That's a couple of these goose sacks that go forward here. Boom still sitting on the sidelines here. Hasn't found an opportunity for him to get the Blink and the Ravage. Yuragi has to go back into the base. Ari, though, is be able to buy back into this fight. So they throw out an Ice Blast, but just look at this. Cyber Goose just say, all right, see you, boys.
Gets on out, buyback expended, 1 racks down. They'll gladly take that any day of the week. TB Illusion ended up being able to just get that last hit onto the Ancient Apparition as well once the Ethereal form wore off. So big kudos need to be given to Cyber Goose with how they've been able to address this game so far. Even just keeping these TB Illusions out here. Again, this is what I was a little worried about in the draft, right? Like, they kept Shadow Demon Bristleback together, they kept Shadow Demon Terrorblade together. Look at what they're able to do. You know, TB doesn't need to be anywhere near this lane, and they're still keeping all of Na'Vi hemmed inside their base.
Yeah, it really has felt like this game number 3 draft that Cyber Goose have just gotten everything that they wanted. And as you said, just really kind of feels like it's another one of those games where the Shadow Demon has just kind of been able to do whatever he wants. Perfect opportunity for them to counter this Storm Spirit. There was a first pick coming in from Na'Vi.
And he's got the Blink Dagger now as well as the Ags on the Shadow Demon, so very easy to be able to find these quick pickoffs.
Going in for the AC as well on the TB.
Love
just
it.
more plus armor to deal with the Drow Rangers marksmanship, and also just a whole lot more of that negative armor to go around as well. He's going to absolutely shred anybody that he gets close to, especially if they get 1 to 2 goose stacks. Ooh. Just missing out there on the catch. So Yuragi goes up into the Glacier, but it was kind of like a smash and grab. Just walked in, they took the racks, and they left.
Yep. And the worst part is that Copy was forced to come all the way back to be able to try and make that happen. Again, he's got the Aghanim Scepter. It really does feel like they're just waiting, biding their time, hoping that they can maintain some semblance of a base for the rest of the duration of this Aegis. It's got 65 seconds left on it. They need the perfect zip in from the Storm Spirit into a multi-man grab.
Oh, the fight
grabs
break
one,
out
though.
here. They go up into the egg. Does the Storm Spirit. It could be being used here by Yuragi. Big Ravage on the backline's open. Can they turn this into kills? No, it looks like they haven't been able to just yet. The Shadow Demon goes
Drow's getting
inside of that
chased
disruption. TA2000 is able to get himself away from that Ice Block. And look at the damage that goes in onto Boom. They get rid of Ari as well. Copy's the one that is out of mana, and he has to walk back inside of his base. They lose 2 heroes with no buyback here, Danog. This is looking like it is dire straits for Na'Vi here. The final hurdle for them to try and have a crack at Aurora in that grand final after that upper bracket. And it looks like now it is Cyber Goose who are starting to close the door on them as well. The beautiful shackle shot comes in from Problems once again. They will go into the Aegis of the Immortal respawn though for TA2000. So they've at least been able to get a few more of these kills. They've taken down Punch, but Yuragi, he's down on the low ground. There's no BKB for the Drow Ranger. He's dead 95 seconds without
either.
a Drow Ranger. This is all but done. It is on Copy and Kaori to see if they can hold. The Ice Blast goes in here onto the Terrorblade. They need to get away from the Sunder, and now they get the disarm. So Notice has been able to stand there and stand tall. They've already got the Megas. Kaori is oh so low here on the Ancient Apparition. The Gale Force comes down. Now they get the respawn coming in here from Boom. They at least keep Notice here towards these tier 4 towers, but how much damage do they actually have against the TA2000? It looks like it's all not enough. And once again, Notice is just able to stand in front of everybody and look at this base melt. They have not been able to hold on here, have Na'Vi, and it really does look like the Cyber Geese are going to honk their way into a grand final in the road to the International. They will leave the base with the tier 4 towers going down. They come back in with the blue hole, looking to see if they can take down the Shadow Demon. Solo goes inside of that disruption, and once again, low mana on these heroes, and the kill shot comes in from Problems. Now it's TA2000. He walks back around with the Sunder going back in as well. He's inside that BKB form, stands and fights and takes down another. There is only Copy that's left available here. See if he can hold on. How much HP does he have? It's not enough. They get the Avalanche. They call the GGs, and Na'Vi, just like that, are out of the tournament, and it is the Cyber Geese that are going into a grand final best of 5 to see if they can punch their ticket to TI.
pressing W and pressing the Q button. Lots of work in the middle of a lot of these team fights for the Bristleback, but it got let into such a late phase of the draft. What was it, 4th pick? And then, the Terrorblade with the last pick overall. Kind of crazy that they let these many strong heroes get to this stage of the draft. And once again, it felt like Problems was just doing so much across the map. His warding is next level. Again, he's one of those few position 4s that takes up the majority of the warding positions because they recognize how valuable Solo's contribution is. He can't be dying. He can't be, delaying his Aghanim Scepter timing. He can't be delaying his Blink Dagger timings because, again, whenever they tried to make a Solo jump onto someone, he was just right there with the disruption to be able to turn things around.
Yeah, and I really do feel like picking up this Wind Ranger for Problems as well, it's such a no-frills kind of hero, right? All you require, I feel like, is the Gale Force. Yes, the Blink Dagger, the Rod of Atos, the Force Stuff, Glimmer Capes, all that kind of stuff. Auxiliary for the hero. It's mainly about the Shackle Shot, setting up things with the Kill Shot early on, and really just being able to be a nuisance.
Here was nuts.
This was definitely, it felt like the fight that kind of turned things around. You can see it was only about a 1k net worth lead, and this was where I really started to scratch my head with this Drow Ranger. It just felt like that Yuragi was never able to get into this game, and this is where TB really took over the game, especially with Notice at his back as well. And there was just so many of these different fights where once they figured out how they wanted to deal with this Tidehunter, it was all Cybergoose.
I just doubt that was Yuragi's call, is the thing. Like, he wouldn't have wanted to go in without people frontlining for him. And you saw Tide was dead for 30, Marcy was dead for 14. Tide had Ravage, but Tide's got to be there for the Ravage to actually be impactful. Could have been an amazing bait, but just wasn't the case. And again, I really want to commend Cybergoose as well. Even after they saw this Aghanim Scepter on the Storm Spirit, they were never in a position where they got this, like, even 2-man blue hole. They were always spread apart enough that was never going to be the case, and it was just divide and conquer. All while this was happening, as you can see in the off-screen picture-in-picture there, Notice was just kiting away both Yuragi and Copy. He was doing that good of a job on this Bristleback of just focusing all of the attention onto him, and he's just so damn tanky that he wasn't even close to dying.
Yeah, it was ridiculous at the amount of space that Notice was creating there. And in that final fight, Yuragi went up onto his Glacier, popped BKB. The Gale Force pushed him off. So he couldn't stand on the Glacier and get the extra damage and have that just position of power in that team fight. And then he had to go up to his own high ground. And by that time, his BKB had started to wear off. And then he had Notice in his face again. So it was just such a difficult fight for Yuragi to try and play around with. And I think Cybergoose just, after that game 1, I'd be really interested to hear the kind of thought process after that game 1, because they got kind of spanked after a few issues that they had in that game number 1. And I guess game number 2 just kind of really put the wind back in their sails. And they just went into this game number 3. They pretty much got everything that they wanted. And now they've been able to stamp a ticket into a grand final to go up against Aurora, who they haven't faced yet, which is a big thing for both of these two teams, is they haven't faced off against each other yet. And it's a full best of 5 to see who's going to go to the international.
I was about to say, let's bring up the bracket because they've faced pretty much everyone else, right? Like they didn't play E-Spoiled. They didn't play... is that it? Liga team?
Runa team. It was Runa.
No, they did. Lower bracket. They played him.
Did they? Oh, they did too, yes.
So they haven't played Liga team and E-Spoiled, and I think that's it. I think they've played literally everyone else.
Wow. And they've been able to clean through a lot of these other teams as well, and now being able to take the scalp of Na'Vi. This is something that we talked about on day number 1, right? Was looking at this Cybergoose roster that was very kind of question marky for me as to why they lost that first series against Quantum, because these are all gamers. Like, all of them have been able to do a lot of good work, and even the one who doesn't have the same kind of starry name that all these other players do in Problems has been a thorn in the side of so many of these different heroes and all these different players as well. And I mean, Matt, it's such a good run for them too.
Like we were saying before, upper bracket for bitches, and they were able to really show that. They just coming through all the way, playing the most series of any team, getting the most practice on this patch, especially for a team that's kind of come together at the very last minute. So that is it for yourself and I, Luke, and it's been a pleasure as always casting Eastern European Dota. Can't wait to see how the finals turn out. Any last words from yourself?
I'd just like to thank PGL once again for bringing me back out of retirement to cast a wonderful region with a wonderful friend of mine in Danog. It's been a pleasure to watch Eastern Europe, and I know the British lads are going to have a very wonderful grand final. I'm going to potentially lose a bit of sleep trying to watch this series tonight. So thank you, everyone, for joining us throughout the entirety of Eastern Europe. There's one series to go to determine that final slot. So thank you guys for joining us, and we'll see you guys for the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals of the road to the international qualifiers here in the Eastern European region. My name is Nomad. I'm joined by T Governor, and we are going to be getting into our final series of these qualifiers, which may not be who all of you expected here. T Gov, talk to me about the story, the narrative we've been building throughout these entire qualifiers, and how a certain team just blew it all apart in the last series.
Yeah, I mean, the narrative was Aurora was first seed, the second seed looked to be Na'Vi, and then it was pretty much kind of like everyone else, right? Like newly formed teams, moving players around, trying to get the best possible chance to have a chance at qualifying to TI. And here we see Cyber Goose making that beautiful run from the lower bracket round one. They lost to Quantum, an open qualifier team, but then since then they have just leveled up as they just kind of pretty much obliterated the lower bracket, getting to the grand finals. And may I add, for Eastern European history, there only has ever been one team, when there's obviously with the size of bracket that we have, to make a lower bracket run from round one all the way to the grand finals, and that was Team Empire. Sure, they did then lose 3-2 in the grand finals to Team Spirit, and then, of course, Spirit went on to win that grand finals. But the fact that we just do not get lower bracket round one teams making this epic journey often in the TI qualifiers. So yeah, we have Cyber Goose kind of stepping in, creating potential history to be one of the first teams to, make the run and qualify. But they are going up against Aurora, a truly formidable team, one that we have been saying from day one is to be the qualifying team. It feels like, yeah, it's everyone trying to get good enough to even get close to these guys.
Absolutely, yeah. They've been on a level of their own. Na'Vi were able to take a game off them, which is honestly quite impressive, but not able to close out the series. And now Aurora looking to be the final raid boss of these qualifiers. They want to get to TI. They want to bring these players back. Toronto Tokyo, he wants another Aegis. Nightfall, he wants to get his first. Panto, he wants to be at his first TI as well. So let's see what these guys can do. We've got the draft now available for game number 1 in this best of 5 series. To be fair, T-Gov, we did say at the very beginning, we came in day 0 and said, Cyber Goose, they could probably be top 3. I remember this very clearly. Look at this team. These are good players. They've got the experience of Solo with some really, really good new talent, some more experienced talent like TA2000. Easily, these guys can make top 3. And then they kind of messed up a little bit in the very opening game. We lost all faith in them, but slowly but surely, they've been coming back game after game, and now here we are.
And in regards to the progression of the qualifier, of course, Death Prophet has been a hero that we've been pretty much mentioning every other cast. It feels like, of course, that is a reason why Na'Vi got sent to the lower bracket and why Aurora made the grand finals. And during the drafts of the Aurora Na'Vi series, we were kind of entertaining the idea of what happens if Aurora just go, let's just first pick the hero. That's how good Kiyotaka's been playing on it. Why not try? And in this game 1 draft of the finals, they are actually just doing that. They just throw Death Prophet right into the early phase. And traditionally, Shadow Demon was a counter to Death Prophet, simply because you put the Demonic Purge on the Death Prophet, you stop her movement through the fight. She kind of just gets slowed up. She's kind of just walking through mud. She's not able to lock onto heroes with a Siphon. But I do feel that the current iteration of Death Prophet, going for Blink Dagger quite early on after like Aghanim's BKB, may not care based on the speed in which you get into the fight. But again, Solo, with his years of experience, is going for an old classic counter. And we'll see if it really lives up to the kind of the modern day Death Prophet. But yeah, Cyber Goose, they knew the Death Prophet was probably going to be coming out soon.
Yeah. And this hero, it can be very, very scary. In fact, it has been very, very scary in the hands of Kiyotaka so far. So I guess let's hope they have the answers, as you mentioned, Shadow Demon potentially. But just in general, Solo has been playing fantastically on this Shadow Demon from the games we've seen. Even in that last series there against the Magnus, being able to get a disruption like mid-skewer, like some crazy, crazy high-level stuff coming out from Solo. So, those old hands still got some life in them. He's able to play these high-skilled mechanical supports to a very, very good level. And they will grab the Lena as well. So this is a hero that's going to benefit from not only the save from the Shadow Demon, but also from the lockdown. Set yourself up for an LSA and just blow somebody up. Very, very nice combination. Not to mention spreading out a bit of the damage with the Disseminate as well, which has been one of the key abilities of Shadow Demon recently.
5 seconds remaining.
I think my main concern for Cyber Goose at the moment is they are picking up some very, on paper, good heroes against Death Prophet. But what happens when it just goes to position 5? Panto takes it and goes, you know what, guys? Kiyotaka, yes, you've been having a great series, but they've got the Lina to play against you in the mid lane. They have the SD to kite you throughout the mid game. How about we just let Panto, enjoy the hero? It does annoying stuff, but okay, that isn't to be the case. They are just going to continue on the path. It's something that maybe I don't think we've seen in the qualifier so far, but at least in pubs, a lot of 5 players are dabbling with this Death Prophet, especially because everyone else is trying it. But again, no need to get carried away with that one. With the Oracle pickup, it completely diffuses that point. I would just like to see
5 seconds.
pretty much both teams find a way to get to the backline. At the moment, they have kind of the same recipe, right? Which is like Death Prophet goes up front, Oracle enables. Lina on her side, it's like she might not go up front, but she'll execute the person who goes up front. SD can then save the Lina. Like they both need that kind of melee body to just go into the fight and enable the Death Prophet or enable the Lina.
Exactly. Yeah. Yet to be seen for either team here, but what you do have is save on both sides, which is, again, like Death Prophet, you need to keep that hero alive so that those goes to doing as much damage as possible. Also really going to benefit from the healing aspect of the Fortune's End to be able to kind of build up a health debt, if you will, inside of that ultimate. Lina, meanwhile, she just doesn't want to be comboed down or bursted at the beginning of the fight, so Shadow Demon should be there to answer that. And again, another support comes out, but here's going to be that first big core, and it will be the Pangolier. So it's not so much this like big sort of tanky frontline guy, but he's more active than that. But what he does do is disrupt the fights a lot, which hopefully Lina will be able to take advantage of.
Yeah, it's messy, it's skirmish, and yeah, I honestly like the skirmish approach to Oracles and Willows. It's quite nice. We already said about finding the backline. It's going to do the job. It's not the stand your ground type hero. You need to start the fight. You need to see the hero pressure ultimate. It's not like a Tidehunter or a Centaur where you just kind of park your body in front. Maybe that's a hero to think about later for Cyber Goose as well, to continue enabling their lineup and aggression. But for Aurora, in previous drafts, this is where we would be calling for like the Omni Knight, but maybe it's fine actually just to survive the roll, and then you eventually get Blink to jump onto Lina down like later down the line. Again, I wouldn't be opposed to it, but maybe there's a different thought for Nightfall this time around.
It's very difficult to predict what Nightfall is thinking, to be honest with you. Like, sometimes he'll pull out these big tempo carries, sometimes he just goes back for the old classics.
Yeah.
He has been leaning away from the like Medusas and the Terrorblades in these qualifiers, which is interesting. Definitely favoring the higher tempo stuff. We have seen a couple of Medusas from him, of course, but...
Permission to correct you, Nomad?
Yeah?
3 out of the 7 games of the qualifier, he has played Medusa.
Yeah, he's okay. I'd wiped the Na'Vi series from my mind, which was 2 of those Medusa games.
Yeah, to be fair, I respect that. Yeah, the Na'Vi series was, I kind of forgot it even happened. It feels like this might be the upper bracket final potentially. We'll have the low bracket tomorrow, guys, and the grand finals after that. Oh god, yeah. No, in fairness, you are correct in regards to like the Terrorblade and the kind of the other big heroes. I think Medusa's the only large farmer that he has tried to play on. Even like his Dooms and Omni Knights and Nurses, like these heroes, he plays them in a way where it's like kind of like a 1.5 carry, joins the team, pokes around, super aggressive. It's not like he's just full AFK like he's on the Medusa or the other ones that you're mentioning. But Aurora, they pick up the Magnus for Toronto Tokyo, so they have a really well-rounded lineup. It feels like, didn't they play pretty much this entire lineup before in this qualifier? I'm pretty sure I've seen the exact same heroes. It was the game 1 against Na'Vi. Yeah,
I ain't about to get distracted from this draft, but I'm pretty sure if we look through, we'd see something extremely similar. Is it exactly the same, or?
Yeah, yes. If they pick Omni Knight, it will be the identical draft in a different order, but it would be an identical draft that they've already played in the qualifier. So I feel like if you're Cyber Goose right now, if you're shocked by an Omni Knight pick, then you might need to fire your coach because he just hasn't loaded up the last draft.
Yeah, it's not like Aurora have a lot of games to look through either, so you kind of know what you're coming up against. But we'll see what they pull out the bag here. Aurora, they do have the option. It would be funny.
It would be pretty funny. Yeah. I mean, that draft was it was pretty good. It was very obnoxious, like super sustainable. You know, we can maybe copy paste a bit of the analysis from that one if you weren't covering or watching that series. But with the Death Prophet going in first, soaking up the initiation with the BKB, the Ags, the Blink, you're so annoying. Then you have the Oracle to save you. Whilst all that vision is getting provided, Magnus is skewering people back out of the fight, take them away, maybe even RPing them closer. So yeah, it's really annoying. But they go for the PA, so they do get a little change of draft. But with the Lina probably being, potentially being a carry or mid, the PA pick does put kind of some concern on the carry Lina. As you know that the Battle Fury BKB timing of the PA, you always will kill this carry Lina. It's not really a thing to do. So I think Cyber Geese need to push the Lina towards the mid, put the Pango in the offlane, and then find a new carry. Otherwise, they are putting themselves on this timer of, our Lina will at some point just explode to the fight of Aurora. I would be afraid if they did that.
I mean, does it go both ways though, where your Lina can also blow up the PA?
Yes, pre-BKB, because once the PA gets BKB, with the DP jumping in, with the Oracle save, the Magnus skewering and RPing, are you really going to get multiple fights in a row where Lina isn't just jumped or repositioned, right? It's like, yes, in a 1v1 where Lina press spell, PA press spell, then you could argue either can blow each other up depending on who crits first, who Lagunas, etc. But in the throwing all the other heroes into the mix, it would be very scary if Lina was your carry here. Maybe the argument would be Lina carry if you very quickly itemize to be tanky, if you play the backline, if you find another hero that can maybe punish the early game of Aurora, then your Lina will get online, she'll hide. Once the fight develops, she enters. Sure, she can blow up, and okay, that is going to be the... actually, wait, hold on. Let's see where they go with the picks. So, okay, yeah, it is going to be Carolina. So, yeah, their way of doing it, or dealing with it, is they want to be the tempo. Everything I mentioned at why Lina carry can be really scary, and, like, maybe a detriment to Cyber Goose, is fixed... hesitantly he's going to say it, fixed if they control the entire state of the game, right? If you're playing behind a Beastmaster, if you're playing behind a Pango and you're always initiating, then your Lina doesn't get jumped, right? But at any point, if you don't execute, if you don't have good vision, she'll get jumped, she'll die in a matter of seconds. It's Mag PA on the enemy team, right? Like, the Lina will explode.
This is interesting. Yeah, I kind of feel like they've pulled out their own Magnus here in a way. Obviously, you don't have the team fight control of the Magnus. What we do have is the PA or Death Prophet, just instant delete in theory. If Lina and Beastmaster get on the same hero, they will be deleted from the game. Can Aurora play without one of those two heroes in the fight? That's kind of the question. But then, will Cyber Goose have enough to fight once they've used that raw? You know, how do their fights look after that point? There's so many questions here, T-Gov. I agree with what you're saying for sure about how like this Lina at mid sort of makes a bit more sense than Lina in the carry, but also, yeah, they're going to try and just get damage. That's been the thing that's been missing against Death Prophet previously, so that's what they're going to try and deal with here. I'm worried for Cyber Goose for sure, simply because I've seen this Death Prophet a lot of times. You know, Nightfall, when he is on this last pick, is always going to be a little bit scary. Of course, not total last pick, but... I guess one thing is going to be how this lane goes as well. Does PA get out of a Beastmaster lane okay?
PA is, I mean, traditionally one of the heroes that you pick into Beastmaster because you can dagger from a distance. You just kind of, you play the lane on your own control. Sure, that was into an Agnum's Beastmaster. The change up now is Beastmaster will go Helm of Dom and Overlord, and protecting your tower is hard for PA. So the initial laning will be good for PA. Once Helm of Dominator comes out and they play on catapults, PA either needs heroes to come help her, or you just sacrifice your tower, maybe trade for other tower on the map, and then you go farm elsewhere. So yeah, it's a very different beast, again, because he's playing very differently, but laning is fine, game, tempo, beast should favor it.
All right, let's see what they can do. Getting into game number 1 of these grand finals, it's a best of 5 between Aurora and the underdogs, Cyber Geese, or I guess the Undergeese we should call them this time around. Let's see what they can do.
They better maintain that name, okay? Like, if they do qualify, right, if they get to, you know, the prestigious event, the big event of the year, I don't want to see them getting picked up by some random org, you know? I want to have this Geese logo,
same.
you know? I want the announcement
They can be like Cyber Geese dot, you know, whatever. I don't mind, but let's keep the geese, okay?
Also, this is me naively thinking that this is just a random name, and this isn't secretly some company, and I'm not just like randomly promoting some company out of nowhere. You know, I am gonna hope that this is just a fun little name that they're playing on, right? But anyway,
Yeah,
moving
same.
on.
I bet their logo as well. Their logo is really cute, just like a little goose foot. It's very nice.
It looks so. It's like kind of like simple enough that it isn't AI art, but you never know.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and confidently say it's not.
Damn, son.
Prage.
Of course, in regards to facets, so really quickly look on the left-hand side, there isn't anything that I would say is too out there. Of course, Beastmaster wanting to go for Helm of Dominator, you do go for Wild Hunt, and everything else feels pretty standard as we see a little scuffle at the runes, but nothing crazy. So it will be 2 runes apiece. It would be crazy though if a lower bracket round 1 team, a team that lost to an open qualifier team that lost to another open qualifier team in the round 1 upper bracket, was to suddenly turn it around. Like I know we're only in game 1, but I cannot fathom this idea even existing. Like it is like the perfect storyline for a qualifier.
It would be super cool, wouldn't it? And then, everyone's got a team to cheer for, an underdog to cheer for coming into TI as well, because there's always got to be one, like, plucky little team which is just like, maybe they don't go all the way, maybe they do, who knows.
Yeah. And just all for the boomers who still play Dota, like Solo, it's going to give so much hope. He's 34.
Yo,
If
imagine
he can get to TI,
Solo
yeah.
versus no one at TI. What a throwback. Previously used to dominate on VP, didn't they?
Don't have the NSA in bot lane, but it's a
No,
really
it's 1 second
obnoxious lane.
cooldown,
Yeah.
so Mirror will be okay. But oh, they catch out Toronto Tokyo instead. Right click's coming through. He's got the wand though, so does live through it. Pretty close to dying down here in the bottom side for both Mirror and Toronto Tokyo, as Cyber Goose, they start off this bottom lane very, very strong.
Yeah, I think wasn't it was it Na'Vi that played the SD and Kunkka? I can't remember what team it was, but like SD and Kunkka, SD and Lina, it's always hit a disruption and then use your spell to set up the kill. And here he goes
Mirror
pretty
might
low
be
from the blood
dead.
grenade, but
Yeah,
Mirror.
LSA coming down. Right clicks are going to be there. The Illusion's helping out as well, and TA2000 will get first blood in this best of 5.
It's a really, really hard lane to play into. Magnus kind of plays more for the farming lane. Once you hit level 3, get Shockwave, sure, it might turn around, but yeah. They are losing that side lane, and we look towards mid. Kiyotaka on the first pick, Death Prophet. It's not as if Chiro Jr. is playing on a I can beat the Death Prophet, right? Like, we've been seeing that the way to beat the Death Prophet is outranging her. The mid snipers, the Necrophos, the leaners, like heroes that can shove the wave, try and out-deny, but not care too much about what the Death Prophet provides. When you're a melee hero, you can't even get close to the wave. You're just getting multiple crit swarms to the face. It is going to give Kiyotaka a really nice entry to the game.
Yeah, and we've seen what he can do from ahead. Let's see if Cybergeese, their answers are better than Navi's answers to this Death Prophet.
I mean,
To
critically,
be
I think...
fair,
Sorry, yeah, go on.
they are a Death Prophet playing team as well, so one would imagine they have a better idea, but judging by this mid lane, that idea is not working out so far, at least.
Yeah. To build on that, I feel like the idea is... Ooh, he nearly got hit by that one. It's more about the game, right? Like, I think they accepted the lane will be difficult, but when Death Prophet wants to go crazy on the map, if she rotates into a Beastmaster lane, she'll get roared. She runs into a Lina lane, she'll get Lagooned. And then Pango at any point will then TP around that move to then provide the Rolling Thunder to be the killing blow on top, right? So, yeah, I kind of feel like they expected the lane to be hard, but they're just hoping to kill Kiyotaka once in the early rotation to then kind of stabilize the game. The issue is if Kiyotaka doesn't present that opportunity of, hey, you can kill me here, then you've lost lane and you've not found that early kill. Kiyotaka could just dominate the entire game. So we need to keep an eye out for that and see if an opportunity does present itself. As
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
CS is,
And
it is
it's
naughty.
tough. It is very tough at the mid lane. And one thing I really like that Kiyotaka did at mid is that, like, he hit minute 2, he had the bottle, didn't go for the Earth. We
Lena's
have TA2000 dead in the bottom side. Mirror and Toronto Tokyo might just get a double kill down here. No, Solo's still got the disruption. They can't go into tower 4, out of spells as well. Just go back to mid quickly. It hit minute 2, And rather than immediately going for the Water Rune on Kiyotaka, he actually just stayed mid, stayed pressuring. Because the moment he goes for the Water Rune, Chira knows that, okay, I can go for my Water Rune as well. It actually alleviates a lot of pressure for him to be able to get some of his resources. If you just don't do it, you stay up mid, yeah, like maybe a support runs and grabs it. It doesn't really matter because Chira Jr. is just going to be completely locked out. And that's a big part of this big advantage which Kiyotaka now has.
The bot lane, they keep just brawling into each other. One side you've got Shockwave, Skewer and Bramble Maze, the other side you've got Disruption and LSA. If anyone ever steps up too far, then they're going to be brought down to half HP. You compare that to top feels like very nice, very peaceful. Even though Rubik's getting jumped a bit, it's like the cores, they're respectful. They're both hitting
Everyone's
creeps.
above 50% HP out here, aren't they?
Yeah. Compare that to bottom, it's just like heavy rock music, like screaming.
The comms must be a disaster. Oh, Toronto Tokyo, no more spells from TA2000. The right clicks will be there, but the wand comes through. Has a lot of health to get through on this Magnus as well. Belt of Strength Bracer. My guy is going to be sitting around with 1000 HP at 5 minutes into the game. And still, Lina going to be a pretty big threat. Who also has 1000 HP due to Falcon Blade.
Yeah. Kiyotaka just hit level 6. He is really active on the Death Prophet. If he sees an opportunity, he'll happily TP to a side lane. But with the 6-minute rune coming up, that of course will be an indicator of what type of map play will be coming. If he gets a haste rune, of course he's going to go and he gets an illusion rune.
Okay.
It's not too bad being able to dodge out an LSA or disjoint any spell, but look at him. He sees hero, presses ult, off he goes.
There we go. Just rolling around the river. Mira, he's not really any real threat here.
He's diving a tier 2 boss.
Oh my god. Yeah. I was looking at Chira Jr., but Chira Jr. coming back onto Kiyotaka here. Surely the tier 2 can help out, but with the illusion rune, Kiyotaka is making sure that he is not taking any aggro whatsoever.
Just didn't have the levels or desire to bring in another core, right? Like, Lina doesn't really want to TP to mid, because if you don't get the kill on Death Prophet, what are you doing there? Beastmaster had a double wave getting shoved into him. So yeah, Kiyotaka using illusion rune, dives a tier 2 instantly, and yeah. Reminding us why he is probably one of the best Death Prophet players in the qualifier. 51 CS, 14 denies to the 26 of the Pangolier.
Goodness gracious. Yeah, this is not something you want to mess with.
But do you think if they are to lose this game on Cybergeese, is this now where do they think about Death Prophet picking it themselves? Are they banning it? Like, again, the future of this qualifier really boils down to how much respect you put on the hero. Because at the moment, it feels like Kiyotaka is going to put on an absolute show.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Gosh, surely it can't happen like this again. To me, it's sort of coming down to TA2000. Like, at what point does TA2000 come and just blast in the Death Prophet? Especially with this Roar as well. Like, they have the tools. If Kiyotaka's not careful, which he rarely is, then there is a chance.
Yeah, true, yeah.
But then you do have the backup option. The Phantom Assassin is farming up in the top lane, having a decent time, and probably will be having a good timing on the Battle Fury and will be the kind of secondary threat, so...
We're at the peaceful stage of the game. It's everyone's hitting creeps, everyone's just kind of quietly waiting. If anything, as much as we've been talking about Kiyotaka a lot, it's his first move of the game gives life to Cybergeese. Because as soon as they know he's in a side lane, I feel like if they bring 4 or 5 heroes, get that kill, it is going to give them a lot of confidence. If they're trying to go onto the Lina, and Kiyotaka, he's coming in, so they need to get this kill quickly, otherwise Tier 2000 is going to have a million ghosts to their face.
Yeah, Tier 2000 sees the DP coming, but it's just going to try and stand here. LSA run away, getting through the Bramble Maze, but Tier 2000 will not be escaping this one. He is going to fall. There's a couple of supports dying as well as Toronto Tokyo as Chira Jr. Gonna get rooted up. He needs to get away from this. The shield crash gonna help out, but not enough. Kiyotaka gets another one. And there's that big rotation coming out. No respect for the exorcism coming out from Cybergoose, and they will pay the price.
The trade-off is Beastmaster did take the top tower. Beastmaster didn't opt to TP in, especially because Lina had already put herself into pretty much kind of a death position that there's no real core to lean on if he does TP in. And Kiyotaka gets cliffed, does have a TP, and with the route up, that should provide plenty of lockdown for Nightfall to get on top and to get a clean-up kill.
Splat.
Yeah.
There it is. So Nightfall turns out to his first fight off the game and immediately grabs himself a kill. As Aurora's going to be there onto Kiyotaka. Notice making the rotation. Solo helping out as well. Drops a Demonic Purge. The right click comes through. Kiyotaka will go down. That, by the way, was... Did he activate the shield rune? No, he didn't. Okay.
That was a really, really big pick-off. I was about to say, after the fight had kind of finished, like, you need to play around your Beastmaster. He picked up the Helmet Dominator. Here's your best timing. If Death Prophet, Mag, PA, any of those step up to an early game Beastmaster, they can't really take the fight. And we just see that, of course, Death Prophet, by herself, she's going to be dying, right? And this is where Cybergeese, they need to utilize Noticed and the timings that he has to just bring life to this early game. Of course, the problem, if you keep running around the map as 3-4 heroes, a PA will farm a Battlefield on the side. Magnus with Empower is going to farm Blink and items on the other side. Like, there is so much efficiency of farm in Aurora that you need to make sure every move you make on Cybergeese is disciplined. It's like, you go for a move, you get a big core kill. You can't just be, you know, running into supports. But at least they have something to play on. Other teams into Aurora, it felt like they had no answer to the pressure. They do have the answers. Diffusal should be coming out very shortly for the Pangolier as well. Early game Diffusal against Magnus or PA, you eat through their mana, suddenly they don't have all the utility available to be annoying in the fights. Solo, not getting hit by the Bramble Maze, able to waddle away.
Yeah, navigates the maze well. Gilly did a lot of those straw mazes as a kid. Corn mazes, though.
There was a straw maze actually, and I think it's shut now because health and safety. You have to like climb through it and get. Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Cool. Yeah, I had one of those near me. It's like hay bales all stacked on top of each other.
Yeah. Is it still open?
Kind of unbelievable that you kind of just let that one exist. But I never heard any story of anybody getting squished by the hay.
Ours
So
got closed, but yeah.
Unlucky.
Skin issue, I guess.
Yeah. Alright. So, I mean, I think the solo has got a really big role to play this game, though. The Demonic Purge is also needed on top of, like, the Raw, as we saw onto the DP. Like, I mean, the little unique situation where she had the shield rune in the bottle, so if there was no Shadow Demon there as well, then she would have popped that and lived, but obviously Demonic Purge is going to stop that from doing anything, so she just had to save it. And yeah, that Demonic Purge is going to do a lot of work to sort of shut down Panto's saving ability. Sure, it won't stop False Promise, but it will stop any heals coming through if you do use it at the right time. Top lane. They're thinking about it. They're thinking about going for Nightfall here. Nightfall gets seen. Chira Jr. jumps and does connect here. Notice running in from the sideline, but the RP coming in, turning it around and stopping Nightfall from going down. And now, well, Notice he's going to be the one in trouble. Has to throw out the Raw to the Magnus, but Nightfall's back in and takes him out. The Beastmaster is dead. Chira Jr. going for the Rolling Thunder, though. Should bring down Mira here. Still looking for Nightfall, but Panto, he's nearby. Going to throw out the heal. Chira Jr. as well. Gonna have to get himself back here, but they're still doing good work, and Kiyotaka is gonna die. Demonic Purge comes out from solo, and that's enough to kill off the Death Prophet despite the regen rune.
Yes, it looked so good at the start of the fight for Aurora. The fact that you hit a 3-man RP, just fully combo breaking that pickoff onto Nightfall. But the follow-up was not, it just wasn't there for Aurora to capitalize on that moment. And then in the disengage, Cybergeese, they brought the numbers, and they're able to kill off Kiyotaka. Kind of just walked into the middle of the fight and was like, yep, I'm dead. Well, it's in the draft we mentioned the value of Shadow Demon, right? Death Prophet, a lot of her play style is the speed of getting in and out of the engagement. Of course, you do get move speed bonus when you get Exorcism off. Sure, she didn't press it, but you get one demonic purge to the face, and with the correct amount of damage, you are going to be going down. So yeah, really good reactions there from Cybergeese. But Toronto Tokyo, often it takes him half an hour to hit the RPs, and yeah, 14 minutes in, he's hitting them. He's in form for the grand finals, yeah.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo in grand finals mode, no matter if it's a qualifiers or a TI, is
there it is.
Apparently going to step up in that situation.
And again, just in case you're just tuning in, by the way, we have covered about 2 to 3 Toronto Tokyo Magnus games, and it basically, to put it politely, he warms up into the game and then he pops off. But often the first 2 or 3 engagements have always been a little shaky, hence why we're in disbelief. That the first RP
this is a new look
hype.
for him, and
Yeah,
I'm
very
happy.
new look, yeah. I can't complain.
Big RPs.
Gotta
But
maintain it.
loving this from Noticed, from Problems, from Solo. You know, they're not going to stand by, let Aurora play their game. They know that they're farm hungry. And they're going to come in, take some stacks, get some vision down, and try to put some pressure onto Aurora. Shira Jr. also shoving in the middle lane very hard as well. Knows that if they jump him, then he's going to have his team behind him. They are not far away, so good moves here from Cybergoose. Pressuring, poking at Aurora, just constricting their map with these greedy heroes. But Kiyotaka does now have the Aghanim Scepter, so are we expecting there to be a move made from Aurora soon?
It's a difficult one because I think the move happens when Cybergeese overplay at an objective. Because with an early game Beastmaster, you know he's going to try and take every outer tower. Like start with the tier 1s, move to the tier 2s. And even though you have an Aghanim of Death Prophet, she still dies to the demonic purge of a Shadow Demon, a roar from the Beastmaster with the follow-up damage of a Pango or a Lina. So I would entertain the idea of Aurora just continuing to farm, get yourself a BKB, continue moving towards being unkillable, then enter the fight. So concede a bit of map with the knowledge that in 6 minutes time, you will have all the items to run head on into what Cybergeese have. They don't need to play that quickly. Force Cybergeese to make mistakes. A lot of the playstyle of Cybergeese throughout this qualifier has been, early game advantage, snowball the map, play behind Noticed, and they have made mistakes. They've often taken that one extra tower, that one extra rack that wasn't really necessary, and it's enabled their opponents to get back into the game. It's a reason why they had to make their run through the lower bracket. So it's maybe what Aurora kind of banking on, expecting that one good fight to come.
Yeah, potentially.
Kiyotaka's looking for Blade Mail, actually. Just Axe Blade Mail. So he doesn't think he's going to be able to buy a full BKB in time for, the big fight. I have no idea if he's going to commit to it, but yeah, we'll see.
I mean, just in general, when you're playing against Lina, right? Like, if her idea on the fight is just to blow up the biggest team fight hero, which is Kiyotaka, then having that Blade Mail on, tier 2000's not going to be able to deal with that. She doesn't have a BKB yet. Not planning on getting one, so...
This is a very... they go for Roshan and Cybergeese. Of course, Beastmaster with Helm of Overlord. It's a very easy Roshan to take. And we just mentioned how Aurora kind of in farm mode, right? They're waiting for Cybergeese to present themselves a fight. Maybe they dive a tier 2, or they go a little bit too hungry with this first stage just at the tier 3, but I wasn't expecting Aurora to defend the Roshan. It's now how do they play the map with Cybergeese in a really, really confident window of the game.
It has to be said, this is very impressive so far from Cybergeese. Sure, it's kind of a nature of the draft, but, they've come out of the lanes good against Aurora. Not many teams have been able to do that so far, especially not a team which is open qualifier down to the lower bracket straight off the bat. So already holding up their own versus Aurora, making me believe that this might be a pretty fun grand finals. Of course, whether they can finish it out, get an advantage, that's all a big question, which I will not be expecting to answer soon. But you never know. It's a really strong start for Cybergeese.
If they are to win this first game, though, what a statement to make. Because Aurora coming into this grand finals, they probably were just laughing yesterday about how Death Prophet was this, the kryptonite to Na'Vi, and how it enabled them to get to the grand finals. They come into the first game draft and it's wait, we got access to our Death Prophet? I feel like during that draft, they probably felt very empowered. It's Kiyotaka, you got your hero, hell yeah, we're getting the same draft we've done before. There's probably a lot of good vibes going around it. So if one of the best drafts that we've seen from Aurora is to fall in the first game, then yeah, like you were saying, it truly just set up for, you know, hopefully a really, really back and forth grand finals. As Mira skips to midway with the Bedlam and disengages.
T2000 just going to drive the aggro, make sure the tower doesn't take any unnecessary damage here.
And we haven't mentioned the build on Lina yet, but he did go very kind of farm and fight build, right? With the Boots of Travel, he could TP onto the Beastmaster summons, but then he has the Dragon Lance, the Maelstrom, you know, the farming items for the Lina. Opting to go for a really early Hurricane Pike. Of course, if Magnus wants to blink on top, Cheer Jr. doesn't get the TP cancel there, but yeah. With Lina going for an Hurricane Pike, there's a lot of outplay potential. You jump in, you just Pike, disengage, you can combo break. Everything we said about in the draft was like, can Lina survive the jump? So she is itemizing to deal with that jump, and it's really good to see if he can pull it off or not. Now has the BKB.
I would really like to see Solo maybe going for the Aghanims after this Aether. I like the Aether. It's a little risky because you leave yourself with 0 defensive capability against a Phantom Assassin. However, getting a couple of these Demonic Purges off in this fight onto it, you really want to Demonic Purge the PA, you also really want to Demonic Purge the Death Prophet. So there's 2 fantastic targets for Demonic Purge. But of course, being able to use both inside an engagement is kind of hard. And yeah, they just grab this Tormentor at 20 minutes. Very nicely done. Now, can they get out cleanly? Looks like they will be able to. I don't see any Radiant heroes in this area anymore. They all get away. Yeah. So very nice Tormentor taking here from Cybergoose.
But how many times though have we seen a team take Tormentor and there's always one player that skips the next wave or takes the Lotus or does something in the area? So yeah, fair play that the call was get out, and not a single player overplayed the hand and was too greedy there. We do have a 2-minute window on the Aegis still, so potentially can offer up Chira Jr. as a bait. And with Aurora showing the top lane, that you know the items that are available. Like, I think both teams are aware. Whoever gets jumped first in the next engagement, in theory, should be the victor.
Yuri's a wonderful wonderful thing, T.
Oh, okay.
Your theories are wonderful, T. As well.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. I enjoyed our WhatsApp messaging this morning. It was pretty funny.
Indeed.
Oh, Willow might be dead. I'm going to say might in that caster voice, but he is dead.
Just unexpected. No.
Yeah, you're pulling a me at the start of the qualifiers
I
when I was
that,
like...
I'll be honest. It's just like the ooh. You give too much respect to the pro players, right? Like, they're getting hit by 4 heroes, and for some reason, the TI magic's in the part of my brain where I'm like, maybe he hits a multi-hero terrorize and Bedlam TPs, and you know, it's like, brother, he's dead, he's stunned. What are we doing?
But immediately again, just looking for this aggression. Solo leading the charge under the cover of the smoke. I don't see anybody yet. Kiyotaka down on the low ground. Not really going to be a realistic target here.
But it was really nice positioning from Kiyotaka to hug those trees to break the smoke.
Yeah, on the low ground, it's very unusual. Now the silence out onto the Beastmaster, which is now level, but they're just going to get right up in Kiyotaka's face. Kiyotaka, though, popping everything here, and a nice terrorize going to force back Chira Jr. Chira Jr. needs to get off the ulti. Laguna coming out onto Kiyotaka as well, but it's just not going to be enough. There's the Roar coming out onto Toronto Tokyo. This is looking like a full disengage, but they've left behind the Pangolier. So they are just going to try and get out of there, but they do lose to Aurora. They do find the fight mostly due to the kind of staggered entry there, trying to force that up the high ground a little too hard there, Cybergoose, and there's a mistake they've been waiting for.
Yeah, for Pangolier, his Rolling Thunder was on cooldown for 8 seconds. So for Cybergoose, they go for a smoke, it gets broken at the rune, and they opt to walk up into the high ground. The whole point of the Pangolier is to be that explosive backline finding hero to force the Oracle to disengage, to maybe even prevent the Magnus from initiating, but to try and take that fight without the Rolling Thunder, with an Oracle fully, you know, just chilling on the backline, it is wildly optimistic. And yeah, that is the mistake that, like you said, Aurora, they see it, they punish it, and it is going to give them some good confidence. With the Aegis being taken away, you cannot make these mistakes on Cybergeese. As much as we've been, you know, hyping up their early game, we need to remind you that from the draft, the timer is on Cybergeese. The mid to late game, the excellence of Oracle Magnus PA in tandem as the game progresses is really hard to overcome. So you cannot make these quite egregious errors from Cybergeese.
No. This is the first big mistake we've seen from them in this series, at least. We saw a couple against Na'Vi as well. Not the cleanest team, as you would expect, but, you know, the thing is, like, they're making plays at least. You know, they're moving in, they're trying to find action. It's
Oh,
yeah.
Solo listened to you, by the way. He is going for the Agnum straight away, post Aethelins.
hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's a scary, scary way to play the game, but hold on to that Tumbler's toy as long as you can, bro. You're gonna
He
need
doesn't
it.
have a GPM. If he gets a GPM, then Tumbler Toy plus 100 GPM, and, you know, maybe Solo gets there. Toronto Tokyo, though, with Nightfall. They see the
deep are
Beastmaster
they
for a
gonna
second.
go? They've seen Notice just straight up RP the guy, and Toronto Tokyo will land the skewer there, and that should secure them the kill on to Notice. Very nicely done there from Toronto Tokyo. RP finds the angle, drags him back, and Mirror also with the well-timed terrorize to make sure that they kill off this hero. And that's the most important hero to kill, I would say, outside of... I mean, yeah, out of anybody, he's the fight controller for Cybergoose.
And there's, you know, holding each other's hands. They're getting killed, but still running around the map as pretty much 3 to 4 heroes, ensuring they're together. As we mentioned, how Tier 2000 went for the Hurricane Pike very early on. He does need the BKB. He wants an MKB to kill PA. Then he wants something satanic to stand his ground like that. Alina that isn't okay, hold up, Pang instead. Yeah, the map is falling apart.
Yeah, the mid lane of death. So many times. How many times are we going to see somebody just dying to that?
Radiant's middle
You go for that mid wave when it meets in the river, and it's sort of a death sentence. Now Aurora, they have just rocketed themselves into this game. They're waiting for their timings. They hit their timings. Cybergoose unable to do a whole lot when they were ahead. Now we'll see what Aurora can do when they're ahead. Of course, we're all thinking about Roshan right now. Likely going to be respawning on the top side of the map. And as you can see, that completely belongs to Aurora at the moment. At some point, Cybergoose will have to come in, go and contest that, because they can't afford to really just give up a Roshan to Aurora for free. That is not how their draft functions. The Raw, it has to be good, and without a Blink Dagger, that is a lot of pressure onto Notice. And you can see here, he started the AC, and now he's realized, uh-oh, these catches aren't maybe as easy as I was hoping for. We're gonna have to go back for that Blink.
They were hoping for a short respawn time on Roshan, and not to be the case. But they're gonna hold the area. We've yet to really see them take a real team fight. It's just been them kind of getting outplayed in the pick-off game from Aurora. So if they can set themselves up with good vision, they do have the tools to win the fight.
They do.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Again, it's all about getting the correct Aurora off and then somehow finding Panto as well, who now has a Blink Dagger, by the way, so will always be able to get off these false promises in these fights unless they can get a really deep dive going on. I don't know. These are feeling like hard fights now.
Yeah. This is the unfortunate reality. So we are looking across their heroes. They've got 4 Blink Daggers and a PA with Phantom Strike, right? It's like, mobility is really good for Aurora. And for a Helena on the enemy team that doesn't like getting jumped,
Yeah.
your positioning has to be flawless. They're smoking up. That does enable your positioning. Of course, with the 9-second BKB on Lena, she can at least stop the stuns, but with an RP, it doesn't matter at all. Can they find the Oracle? Can they lock down the Magnus? Can they kill a Death Roll for a PA?
Just as Roche respawns, Oracle's actually going to reveal himself here. This may be the target they want on the side of Cybergeese. Let's see. I mean, it's kind of on the Pangolier to go and lock down Panto, and he does exactly that, but Solo just gets evaporated from the fight straight off the bat. Now Notice looking onto Panto as well, so everything just being used onto the Oracle here. I mean, he's kind of already dead, I reckon. Oh, he actually survived through it, and Nightfall still just going crazy on the backline. So looking for TA3000, who's trying to get away. Low health, BKB about to run out as well. Turns around with the LSA. Nightfall still looking. Gonna pop that blur, trying to find TA2000. Can he get out? It looks like he can. TP will be successful. Solo buys back, comes in, tries to get... Oh, no. He tries to get the wisdom, but he gets cut down again. Die back for Mr. Solo. And Nightfall just cutting through everybody in that fight, completely uncontested.
Yeah, at the start of the engagement, sure, Kid's out and out Solo Roshan as well in the meantime, but yeah, the Pangolin, he found the Oracle, he jumped in, but already the positioning of CyberGeeks, it was so split that the Willow, the Mag, the PA, the DP, they love these like drawn out fights where they can all just take little different skirmishes, right? Because like you see the blink, it's off camera, right? But the Pangolin on the bottom right hand side, he's playing just one-on-one versus the Oracle. Beastmaster then drags down as well to try and kill him. So two big cores just punching into a position 5. Meanwhile, your Shadow Demon's dead. Your Lena's all by herself on the top side of the fight, having to run away. It was just, there was no kind of strong positioning from CyberGeeks. It was everything on the Oracle, but nothing for the Lena. And that is not the way to bring your Lena into the fight. You have to protect her. And it is so difficult. Magnus doesn't even use RP in this engagement. Like, that is how one-sided that fight was. And critically for CyberGeeks, it really just goes back to that time where they run into the enemy triangle, right? The dire triangle, taking that fight there, not having the roll, having the Aegis. That was their timing to play on. They lose that fight, they lose the Aegis. Suddenly everyone on Aurora feels like the game's theirs. Not a single player is looking to be punished. As Mira nearly gets the TP cancel.
Awkward.
Bit.
I do have to say, like,
boss?
I want to kind of question Noticed in that last fight, to be honest with you, because the Pango gets on the Oracle, which is fantastic. Like, Chira Jr., job done, good stuff.
Yep.
Oracle forced to ulti himself. And then what does Noticed do with that kind of gift he's been given? Is he's actually going to be forced to BKB and TP out from this one. But DP's very late here. The BKB's going to finish, and there's already a route upon him. Noticed, again, kind of slipping up here. I mean, there's an RP if they really wanted to use it, but to not even force out the RP, I don't know. He seemed to think the Nightfall would do enough damage, and to be honest, with the bash, oh, I see, yeah, he did need to. Still, raw TP, and you force out the RP at least, right?
Yeah, but to your question about the previous fight, I would agree with you, sorry, that the fact that Beastmaster does go into an Oracle that already is ultimate. Maybe he had to pivot elsewhere in the fight to bring life to the Lena a bit, but
yeah, enable.
You're also looking at a Lena that has no major damage at the moment. Like, she can kill a Willow, she can kill an Oracle, but until she gets to like another 10,000 gold, she's not really threatening the PA or the Death Prophet, right? It's like you're in this race to hope that items just pretty much spawn into Lena's inventory. And Aurora just start hitting the tier 3.
That happened for me, unfortunately. I've always had to buy them, which is annoying.
We did it one time, but that was more for the Wii Fresh rather than anything else.
Right. Tier 3 tower is going to fall. Now look over towards the melee barracks as well. Kiyotaka going in deep here with his exorcism, threatening Notice, forcing them back, saying, you are not stopping us from taking these barracks. And CyberGeeks, I think, are having to accept that fact. Middle barracks are gone. Nightfall, well, he wants more, but he won't be getting it because there's a tier 2 tower up here still. Have to go across, deal with some creep waves first.
Yes, follow the normal process, right? Take a Rax, reset, go middle. The Aegis on a minute 35 left, plus a Satanic. They can barely kill Nightfall once. He's not even died in the game. Do you think he's gonna die twice?
Will Nightfall? That is the question.
Powerful.
With an Aegis, presumably not. Man, this is a sad Beastmaster. He's running around with a melee creep. That's not what you like to see.
Sizable melee creep though. It does look quite cool.
He's a big boy. He's got a nice aura around him. You know, he gets fortified as well. Let's not forget that.
Melee creeps are anti-hero units, so they do less damage to heroes.
Yeah. Nightfall, BKB jump in onto Solo, sees the opportunity and takes it. He is gone, and now a grab from Toronto Tokyo as well, finding Noticed on the Beastmaster. No Roar for you. Oh, maybe he does get it off just in time, actually, onto Nightfall. So his first death will come, but BKB is still available, no longer available actually for life number 2. And stolen RP for problems. Hello, Cybergeese, are they waking up to this series? They still need to do a little bit more to Nightfall. Nightfall trying to stay on top of the Lina. Lina trying to fire it up. There's Satanic coming out from Nightfall. Nightfall lifted up, thrown back. Damage comes in, but they will not finish her off. Nightfall will live. Tier 2000 will not, could not take on anybody. And again, Toronto Tokyo is there. Low uses a horn toss, drags him back. A good attempt here from Cybergoose, but Aurora, they keep their cool, they keep on fighting and ultimately lose nothing.
Radiant's middle barracks.
It was just too late for the fight to be executed well by Cybergeese, right? Like, they're hitting the clutch moments. You got the Lina with the MKB getting the right clicks off. You got the Ruby getting the RP still. When you're playing into the Aegis and the Satanic, he lives on such a sliver of HP. With the Fate's Edict and the Purifying Flames from the Oracle getting thrown onto the PA, it barely keeps him alive. And Cybergeese, they lose mid racks. Going to be losing top racks though due to the Exorcism. It is now Mega Creep at the 34-minute mark. Kiataki blinks back in. He wants to break, but he wants to win game 1.
Yeah, and they might get it here. Down goes Solo. Notice throws out the Roar, but immediately dying afterwards. Skewer back onto the Pangolier, and there it is. GG is called in game number 1 here. Aurora, a decisive first blow against Cybergoose. Not a bad attempt. We saw moments of brilliance, moments of potential, but nothing even close to taking this out of Aurora's hands. And you can see how they look here. Just another day at the office. Nice game 1.
Yeah, it was a very, very clean game from them in regards to, like, sure, there's like this early tempo that you're expecting from a Beastmaster, but they concede the correct amount of map. They know what type of pressure is going to be applied, and they break the critical smokes. They counterplay the pickoffs that are coming, like the 3-man RP on the Magnus top. If he doesn't hit that, then sure, PA dies. Again, they do get a couple kills after on the side of Cybergeese, but it's moments like this, and we're already starting with the most important highlight of the entire game, in my opinion. 22 minutes in, when you have the Aegis and the Pangolier, like I said during the cast, this has to be your fight that you win. The fact that you fight without rolling thunder, you kind of throw in some bodies randomly with no real identity of how you want to actually kill a hero. Aurora, they take this moment and then they pretty much choke you out the rest of the game. And for this grand finals, if you want to see Cybergeese win a game, compete to try and qualify for TI, that they cannot make these mistakes. Their execution has to improve as they enter game 2, because Aurora, with this draft, these heroes, you know that them winning the game feels inevitable.
It was never really going to be a question of can Cybergoose just come in and immediately just be better than Aurora. We know that isn't the case. The question is, and always will be, how fast can they improve? How fast can they adapt? Is there a way they can actually adjust enough in this series to become a threat and force Aurora to adapt to them? Of course, in this opening game, the answer is no. One critical mistake going up that high ground there, forcing their advantage a little too hard, or they just jump at the opportunity. But has to be said, maybe with the Death Prophet banned, things look a little bit different in game number 2. Maybe they have an mid laner, in game number 2, and not another starved mid. I don't know, but still, they played decently for the position they were in when they were ahead for the first sort of 15 minutes. But it was also kind of just Aurora letting them. They were just like, yeah, let them do what they want. Let them take Roshan. Let them hunt the map. We won't give them anything major. And then the moment an opportunity presents itself, they're ready to go.
Yeah, no, that's when you know a team is like a solid, good team. And again, we're not entering this grand finals trying to ask that question. Is Aurora a good team? Like, we already know that they are a good team. They're so good that half the teams in the region flock to other regions to try and escape playing against Aurora. That's how good they are.
Yeah.
They have migrated. But yeah, Nightfall, of course, the stats: 980 XPM, 860 GPM. A flawless game, doesn't die. But I just look at this draft and it kind of feels like, after game 1 when Aurora beat Na'Vi and then they had the Oracle, the Willow, the Mag, and the DP, it's like, Aurora kind of got a lot of what they love playing. And now in game 1 of the grand finals, Cybergoose have given the same 4 heroes and Nightfall PA. It's like, it's 5 specialties entering grand finals. Maybe for Cybergeese, they want to, change it up a little bit. Sure, you counter the Death Prophet, but you didn't counter the PA, you didn't counter the Magnus, you didn't counter the other aspects of what was a really, really strong draft from Aurora.
Well, indeed, it was a strong draft, and we'll see how they adjust in game number 2. Cyber Goose, it is time to get creative. It is time to ban out a Death Prophet, and it's time to come up with some new ideas here in game number 2. We're going to jump to a break, and then we'll be back to see how the second game of this grand finals is going to play out. We'll see you in a bit.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Gaming take game number 1 here in the qualifiers for the Eastern European region of the road to the international. Probably to not many people's surprise. I mean, I think most people may be expecting a 3-0 here, but still, we saw a little bit of movement from CyberGoose. We saw a little bit of promise about what they can do, and maybe, just maybe, if they get their heroes right and if they get their bans very, very right, then perhaps they can take a game off Aurora here and maybe look towards making steps towards qualifying. But of course, it's a long journey for them to go. It kind of feels like the road is really getting started for real now for CyberGoose.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those grand finals where you need CyberGoose to make some type of play or draft in a game where it makes Aurora overthink a lot of things. You wouldn't expect them to do it because of the amount of experience they have, but you can't just come into a game and expect to play on tempo, win the game flawlessly, and Aurora to never try to kind of come back into it. Like, you're not going to just win a game from start to finish against a team like Aurora. So with CyberGoose, it's like maybe they tried it by giving Aurora everything, every comfort in game 1. They were hoping to break them and go, you know what? All your comforts didn't work against us. Now you need to like think about stuff in the second game. So I respect the attempt of it, but it just means when we move into game 2, I want to see the respect returned for CyberGoose, where it's like ban the death off it. Don't give them, all the Kiyotaka specialties. Like we just saw yesterday, Kiyotaka and Storm Spirit feed relentlessly, right? Like it was a rough game, right? But that's because he was put into a corner of find a hero. We already have a good draft, so yeah, I respect them trying it in game 1, but now game 2, you got to focus up. You got to respect Aurora a bit more. You didn't break them emotionally or anything at all. You didn't cast any doubt on Aurora's side.
Yeah. They could have done. Had their mid-game gone a little bit better, I feel like there was an opportunity maybe to put some pressure, but they couldn't find those crucial kills. Now I'm wondering if they feel like they came close to actually figuring this out. And this is good to see, by the way, is that they're like kind of huddled together, they're talking, they're getting the key players from last game and kind of being like, right, what do we need to change? What do we need to do? How are we going to go into it? Not just kind of silently staring at computer screens, which sometimes is the case for teams which lose a game 1. So, already good signs as we get into the draft now loading up. So we'll see them kind of lock into their respective positions. But yeah, I wouldn't really mind if they actually did a similar draft for game 1 and maybe I think getting rid of the Oracle and maybe trying to beat the Death Prophet again. I know. Okay, it DP very scary, but it is kind of being enabled by the rest of the team. And there is a world where you can kind of break down the foundations and then maybe get to the that juicy middle a little bit easier. So we'll see what the CyberGoose approach is. These bans is what it's all about, and they've only got 3 of them this time around. So the question becomes, what do you want to do? And it's actually Aurora that take off the DP. So CyberGoose, as I mentioned, they are a DP team. They will play it. But Aurora, they respect the hero this much.
Yeah, and that is just a really good sign. I think when you are a team that dominates with a hero, when it's available, pick it. When it's not available because the enemy has first pick, just ban it. You know what? Please try and do something else to beat us, because I think Death Prophet really feels like the amount of times we're talking about it. Like, 1, it's kind of annoying, but 2, the fact that you have to draft against it. It's like the if you were to rewind time, like when Timbersaw was really good, right? It's the same thing. You pick a Timbersaw, you can't pick a Strength hero. You have to pick an Ursa or a Slug. Like, it really forces a draft in such an annoying way that you don't get the creativity of picking anything you want. And the fact that CyberGoose, they pick up the first pick SD. Solo has been playing it a lot throughout the tournament. And instant puck. But look at Solo's reaction. He's like, okay. I'm playing into a puck.
He doesn't look too happy with this, does he?
No, and he does not. Disgruntled. Is on tier 2000 species, the coach still clicking the buttons, or okay, it is the crown is on tier 2000. So yeah, I was wondering if, because like the posturing in the break, it looked like Solo had quite a big kind of center focus for the team. Of course, he is probably getting captain, talking about what they want to do. But I was intrigued to know, like, did they mid grand final shift the drafting to Solo? But no, they haven't. It is still, again, tier 2000, his camera, but the coach is clicking the buttons. I was worried for a second. I was like, am I? Oh no, but they're not changing the systems in a game 2. Don't worry.
No, we're good.
Yeah.
Coach will
Other than
draft,
Solo's reaction to puck.
yeah. It's a little surprising because I feel like, you know, Puck, it's an answerable hero at least. You can pull out the Kunkka, you can maybe throw a TA at him or something. There's options. Hero doesn't feel that annoying.
Just have lockdown. That is all we care about
Aurora Gaming's turn to battle.
when you see a Puck.
So we will get the Shadow Demon again for Cyber Goose. This is going to be their first phase hero. Pretty much every time it's available to them, they will take it. Solo seems to be really, really confident on it, and he does usually do work.
Aurora Gaming
Last game, he still did work. There were some crucial kills they wouldn't have got him with another support hero, so you have to kind of respect it in that regard. Of course, Puck, not the #1 hater of being purged by a Shadow Demon. Doesn't really rely on getting buffed up too much. If you're using your Solar Crest and your Glimmer Capes on your Puck, then he's probably already dead. If we're being frank.
5 seconds.
Yeah, it's why they picked the Puck so quickly, is they know that you're always going to find the backline. So where Solo has been thriving with a chaotic fight, where the two games against Na'Vi, there was a Bristleback running in front, there was a Tiny finding pickoffs. Solo's behind all that, just going, okay, I can disrupt whatever's happening because the fight's in front of me, not around me. With Tusk and Puck on your team, you are not going to have that the pleasure of having a fight being not fully surrounded by the hero with the best save. You will be dying if you ever show yourself.
Definitely will, yeah. And definitely not the kind of game where you can go for Aether Lens Aghanim Scepter again.
No.
That's not going to be allowed this time around. The Puck
This
will
is like a
bully you.
Glimmer game for sure.
Yeah.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, and I do like the Tusk as well. Tusk is just a very, box-ticking hero. He's going to give you a bit of save, he gives you a bit of aggression, he's going to give you some information, he goes in. It's nice. Area denial as well. Also going to deter you from picking something like this Lina. Bit too scary to get shardsed up in lane and just beaten down. Tiny, still available here, so will be grabbed by Cyber Goose. Now the Wind Ranger on the support role coming out as well. Tiny, definitely going to be a core, whether it's carry or mid remains to be seen, but most likely Chira Jr.'s playing it. It will be in the middle lane.
An identical draft that they'd done against Na'Vi. The first pick SD into the Tiny winner in the second phase. Just perfect copy of
5 seconds.
the game we saw earlier today. And it had its strengths, right? The pick-off map play with these heroes. You've got the Tiny to start the fight, the Power Shot to be the killing blow, Shadow Demon to save the heroes that go in really aggressive. But it's very skirmish, and it's very predictable, because if they don't get kills, then the draft slowly kind of falls apart. They need to keep compounding that pick-off, finding momentum. And for Aurora,
Seconds remain.
they pick up the Dawnbreaker, really good at counterplay. Throw down the Solar Guardian.
5 seconds remain.
Whoever gets jumped by the Tiny, keep them alive longer. It feels like for Cyber Goose, they want to play for pickoff, but to get a pickoff, they have to try and not get multi-hero coiled, kill the guy before the snowball save comes from the Tusk, kill the guy before Solar Guardian, but that's really hard, right? Because it's kind of near instant if you're, on your A game. So yeah, Aurora, they are ready for the pickoff. Every single hero likes playing into this playstyle. The counter aggression is really strong on Aurora's lineup.
Yeah, I do like that idea as well. The two options here, picking a hard farmer, just trying to dodge them out. Basically what we saw Aurora doing last game. But no, this time around, they'll take it a little differently. And they will actually meet the aggression of Cyber Goose with their own sort of brick wall style of defensiveness, which is going to really hurt if you ever misinitiate. Again, punish. That's what I've noticed about these Aurora drafts, is that they can make plays themselves, but they just really, really want to turn around and smack Cyber Goose back if they ever do anything wrong. And now we have the Nature's Prophet coming out from them.
It's a really, really nice pick, the Nature's Prophet. We just described how the counter-aggressive potential of Aurora's lineup is ready to take any pickoff. You then put a Nature's Prophet in the 5 role. He's going to be shoving waves with his ultimate. He's going to be providing a little bit more heal with the Sprout and just the vision, right? For Cyber Goose to make a kill, they need their Tiny to push out the wave. The waves give so much information in Dota. So they pick up the Terrorblade. They want to try and deal with the amount of wave shove Aurora is going to be having into them. So between Terrorblade and Tiny, they have to push the waves up quick enough to then smoke up their heroes to find a kill. When they eventually find the hero, like I said before, there's a coil, there's a snowball save, there's a Solar Guardian, there's the Sprout. Like there's so much. It's so hard for Cybergoose to actually play into this game that they need to make sure that their lanes go well enough that they control it. Because of course, if Tiny controls the early game, everything I just mentioned can fall apart because you have an early gold lead, right? But if this game's even, Aurora's lineup is so obnoxious with all the subtle things they do to make this map feel uncomfortable and unplayable in the pickoff game.
Absolutely. Gosh, this is it's going to be punishing. It's going to be hard, but you know, Cybergoose, they have to have confidence in what they're doing here.
That is true.
But that is one thing they've definitely shown. Like they've never been shy to go out, to play fast, to immediately be looking. This feels like 5 players who are all on the same page at any given point, which I think is probably the biggest reason as to how they were able to make it through that lower bracket, beat all the other teams in this tournament.
Other than the triangle fight, let's not get carried away.
No, I mean against Aurora, you know, that was Aurora have broken them for sure. This is the first time we've seen them, and you know, Na'Vi looked pretty good in that one game against them, where they did kind of just fall apart. It can happen to any team, but yeah. Overall, in all of their series wins, it's been a case of just fast or never like too much discussion happening in the games. It feels like they always just seem to be aware of what needs to be happening next.
It's quite an interesting kind of final phase to the draft, right? Because for Cybergoose, they want another hero to play around. Of course, Noticed is a specialty in regards to like Mars. He likes playing Tide, and even Underlord. That one's getting respect banned out. I feel like any aura by a hero to survive the coil, to survive the Solar Guardian jump, then gives a lot of life. Because we haven't mentioned how Terrorblade. Sure, you're really good at pushing out the waves. You do eventually become the biggest carry in the game, especially if they are flexing the Dawnbreaker to the carry role. A Terrorblade with 3 slots, you're going to feel pretty good if you're protected. So I think for Cybergeese, their offlaner, you need to kind of fulfill this role for the team. Sustainability and frontline.
Radiant team ban.
Master and Undying taken out by Aurora here. Anticipating again that sort of big, tanky frontline hero to be coming out for Cybergoose in the offlane.
Is it just Conquer, or am I missing something? I'm trying to think like what's hero he's played so far that fits this role. Like we're probably not going to see Centaur because there is a puck coil that stops Stampede.
5 seconds
But
remaining.
yeah,
Not seeing
Just
a
give
whole
me
lot
a
of other
Conquer.
options.
yeah. Like Kunkka Centaur are the 2 that come to mind, but again, happy to be surprised by a hero that I forgot about.
Just clicking through previous drafts to see if there's anything which stands out as could be an option. It's not much, I'll be honest.
And even for Aurora, like their last pick, if it is a Dawn carry, Toronto Toki has so many like fun options. He can go for like a Lycan and go for just super map pressure, be like the objective taker with all the fight that they have. If they want to keep more stability to their lineup, they can go for Centaur and have just a stronger lane, Blink Initiation, Aura Buyer. And if Dawn is to be the offlaner, then you're going to see your laning matchup for Nightfall and be like, what would you like to play? You see whatever Noticed is about to pick, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the last pick for Aurora is very, very strong.
The other pick they've been falling back on quite a lot has been the Enigma, but that just doesn't really work in this draft, I don't think.
No,
so they'll go Pango.
No. Yeah.
Okie dokie. Another one they picked up quite a bit. Wasn't really thinking they were going to be taking it this time around, but I guess it does make sense.
But does it? They are picking Pango into a Puck. Puck is the hardest counter to Pangolier. You coil him, you then can't get into a roll. But I guess counter argument, like we said in the previous game with Cybergeese's lineup, if you are making all the jumps first, your draft will look good. If at any point you are unable to initiate and you are reacting to the fight, your draft will look weak. And I kind of feel that's the same case here. Cybergeese, they need to be proactive, but they need to be like really, really aggressive. And based on the last pick, like we said, Dawn could be offlane or carry. They identify a weak offlane one that Ursa can farm through, even potentially kill through. And he's going to be on just a specialty hero that is the Nightfall Ursa. So yeah, I think Aurora, they have a really, really, really strong lineup. And for Cybergeese,
This one feels tough.
it's going to feel tough, but if it's going to work out, it's all around Chira Jr. and Notice. Like, Notice needs to get through the laning phase and have good early timings to play on. But they also need to sync with the Tiny. Like, the Pango and the Tiny, they need to make sure that if you go Diffusal on the Pango, the Tiny has the Blink. And between the two of them, they're making the same moves. Keep pressuring the map. Kill the puck a couple times. Stop Toronto Tokyo from feeling comfortable. And just make sure that they never really group up to be super aggressive. So they have some tools to do it. I am a little skeptical that they can, but it's all on the laning phase. Successful lane, be aggressive, and don't fall victim to the insane turnaround Aurora have.
Yeah, that is a problem though. Like, I don't see them getting out of these lanes particularly nicely. Like, this is going to be very, very tough. You've got the Nightfall Ursa into the Pangolier. That is a very, very difficult matchup for the Pangolier. He's basically just going to be living in poverty mode and trying to snipe CS where he can, I would imagine. Maybe I'm underrating the Wind Ranger's impact in this lane, but I don't think it makes much of a difference. Mid lane, Tiny versus Puck, you know, it's fine. Probably just trade farm. Maybe the Puck can get an advantage here and there, but I don't think so. And then up in the top lane, you have the TB and the SD, Terrorblade and Shadow Demon, laning out versus the Dawnbreaker and the Tusk. Again, that is very, very strong. They're going to have a lot of damage coming out with the tag team, with the hammer coming down as well. Should be a battle on that lane at least. Like, I don't think that one's just kind of like a default win for anybody. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Aurora kind of outpacing them and outplaying them a bit up in the top lane. So I'm predicting this one to be a bit of a run over for Aurora here. I don't think Cybergeese have put themselves in a particularly good position to win this second game. What do you think, T?
I mean, I want to lean to Aurora, of course, based on play and how they're looking. The draft, again, feels like they got good comfort heroes, but you always need to respect the turnaround potential, the scaling of a Terrorblade, right? Like, maybe this time around, it's Aurora that overplay their hand. If we're thinking the lanes are going to go well for them, it takes one overextension. Like Toronto Tokyo's Dawnbreaker, we saw it early in the qualifier. He was very quick to throw out some Solar Guardians, even if it wasn't needed for the fight, or even put himself in a position of dying soon after. If that is to happen in this game, that could just be enough for Pango to find that comeback gold after a hard lane, or Tiny to get an item after Blink Dagger, right? So, yeah, I'm leaning Aurora. I'm expecting them to be the favorites in this second game, but Cybergeese, they have the heroes to always turn around a fight if they can just keep up with the farm.
Yeah,
That's just the hardest thing, right? Keeping up with the pace of Aurora.
This map is going to get absolutely rinsed by Aurora. Cybergeese, they need to be very, very efficient on map. They do have the heroes to do it at least. Like, they've got good split pushing with the Terrorblade. You know, this is something which I feel like they did much better than Na'Vi, and one of the reasons why they're in this final is because they respect map pressure a lot more. Meanwhile, Na'Vi, they don't really care about map pressure at all. They tend to just, you know, I mean, that could be obvious by their offlane picks as well, and they go for like Axe and Tide and stuff pretty exclusively. Never really bother with pushing out waves. Panto is going to take some damage here. Solo basically just 1v2ing. Soloing them, I guess. And doing a pretty good job of it. Oh, Mira. He's pretty deep behind enemy lines here. Fortunately, Solo has used his disruption. Very long cooldown at level 1, but is it going to make a difference? The right clicks are going to be there. Problems has the power shot as well. Can get this kill if he wants to, and there it is. The power shot comes through. Mira will be the first blood for the Wind Ranger.
Yeah. We always said that, you know, top lane's going to be difficult. You throw a first blood onto a Windrunner and get some extra XP. Could be the small factors that come into play to giving life to this game for Cybergeese.
Absolutely. Nice little power shot there from Problems as well to a skill range creep. So already starting things off quite nicely, giving us some hope. It's down on the bottom side. Immediate aggression coming out onto Solo. He's only used the self-disruption, but Mira just keeps on clicking him. Will not give up the chase.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
kills potential in pretty much every lane here, except maybe mid, but you never know. We've seen crazier things happen than a solo kill in the middle lane, especially when Kiyotaka's involved.
They're doing that thing where you're talking about kills in any lane, and then we're going to bait observers to look elsewhere and then miss the kill.
That's the plan.
My man.
In the laning phase of Dota, I have one goal, and that is to make Patrick miss kills.
Yes.
And then pretend it's an accident afterwards.
Yeah, no, I like. Oh, I mean, you've admitted it now, but lucky. During the laning phase, whilst everyone's sitting creeps, I have a confession. I had a dream last night that as casters, we have the ability to use team scans. So that I accidentally just kept misclicking Aurora's scan and griefing them. I woke
That'd
up
be
in,
one
in a
way
hot
for them
sweat,
to
like,
lose.
Yeah, I was like, oh god, what did I do?
That's funny because the other day I accidentally pinged in game, and like that's something I just never do. So there's no real reason for us to ping. And I was like, what if there's just one day that breaks, and then I ping, and then everybody's like, oh no, what's happened? Why is there a grey ping on the map? And we then have to have a full investigation. But always in the back of my mind.
Yeah, ever since
There has been that in the past.
Yeah.
Oh no, the bug wasn't the players could see it, but there was a bug where if you pinged something, every other caster could see it.
Yes, there was.
I'm not gonna name names, but
some
particular
production.
region never ever stopped. Everybody used to tell them, they'd tell them in person, guys, we can all see your pings, please stop doing it. But yeah, sure. And then next game,
Kept going.
more pings.
Kiyotaka has been doing it incredibly well in the mid lane. 19 for 1 on the pot to the tiny 15-3. Normally with a tiny, any melee hero often is able to muscle up into the puck and kind of get just the additional denies and annoy just a little bit. But yeah, Kiyotaka not phased by the matchup at all.
Structures are fortified.
Yeah, and Fortify even coming out here to force Chira Jr. to waste all of his spells and have to wait now and just trying to pull some waves. It's not looking too clean here from Chira Jr.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yeah, and we were worried about the Pango lane, and it's not actually a problem at all, right?
No,
Pangolin sitting at
looking
20
great.
CS 6 to 9s. Yeah, he's doing really, really good. I think maybe something that we overlooked during the draft was the fact that the Nature's Prophet doesn't apply kill threat in lane. It's like sustain and kind of chip damage. So then you don't have this like 1+1 combination, right? It's like CM plus Ursa. You root, you get kill. A Witch Doctor, you coconut, you get kill, right? Like it's. I just listed 2 pretty dead heroes in the patch, but you get the point. And because of that,
I
Pango
do.
actually thriving.
Yeah. They can both break out of this the sprout very easily as well, so not too helpful for Nightfall. He's just going to focus on the farm. It's a TP down to the bottom side here. Panto getting on top of Solo. Yeah, he's a goner, but
He gets a kill first.
All right. Hashtag value.
2
Lovely
points
stuff.
in Disseminate. He's just, you hit me, I hit you. That was, yeah, really good damage.
Yeah, you're absolutely not sad about that if you're Solo or pretty much anybody on the side of Cyber Geese. You're fine with how that goes down. More space for Noticed as well to keep on putting pressure onto the Ursa.
Kind of open Shadow Demon now. Maybe not after this part, but all the other parts.
Yeah, just come run back to lane. Almost immediately die again. Blood Grenade connects, but he's got the tango going, so he will be okay.
As soon as I want to play, I'm like, okay,
never mind.
hold up. Of course, this is why we see Tusk always kind of in meta, right? 1 shard on a support, you pair it with any kill threat. Here's plenty of damages. They instantly get the spells up, go to tier 2000, disrupt to disjoint the aggression of the Starbreaker of Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, still a stick and a Fairy Fire available from tier 2000, so he's not too worried about what Aurora doing into him right here.
6-minute
Of
rule.
course, Will still die
Goes
without
top.
the disruption, but of course, Kiyotaka is winning middle lane, therefore he gets the illusion rune as well. I think the game should detect who's ever's lowest net worth, and the rune should just spawn on whatever side they're on.
Maybe that could be like the Oracle feature, where it's like you get to see the rune, but you get to choose where the rune should go.
You should choose which side, which rune you get.
So it's not about
Well, there should be like three
yeah.
different heroes, each with like a different part of that facet. Like one gets to decide which side it spawns, one gets to decide what rune it is, and then
God,
you just pick them all, and your mid lane is just like, yeah, they still
I
lose
still
somehow.
don't get them.
yeah,
Still
still
complaining.
guys, yeah, Puck has a DD.
Unlucky. Well, we told you it was bottom, but whatever. Yeah, Pango's actually just crushing top. That's yeah, really, really good to see.
Absolutely happy to be wrong about how this lane's kind of gone down. Of course, you still have that global potential of Panto to kind of bleed through onto the other lanes, create some success over there. But overall, there's only really one lane which isn't going that fantastically for anybody, and it's actually Toronto Tokyo down in the bottom lane on the Dawnbreaker. Of course, not his like signature hero. Nightfall kind of plays the more kind of notable Dawnbreaker on carry, but kind of forced into it due to the flex and not having the greatest time. There's Nightfall going for solo here, but taking quite a lot of damage in the process. But we'll be able to get on top of the solo. But notice coming in, bringing down Nightfall. One more click will be required from the Pangolier, or Problems could just do it with a bunch of arrows in his head instead. Down he goes. Solo still alive here, baiting them in really, really deep as Kiyotaka arrives. Kiyotaka, though, doesn't have the mana at the moment. Going to try and wand up, get the stick out as well, and get the orb across over to the side, just looking to escape. Chiro Jr. won't be able to find anybody else here. Trying to run down Mira, but Mira just a little bit too quick, also with the damp brown brutes. So, ooh, good deny on that DD from Problems as well. That is definitely making sure they don't have problems in the future. And now, maybe looking for the kill. Ava, toss, Mira will die. Well, that is one way to get yourself back into the lane on the Tiny, back into the game as well.
Oh, it's just a really weird go from Aurora, right? Like you see the Shadow Demon, you don't connect with the Earthshock, and then you continue to chase. It felt like if the Pucker TP'd in first to assist with the gank, it'd make sense. You'd call them near the tower, you get the damage off. But the fact that Kiyotaka joined extremely late to that engagement, it felt really, really good for the Cyber Geese. And that entire time, Tier 2000 was just hitting creeps in the bot lane, not complaining at all. And yeah, Tiny. Kind of on the way to Blink Dagger, right? But he's happy to join any of the early fights. Diving bottom though, do they have any TPs to help out? Tiny does have the TP, no Sunder available on the
no level
Terrorblade. As we
6.
get one creep away.
Be awkward, but just running away. Snowball's going to come through. Mira, does he have anything else? He doesn't, but the Dawnbreaker ulti cancelled out.
He has Sunder now, he has
TA2000
Sunder.
still alive. Sunder, level 6, he's living. Oh my goodness, kills off the task, hits the level 6, immediate level Sunder into Toronto Tokyo. And they will not be killing this Terrorblade today. Holy, what a timing. And so heads up for TA2000 as well, as noticed up in the top side. I think he's fine.
I think he's fine, yeah, I agree. Solo just waddling in once more.
And so it's kind of going to get jumped here. Power Shot goes a little awry, but Solo's on the
have,
case anyway. And Nightfall is, yeah, he's
getting
got no
kited.
spells left. This Ursa is just dead on your screens, guys.
He had
Down he
12
goes.
Fury swipes. Taking an extra 348 damage per hit, but he just
Yeah.
can't hit.
That is funny. How much base damage does the Ursa have? So he's got like 70 base damage on top of that as well. So would have done just around, 410 damage per hit. Casual.
They go. The fact that the Starbreaker doesn't connect for Toronto Tokyo, he actually
let's watch
misses the
this one.
Starbreaker, and then the Tiny comes in with the Avalanche, and one
Great
drop
timing
of
from-
damage, one anything. But
Yeah.
you kill Tusk, you get XP, you get level 6. Even the creep on the right-hand side, it was seconds away from the creep dying that also would have given the Terrorblade 6. But yeah, Aurora, it feels like they're on like a slippery slope, and when they see a hero, they commit with no stop button. They are just running at them. Top lane, they then die. Bot lane, they then die. And Cybergeese, they are just punishing all of this. We were hyping up the draft of Aurora to being this like ever farming, counter playing lineup, but they don't care about the counterplay. They want to be the aggressors, and it is not helping them at all. Toss back
Yeah.
onto mid.
It's one of these situations where I really, really like being wrong here. Like I was so sure that these lanes were just going to get completely stomped on the side of Cyber Geese, but yeah, absolutely, just proving me wrong. Obviously, a little bit of bias there because I mean it's Aurora. They should be the better team, but right now Cyber Geese looking absolutely excellent in this early game. Full credit to them. They are punching up.
But even with the Pango having a good lane, I kind of expected the puck to go in, like remind Notice, like, hey man, I'm a puck, you're a Pango, you die when I turn up. But they weren't clean on that rotation. They waited 4 or 5 seconds for him to rotate in, and then they keep trying to kill the bottom. And it's like, if Toronto Tokyo hits the stun, TB's dead. There is no turnaround. The TB's just gone, right? It's poor TPs, really close attempts of kill, but spells not connecting. Aurora. In a different, if you were to repeat this game with Cherry Jr., it does get deleted. Like, I feel like if you were to replay this game again, we probably would see Aurora with a lead because they would have a clean rotation. They wouldn't miss the spells, right? Like, but of course that doesn't matter. That is these events aren't happening. Cyber Geese are punishing all of the mistakes that Aurora are making in the early game. Yeah, Notice had the defusal blade so early. 12 minutes offlane
for an offlane Pango.
defusal. Yeah, he's
crazy.
You put one swash into an Ursa and he's now having to choose between like Earthshock or an Empower.
Yeah, not enough to do my spells.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's tough. Nightfall just gonna hit the jungle, try to recover his game a little bit.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Never counting out Nightfall, of course. He's a ridiculously consistent carry player, but will be a little bit dormant. The bear is going to hibernate through this tough early mid. It's tier 2000 rotating across, taking this tower, but going back to bottom lane. It's always interesting to see carries after they come and rotate for this tower, whether they stay up top or whether they come back down to bottom. What do you think the reason is for making that decision? What factors go into that decision?
Let's see if he dies.
Nightfall does pop the Enrage, but he's got so many spells on him right now. And of course, Solo there with the Demonic Purge as well. Snowball gonna buy him a bit of time. And they are running out of resources on the side of Cyber Geese. They've lost Chira Jr. Problem's also gonna get mauled by the Ursa. Nightfall surely will die, but he takes down 2, 3, maybe even 4 with him. Notice also gonna be dropping. He's got no way out. He's dead as well. Wow. I mean, they do take down the bear, but that is a huge trade for Aurora.
Yeah, and I guess to answer your question, it's because with this lineup, Dawnbreaker wants to play away from the aggression. Therefore, you need Ursa to kind of soak up the fight. Sure, he doesn't really use Soul Guardian in that engagement, but I believe it might have been a cooldown. But yeah, you can't just ruin your entire map state just to give your carry a little bit more farm, because then everyone else will have a really bad game, right? Throwing Dawnbreaker up there, he dies, now you don't have to counterplay. And yeah, it wasn't cooldown, as we just been double checking the replay, and yeah. This is what we expected from Aurora though. When we see this lineup, it is baiting Cyber Geese into a fight. You're underneath your tier 2, you have the tier 2 aura, the Tusk save, the coil to contain that aggression, and they don't kill Nightfall at all. It takes them so long, and they eventually get the kill, but at the expense of 4 heroes, Aurora. They kind of wish this was the every single fight that we'd seen so far in the game, but it took them 2 or 3 skirmishes to get to that level of execution. And
now pressure again coming out onto Problems. Problems won't be getting away from this one, I don't believe it though. Solo is nearby with that disruption, and they've taken down Mirror in the front line, so it's trader supports right now. Can they catch Kiyotaka? Swashbuckle going to be off the mark, which means he's got plenty of mana to keep on using. Solo gets thrown over, but he's in this sneaky little pot in the trees, and all 4 heroes pinging out that spot. They knew exactly where he was, but they just couldn't quite get there.
Yeah, they also just didn't have the stuns. The disruption was on cooldown, so even if they were to see the puck, he would have been able to disengage.
The alley-oop, you know, dunking Solo over to get him to use the disruption would have been super cool, but
yeah, that would have been everything you want to see. Okay, so they're starting onto the Dawnbreaker in the book.
Aggressive, yeah. Mira, Panto, both going to turn up, of course, to respond to this one, but Solo walking away from it, and they will kill off Mira, and Toronto Tokyo going to die here as well. So a nice couple of kills from the side of the Cyber Geese, as well, Problems takes a ton of damage chasing him down with a chipped vest and the blade mail, but still going to be an easy pick off in the end. So And sports don't really matter. They know there's no puck. They know there's no coil. Make aggression whilst those abilities are on cooldown. Absolutely the right call here from Cybergoose.
Cybergeese are doing the critical thing. Do not go near Kiyotaka, right? The second pick puck in the draft, 8.6k net worth. If you go anywhere near him, you're probably gonna die. Especially as he has a bottled arcane rune. Like, he wants to fight you.
Yeah.
So Cybergeese, they're gonna have to dance around this map. They're gonna have to try and find different kills in the hope of just dodging him. And at some point, they will need to try and answer this problem. But for now, try and keep feeding off of the Dawnbreakers, the Tusk, the Prophets. Because it will only get harder. BKB is the item that Toronto Tokyo is looking to buy. He understands that killing him first is a pretty good way to enter the fight on Cybergeese, so he wants to be as tanky as possible, as quick as possible.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Playing behind the territory top.
TA2000 getting jumped up on the top side. Immediate coil with the Dawnaughty coming in over the top as well. Snowball going to miss though. Excellent disruption. Solo, he is always there. He's a step ahead of the game. And TA2000 will cut down Mira. Now looking for a target to get off that Sunder, but he's got to be careful. The silence is going to be there. He's running away, but he's dead. Panto catches him out. The Sprout comes down and they'll kill off the Terrorblade. Problems meanwhile chasing Panto, but Solo getting killed off by Kiyotaka. And Problems is kind of having issues here with getting the kill as, oh, okay. Chira Jr. gets the Blink Dagger, gets the kill and takes him down. Panto will not be escaping either. And just like last time, you kill the carry, it costs you 4 heroes. This time in the other direction, Aurora, they kill the carry and it costs them 4 heroes.
The tip from Toronto Tokyo as well, it's like, he sees like his puck is like, you know what, puck, you're popping off, King. You're getting double killed. He tips him, 2 seconds later, avalanche, toss, power shot, swashbuckle. Oh shit, the puck's dead. The tip really went south, but yeah, for the start of that fight for Aurora, they coil up the Terrorblade. Solo, excellent positioning with that disruption, fully disjoints the fight. They'd already committed to the engagement, like, yeah, snowballing in. So the Tusk of Dawn, they're instantly dead. And Kiyotaka, with the Arcane Rain blinking around the fight, he does get to clean up a couple kills with the assistance of Panto. But yeah, the fact that under this this puck pressure, the Tiny identifies, wait a second, we can kill the puck, and they all very quickly turn. Like, in a single tiny blink, every hero on Cybergeese just did like a 180. It's like, wait, we have a spell, let's just throw it onto the Tiny. So really good communication there. But yeah, Kiyotaka,
Revenge here.
When he isn't perfectly chained down by nearly every hero on Cybergeese, he is just running wild in this game.
He's having a wonderful time, yeah. And but yeah, I love what you said there, because I picked up on that too on the replay with both the Pangolier and the Tiny. Like, they could have so easily gone for the Prophet, and like, what a juicy easy kill onto Panto they could have gone for. But they see the slightly more difficult but also very possible play to kill off the puck instead, and they take that opportunity. Both of them on the same page. This is what I was saying before, Cybergoose. They are always on the same page, except when they're not.
Great statement.
Thank you very much.
Yes, yeah. They win when they don't lose.
It's true.
Yeah, it is true.
They have been more on the same page than any other team in these qualifiers except Aurora. How about that?
Sure.
Oh, cool.
I mean, that's also quite a meme statement, because, you know, they are in the grand finals, so makes sense. I was trying to double check actually for Solo's international history, because you'd expect him to have a very seasoned TI.
Yeah, I'd expect like maybe 4 TIs under his belt, maybe 3.
Yeah, just when I double checked it, I kind of didn't realize like how starved his TIs have been recently, right? Like, he was at TI 12 with 9 Pandas. Then before that, he then was at TI 9. And then before that, it was TI 8. And so, yeah, and then TI 7. So it's like he's, since TI 9, it's only been one other TI. It really has been him chasing the hope of getting back to the former glory. Small little segue there.
Qualifying would mean a hell of a lot here, but of course, against Aurora. That's a tough enemy to beat. Roshan goes down. Cybergoose will be grabbing this one. Aegis into the hands of the Pangolier now. Last time we had Cybergoose with an Aegis on a Pangolier. Didn't look too great, but let's see if they can make some improvements from last time. Mira has been caught out a little bit, completely ditched by Kiyotaka here, as makes sense because a whole bunch of heroes coming back to deal with him. They'll lose Mira once again.
Yeah, we'll see what Cybergeese can do with the Aegis this time around. In game one, it kind of hurt more than it helped in Panto. Let's get his TP cancelled and he's dying for placing a ward. There's 2 sentries available in the Windrunner. Instantly throws it down. Of course, that is one of the specialties of a Nature's Prophet in the support role. Usual teleportation, get that deep ward and then smoke on it later. So really good there from Cybergeese to finish that. No. Glimmer on the Tiny. He already used the call very early on.
Yeah, it's a good catch onto the Shadow Demon as well. It's exactly who you want to be taking out there. He still had the destruction through the whole thing. Wanted to save it, but now Chira Jr. is being beaten down by the Ursa does get the kill, and Tiny is dead. Oh dear. Not the play they're looking for. Losing 2 in the middle lane, and the Pangolier looking to back out as well. Does get out.
I mean, the roll looked pretty good. He was hitting multiple heroes, but yeah, as I looked at the minimap, of course, tier 2000 with a Metamorphosis on cooldown, he doesn't want to join the fight, and Windrunner was still kind of connecting from the bottom Prophet kill. So there aren't any heroes, like to kill the Prophet deep on your side of the map, whilst also playing up in the mid tier 2, a central area of the map, which is really easy to gank here. Cybergeese, every time they get a small lead, it feels like they're just too greedy. They're trying to do too much on the map. I'm going to say it again, but they have to respect the puck. At the moment, it really doesn't seem to be that they're giving too much respect to the hero. They keep kind of running around as if there isn't a coil and a 14,000 net worth hero in the game.
Yeah, a little bit. Need to have some plans to do with Kiyotaka in the near future. And right now, doesn't really appear to be any. There's no Orchids coming out. There's no Hexes on the horizon. Only person who's looking to deal with this problem is Problems. Who's going for the Hex themselves, but on the support Wind Ranger, that's going to be very, very far away, so don't expect that anytime soon.
Yeah, one way to deal with him is just to get tanky enough that you can't just stand your ground during the coil. Force the puck to feel like every bit of control he applies is not connecting on a kill. T2000, once he gets the butterfly, just hug him. That could be the answer. They are smoked up again. Aurora, it feels like they're yet in the series to really fall victim to the 5-man smoke of Cybergeese. Always dodging it, always reading it. T2000 now hits him to mid tier 2. Doesn't have the butterfly yet. Still waiting for the last couple of components.
Yeah, it's again quite a good call here to honestly go for this tier 2 tower. You wouldn't expect it being so close to the butterfly, but not quite having it done yet. And yet, Aurora, they're just not anywhere else right now. They are not on the map. Nightfall getting jumped by Problems. Looking to bring down Nightfall,
the classic.
But it's a classic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Had it ready, we'll use it. Maybe not how you want to be using your 9-second BKB, but you know, you get to live, you get to shove out this wave pretty deep. A little bit of damage on the tower as well. And by that I mean really a tiny amount of damage on the tower, but it's a start.
Okay, so 1 BKB equals 71 damage on the tower. So
It's a lot of BKB charges.
Yeah, so if we now take that, 2500 divided by 71, that's 35 BKB charges from Nightfall to take the bottom tier 2. Of course, that's on a 95-second cooldown. So that's 3,345 seconds to kill the bottom tier 2, divided by 6 to get the minutes. So in 55 minutes, he will take the bottom tier 2 with his current game plan.
Good stuff, but then the BKB charges go down from 9 seconds, so one would assume the actually, well, no, he didn't. He wasn't using BKB to hit the tower. So
no, he's just using BKB.
Tracks.
Yeah,
the math
exactly.
is correct.
The math, yeah. So again, guys, if this game can last long enough, he may be successful.
Patrick, can we click on Wind Ranger for a minute here? Very important stuff. Yeah, when Focus Fire is on cooldown, guys. What do we think they used it on?
Oh,
Well, she's dead.
his own demise.
Yeah. What do we think she used Focus Fire on, guys? Asking everybody here. Any guesses? Any
have no
ideas?
clue.
It was a treant.
Oh, hate the guy.
Singular tiny treant. Ironwood trees. I think it was PTSD from Ironwood trees.
Yeah.
I think it was to kill it before the rune spawned. And yeah. And that is interesting, isn't it? Tier 3 mana draft.
It's a really, really good
Radiant's top
item.
tower is under attack.
Being able to maintain mana and your aggression throughout the map is good compared to, like, if you don't get Shiv on a core, why not keep your mana? Continue playing active. I'm not opposed to it. Aurora, they're smoked up. Of course, the Parasma has been completed on the puck just for some time. Just haven't mentioned it. And the MKB is on the horizon for the Ursa. The game kind of slowed down.
Good
But that is with anticipation that Roshan is going to be the big objective that both teams will be vying for in the future. Of course, Pangolier had the Aegis recently. So in a minute 44, that's when the respawn window can return. And Butterfly available for the Terrorblade. Like, if they want to fight on Cybergeese, it needs to be this window where Terrorblade has Butterfly and there isn't the MKB in the Ursa. That is a 200 gold window.
Short window indeed, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, at the very least, they'll kill off a Nature's Prophet, but not going to
They've
get a
run
whole
down
lot
mid.
more than that. But
They're running
TA2000
down
now
mid.
knocking on the front door. Anybody home? Damage coming out onto these towers. And that's going to be the tier 3 gone. Ursa coming back. Monkey King Bar
How's
delivered.
the MKB? Yep.
It is seen though. They do see it. They do respect it. They do back themselves away. So, Cybergeese. You know, they had a really tiny window. In all fairness, they did a lot inside of that window. Broke the high ground. Got a tier 3 tower. You know, now if they want to go for the throne at any point, they can go straight onto the tier 4s.
Yeah.
You know, gotta be
You like
optimistic about these
the,
things.
Yeah, the 35-minute throne attempt. Anticipating. They fight for the next Roshan, get the Aegis. Oh my god, Cybergeese, they're doing it. They've taken the throne with no
That's
ranks.
a flash forward, a teaser of what's to come
Yeah,
next season. On
foreshadowing. Yeah. Don't leak the script. I can't make that joke with Solo, I guess. Anyway, moving on.
29 minutes in, and a very, very even game here between these two teams. Again, Cybergeese. Oh, Coil used at mid. No Coil. I mean, that's tempting. I'm more than tempted about this.
It is only on cooldown for a minute, right? And Metamorphosis also on cooldown. Like, by the time the meta comes
yeah,
up, you've got
Meta
like
is
a
a bit-
8-second window of or 10-second window of no coil.
Sounds good to
Yeah,
me.
we keep playing for these marginal
We like
windows.
these windows.
Yeah,
The
great
20
windows,
seconds,
love
the
'em.
10 seconds. It's all they need.
Yep.
It's a reason why Cybergeese are in these grand finals is because they've been taking advantage of these 10-second windows.
God, I do love the blind statements that no one can actually back up unless they watch every game
So, like-
perfectly. Oh, I mean,
Is under attack.
it's kind of hard what casting is.
Don't let them know.
Don't shush me.
Roshan respawning. Nightfall. Oh, look, he's immediately here. Just kidding. Jumping past it. Blink away. He knows that there's a lot of heroes missing right now. There's the Cybergeese smoked up, looking to find some action around the Roshan pit. And, well, they'll be finding themselves a little walrus here. Time to go clubbing. They will be able to take him down, cancelling out the blink with a well-timed power shot. Mira will die. Did commit the demonic purge there, which felt a little bit heavy-handed from Solo, but that's all right.
Rolling onto the puck.
Yeah, this is good.
Another
They've got it
stun.
caught out. The combo, the toss, it's going to be there, and it's going to be good. Kiyotaka gonna die deep into the bottom lane. The buyback comes out from Mira, but without your puck, I'm not sure he's contesting this Roshan, and I don't think he fancies buying back for it. The little Tring going to come in, reveal what's going on here, but as if anyone was in any doubt.
What flawless lockdown on that.
They're
Especially-
coming.
That is a gem they gave away, but they're going to try and take the fight here. Meta is available. Puck has buyback.
Is he looking for a steal or is he looking for a tie? He's looking for Solo and he's going to find him. See you later, buddy. Jura Jr. also forced to BKB and get away from Nightfall, but Nightfall BKB looking pretty low here, but in the front lines, notice it's already gone. There will not be a Pangolier unless he buys back, which he does. Trying to jump away. Tier 2000. Very low goes the Sunder, doesn't find it. He's gone as well. Aurora, they come back, they take the fight, and they will kill off the Terrorblade and potentially secure themselves Roshan here. There is nothing they can do now on the side of the Cyber Geese. In fact, Chira Jr. has been found by Mira as well. Mira may have died, but it doesn't matter. He's going to come back and claim vengeance upon the Cyber Goose team. Look at that damage coming out. The Ursa, the Puck, able to just do so much in that engagement.
That is the effect of the Kiyotaka on your team, right? Like, sure, you eventually get the kill on him, but then you go to Roshan, you're playing on a daytime Roshan at the bottom pit next to the Dire outpost. So Kiyotaka holds his buyback, waits to see the fight develop, and as soon as it looks good, he jumps back into the fight, and there is no fight constructor really available for Cybergoose, right? Pango's by himself on the high ground. You've already lost your Shadow Demon. There's a multi-hero core on the winner on the Terrorblade. No Sunder to turn it around. Like, I think Cybergeese say they're anticipating no buyback available. Like, that play is exceptional if Kiyotaka cannot instantly get back into the fight. But because they are so hungry and excited at the prospect of they finally killed Kiyotaka, the thorn in their side, it kind of diluted their comms, diluted their perspective on the engagement. And Aurora, they understand exactly what's happening. It's like, guys, this is really bad for them. And yeah, that Roshan, it was going to be whoever takes that Roshan should have kind of the commanding position for the next 5 to 10 minutes of the game. But
and to be blunt, Solo knows that he fucked up there. Like, you need to be really careful on this Shadow Demon because, again, like, a Glimmer Cape at this point in the game is not really going to save you from an Ursa. Ursa, all he wants to do is kill off Solo, and yeah, he gets the jump, he gets a kill, he gets a catch. Solo doesn't get to play the fight. He loses the ability to I'd
have preferred if Cybergeese, after getting the puck kill, you move towards Roshan, start kind of chipping down the HP, but don't overcommit. Like, don't use meta. Don't like overwhelm the objective, which then forces Aurora to want to commit. And then once you see the fight kind of looking to be good, like, you can test, does the puck buyback, right? Like, they didn't play it slow. They didn't play it disciplined. Someone on the team got a little bit too chaotic, and everyone just kind of followed in without really kind of understanding what the repercussions of that fight could have been.
Dire are scanning.
Again, in the moment, like I said, the way that Kiyotaka plays, you feel like killing him once in a game often is like the finally, we can breathe, but he really does hold opponents, just kind of choking them out with how annoyingly aggressive he is.
Yeah.
Nope, Solo's dead.
He is indeed really not having a nice time against Nightfall here. Nightfall definitely has his number, and he is on speed dial at this point.
Yeah, and the gem was reclaimed. That was one of the positives of Park Pickoff. Take the gem, deward the map, control the vision, don't enable the jumps, and he goes and grabs the Pango, and Dawn makes profit, very quickly jumping in.
Jeez, the swing in this game. I mean, you're playing against Nature's Prophet, you're playing against Dawn, you're playing against Puck. You always know that when you're behind, you're going to be hunted anywhere you're at. And that's exactly what Aurora are doing, making it feel like they just cannot breathe.
Just look at the graph, it's so sad as well, because it's like, graph's going up, you kill Puck, life's great,
Yeah.
death.
Get yourself a nice easy rush. Oh, never mind.
No.
He turns around, but there's a BKB and a Nightfall for Mira, so that is going to be not a kill. Goodness. I mean, that's a carry hero that's just disappearing, a mid hero at least, disappearing in a blink of an eye. 1,400 physical damage from the Ursa.
For our podcast listeners, the Tiny is middling.
Yes. Level 25 on the Ursa, 35 minutes into the game. Level 25 on the Ursa, on the Puck as well. Yeah, that's just... This is getting unplayable so quickly as well.
Yeah. You just you click your fingers and Aurora just pretty much win the game. That's happened in game 1, it's happening in game 2. Feels like you need to play a flawless game against them.
He's just not allowed to do anything. Tips coming out for Kiyotaka here as well. Like, absolutely. What do you do? How do you answer this? Like, what's the response? You rock up on this, you're gonna get coiled. It's a BKB penetrating coil with an Ursa with 1 billion overpowers on you. Like,
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
TA2000 needs to do something phenomenal in this fight. They're going to be doing it with at least 2 barracks down. Here we go. Rolling Thunder coming out. Notice going to start this fight by trying to lock down Nightfall. Nightfall gets off the BKB. They're just going to try and look for the reset here on Aurora. They don't fancy playing into this sort of disadvantage. Notice still getting himself out. Kiyotaka, nice orb away. We'll be fine.
A loss so small, the world will hardly notice.
I like how closely Patrick was keeping an eye on that Aegis there. Just worrying that Kiyotaka was going to overplay his hand, and could have been a way back in, but no.
At this point for Aurora, it is just reset. They do have a very simple choice. It's play very, very defensive, wait for next Roshan, or continue riding this momentum that you have. You are 23,000 gold up. You probably can take bottom tier 2. You know, very slowly siege the bottom objective, maybe force out any spells, but with the meta on cooldown for 66 seconds, they might just try and secure the mega creeps in this brief window of time that they have. Yeah, it's all for Aurora now.
Yeah, and so little vision on the map as well from this gen. Kiyotaka, they just completely blinded the Cyber Geese. Can't see a thing.
Look at him.
Jesus, Kiyotaka. These orbs, you just never know if he's actually going to appear on them, and most of the time he is. He's trying to phase shift off, and once again just dukes them all out. Toronto Tokyo has kind of been baited by this as well, though, as he goes in solo, dead again, cannot stay alive. Caught by the Ursa. Mira getting kind of low here, but he's going to be able to get out absolutely fine. Meta on cooldown for 15 seconds here. It's a very small window. They will be back up for the big fight, so at the very least we'll get to see TA2000 trying to defend at his full strength. But yeah, it does look like Aurora wanting to force this one out.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And here we go. Coil comes out from Kiyotaka. Takes a little bit of damage for it, but whoa. TA2000 just snaps the coil and dies. Oh no, that's a very, very anticlimactic way to end this game. But in fairness, that's kind of this game in a nutshell. Everything was so even. One poor Roche fight, and everything's just absolutely falling apart. Spaghetti is out of the fanny pack. It is not looking good here in game number 2. And that is going to be, I mean, 2 games in a row, right? Where Cyber Geese were looking like an equal. There was looking like a fair, reasonable game between 2 teams of equal caliber. And then Aurora hit their time and just go, okay, this one's over. We've won now. And it doesn't look like Cyber Geese have a say in the matter, T.
No, and this is 2 drafts where you get a first pick death off it. Even though he wasn't like commanding, he was still annoying them the entire time. Pretty good contribution in that game. Game 2, second pick Puck dominates the entire game. Again, there was like a very brief window where the first 2 or 3 moves from Aurora were quite disjointed, but you're going to see here, this is, again, the production always starting with the most important highlight of the game. Wonderful stuff, right? They hit the multi-hero coil, they stopped the early game aggression of Cyber Geese, and it takes this one move and Kiyotaka goes, I'm top net worth, I finally put a stop to your, you outplaying us, and I'll never let you feel good in the game again, right? And yeah, this grand finals, it just feels like it's all Kiyotaka, right? They need to stop him in the draft somehow, but when they're picking his hero in the first phase 2 games in a row, you're not going to enter game 3 by banning out a Death Prophet, by banning out a Park. You're not going to do all this. Like, that's way too much to ask for, right? But he is putting on so much pressure to the enemy that everyone else on Aurora kind of has the freedom to enter any fight they want, do as they please, because yeah, Kiyotaka feels like he's doing it all right now in the grand finals.
Absolutely. First on the Death Prophet, now on the Puck. Kiyotaka is unstoppable. Nightfall, of course, being very consistent on his carries as well. On the PA, now on the Ursa, just blowing heroes up, being a threat, and hitting its critical mass in time where they just can't really respond on Cyber Goose. It's tough. It's difficult. It's hard to watch as well because it feels like CyberGoose are doing so much right. They do one thing wrong and everything just disappears. And this was the other big fight of the game here at 31 minutes where it looked like they finally caught out Kiyotaka. It looked like they could finally start to play this game, but a buyback comes in, Solo gets brought down, and yeah, honestly, like, Solo just didn't get to play this game. He did not get to play the game. He was the first one dead every single time. They were always just jumping in deep to kill him off, and no one can really punish that. So that's something which has to change as well. Like, Solo has to be alive in these fights if he's going to play a hero like Shadow Demon.
Yeah, but they first picked the Shadow Demon. It's not as if they were seeing information. They started the entire draft by going, Solo, you're playing Shadow Demon, and Aurora was like, okay, we get an Earth to jump you, a Tusk to jump you, a Pug to jump you, a Prophet to also somewhat jump you, right, with your Shard and Giving Vision, right? Like, yeah, maybe they're going to have to shift away from this opening up with the Shadow Demon. It is giving Aurora quite a lot of critical information to play around. Sure, the laning is good, right, with the nuisance of the disruption into Lina in game 1, the disruption to prevent the aggression of Dawnbreaker in game 2, but yeah, their pieces are falling apart for CyberGeese, and we can be critical on draft, sure, but also in play. I feel like there are times in which they are getting baited into fights by Aurora, and we are seeing the difference between Aurora, a consistent top 8 LAN team throughout the entire year, versus CyberGoose, an open qualifier stack, kind of, I would argue, brought together kind of in the last minute. Very impressive they got to the grand finals, but the class difference between the two teams is really shining in this. So the discussion, between game 2 and game 3, they are going to have to put all the thinking caps on to ensure that they can concoct the best draft, the best play, because, yeah, they are a game away, Aurora, from qualifying to the International.
It's feeling like nothing is going to be able to stop them. What more can the Goose really, really do? We're going to find out after this short break. One more break to go, perhaps, as we get into game number 3 of Aurora versus CyberGoose. We'll see you in a bit.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to potentially the last game of these qualifiers, and let's be real, none of us would be surprised if it was. It is, of course, Cyber Goose versus Aurora here in the grand final of the Road to the International of the EEU region qualifiers, and I'm still excited to watch this one. You know, Cyber Goose, they haven't backed down. They're never really just laying down and surrendering. Every single time, they're bringing ideas, they're trying their best, they're putting up a fight. But at some point in every single one of these games, things have just broken apart. Aurora taken control, and they've left us in very little doubt over who is going to be taking the victory here. So let's see if they can change some minds in game number 3, Cyber Goose.
Yeah, I think simplest answer to that entire thing is just try and stop Kiyotaka, right? Ban out the Death Prophet, respect the fact that he's ready to pick a Puck, a Storm, or whatever early on in the draft, right? And you know, the Storm's not been the best showing, at least in the qualifier so far, but everything else, it really feels like he just is popping off on. So yeah, I want my game 3 to be competitive, because no one wants to see a 3-0 grand finals. You always want to see a little bit back and forth, right? And yeah, trying to stop Kiyotaka might just be the easiest path to doing that. But then once you shut him down, Nightfall will probably step up to fill that void. So it is such a difficult grand finals for Cyber Geese, and yeah, we'll see how they want to approach it already with the Death Prophet ban in the opening.
I think a lot of it comes down to these players stepping up as well. Like almost the aura with which Cyber Geese have played these qualifiers with has been sort of broken apart now. And it's always been, you know, tier 2000, you know, on his Terrorblade, on his Sven, you know, like what can he get done? Who can he kill? How does he take down another core to start their fights with an advantage? That's just not happened in these games. He's never really been in that position. I want to see him in that position. I want to see them maybe just say, hey, you know what? Kiyotaka can do what he likes. Nightfall can do what he likes, but we are going to meet them with our own strong heroes. We're going to meet them with our own over-farmed hero in that regard as well. But, you know, it's not like they haven't tried to do that. Last game we had a Terrorblade. You know, that's a TA 2000 speciality, and it just didn't work out.
Okay, so straight away with the Doom, I wouldn't mind a instant Beastmaster from Cyber Goose, just for the fact that you do later on get the obviously Helm of Overlord, which he can't eat, but I think map pressure against the Doom is really nice. We've seen quite a lot of Doom games in the qualifier where once you lose a couple of early towers, you've got a Midas, you're looking for Radiance, then you're going for BKB. Like, it's a lot of farm, right? Even though Nightfall is probably one of the best farmers on Doom in the game right now, I'd like to see Cyber Goose have the confidence to go, let's try and shut down this map. And yeah, especially with the Enigma ban, that is kind of what Aurora are scared of. Again, just to clarify, Beastmaster early on can be quite annoyed by Doom, but once you get to Overlord, you don't care. Towers will fall. Instead, they go for the Terrorblade. Another counter to Doom because of Sunder primarily. You can Sunder an ally that's doomed to keep them alive so they don't die. And as a carry, you itemize in a way that you can kind of ensure that you have good distance from him. You can get Hurricane Pike to create a gap between the two of you. You have Manta to stop the cast of Doom. So it's quite a fun little hero to play into Doom in an even stable game.
Yeah. Yeah, you can even save your teammates if you really want, but mostly it's just about not really being
close.
Yeah. Bans coming out here for the side of Aurora. Again, just more saves coming out. Still Shadow Demon sitting around. They say, Solo, my friend, if you want to do it again, feel free. Pick another Shadow Demon. We don't care. We're not scared.
So I just can't get over the fact that, you know, this is like game 3. You can qualify to TI, and my guy G in the background of Nightfall's camera he's on his phone, he's just chilling. He kind of like nonchalantly chimes in with a sentence, and he's going to go back. It's like, True.
It does look a bit like, gee, what do he picks now? Huh? What?
Well, yeah. Just pick your Doom, man. You'll be fine, yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure those are very important notes, guys.
Yeah, but look at here. You've got, to be fair, the cameras for Cyber Goose, it does look a little to spare. It does feel like the pressure is getting to them. Specifically Solo, yes, that's what I was alluding to, but we'll go front and center with him.
Oh, no. Another TI. Man. Another TI missed. Not yet. We still got 3 games to go. Come on. You can turn it around. 3 wins off back to back, reverse sweep. Nobody is saying that inside the Cyber Goose camp right now, I would say.
Yeah, you
That's a
gotta-
coach's job. When he stands up to leave, you know, I want to see him popping off. I want to see him, you know, shirt off, like screaming, battle pain.
Okay.
Come on, let's get some hype. Let's get some get these guys in action.
Is this what you want or what the team needs? Just so I can clarify this.
You know, we'll see.
Bit of both. Noted.
It's the energy, it's the aura which needs to come back here
True.
for Cyber Goose. What's
remaining.
Yeah.
gotten them through these lower brackets?
Oh, they even banned the Beastmaster Aurora. That furthers the point that it should have been picked.
Yeah,
Oh, well.
absolutely.
Missed opportunity.
I kind of want to see them pick up some team fight though. Like I'd love to see Cyber Goose what they can do with a Magnus, with the Tide Hunter, you know, with some big team fighting ability. Try to change up your game a bit. It kind of feels like that's what they've wanted to do. You know, they've wanted to just roam around and take these big 5-on-5s, but everything's been so single target, and there's always been a Kiyotaka and Nightfall problem. So
5 seconds remaining.
maybe there is a solution here.
Aurora Gaming's turn.
I'm just watching the communication between Aurora right now as well, and it's really just like everybody's saying their piece. You know, we have line from Mirror, line from Nightfall, line from Nightfall, line from Toronto, Tokyo.
Yeah,
Kiyotaka's just
chill.
chilling, but that's fine.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, in
Panto.
regards to the draft, though, it's like the identity of the draft is Aurora picking heroes and Cyber Geese are reacting every time, right? Because it's like they see Doom, okay, we want Terrorblade, but we want a good counter, and then they get to the second phase and they're taking the Willow to prevent Mirror from getting it. Like everything feels like Cyber Geese are drafting to truly respect every little aspect of Aurora, instead of it being like this is the Cyber Geese draft and Aurora have to react. Like even when you're 2-0 down, you know, strong teams are able to kind of make their own, you know, waves in the draft, and it just feels like we are just witnessing every pick being reactionary. And again, it's not a problem if you can ensure that you're rounding out your draft nicely, but it's not really putting fear into Aurora at all, I don't think, because you are just somewhat expecting this to occur, and they do pick up the Storm Spirit. And yeah, they don't see any hard counters with the puck ban of the Cyber Geese themselves. It's not as if there's like a nice little puck pick you can do to try and threaten the Storm in the early game. Sure, they pick up the Silencer to facilitate some of that early lockdown. You zip in, you get global. But the way that they played it nicely on the Aurora the other day was Kiyotaka went, I think, what was it? Boots of Travel, Kaya into BKB. So he just kept farming, itemized to deal with it. Then he joined the fights. Sure, he did then kind of like feed relentlessly. I think he actually went Orchid as well in that game. But
I was waiting
like,
for you to raise
the
that
logic
point.
was really good. The logic was
Yeah.
in like just dodge all the fights in the first 12 minutes, get to like 2 items, and then join the fights when it's good. So I think he's probably going to play a more polished version of that. And yeah, they go for the tiny. So some type of lockdown, even tossing the Storm Spirit into like a Bramble Maze or a Terrorize could be enough to get the kill. And now Aurora get to decide what's happening with the Doom. Is it just Nightfall playing it the carry role? You see the safe lane, Silencer and Terrorblade. That does feel kind of exploitable. As soon as they don't have meta, you can go and pick up a Brewmaster. Oof. He does not really care about that lane. So you're going to get a kind of a free farm Brewmaster using the early evasion. You will buy a Radiance, probably buy a Manta as well for Dispel. Sure, again, playing into global is annoying, but you know, most heroes don't like playing into global.
I mean, does he get a Radiance? He's got a Doom in the game as well. Most likely, Nightfall's going to want to get a Radiance also.
True. You might pivot your build slightly because of that, but there's also a world where maybe Nightfall buys Midas, uses it, sells it, buys Radiance, farms, sells it, right? Like, there could be a world in which Nightfall changes his build, but yeah, I think that is a good conversation to have between the two. I feel like if my Brewmaster is complete free farm, I'd want him to have the Radiance to get Manta to play out a strong game, rather than putting him into like a Vessel and an Aura, and then maybe he just becomes like a slightly more farm support.
Yeah.
You know, Brewmasters can, depending on how the game goes, can fall off and farm if you don't get the Radiance. A Doom will always farm.
remaining.
They've had a Weaver. Of course, because Terrorblade to off lane, they want to make sure Brewmaster has a lane, so they're respecting the flexibility of Terrorblade and not enabling Cybergoose to have a
I see.
way to shut down the Brew. Yep.
Interesting.
Because I was like, Weaver?
I guess there is still flexibility here, yeah. Still, I think that would have been a pretty crazy thing to do. I'm not sure they would have been able to play the map with that kind of draft. Maybe.
My main concern for Cybergeese is like, do they kill a hero? Like let's say in the first 25 minutes, you global, you Avatos, and your Terrorblade starts right clicking. Do you kill enough heroes during the global and the tiny jump that post the global, Brewmaster isn't in split, punishing the Terrorblade illusions, cycloning up another hero, Storm maybe has survived and now he's zipping around? Like, I feel like they have the tools to kill one hero, but to kill a Doom and a Storm and a Brew during global, that's very, very hard. Not, yeah.
No, I see
Slightly
what you
worried.
mean. Yeah, there's a bit of concern there for sure. Then, I mean, Aurora's draft's also kind of slow as well. Brewmaster, Doom, you got slow cooldowns, you've got slow timings as well. You're relying on Kiyotaka to have a very good game at mid, which feels like a pretty safe bet, considering how these qualifiers have gone so far. But there's always potential there for Cybergoose. When you've only got one nail to hammer, things always look a lot simpler.
Aurora Gaming's turn to pick. Radiant team pick.
Storm can also be a very annoying hero into Silencer, though. Like, you can always just accidentally dodge a global silence, which can come out to play. But also, as a Storm, you don't really want to be building like Yules or BKB or anything like that. Now AA will be the final pick for Aurora here.
Seconds remaining.
Providing there's more pick-off potential. Right now, Aurora don't really have the perfect team fight, right? They've got Brew Split, they've got Vortex on a Storm Spirit, and a Doom. So it's not as if they've got like this insane multiple layers of cheap stun to play on. So you pick up an Ancient Apparition, which means whenever you hit a stun, which you have limited versions of, they are going to die, which is going to help out. So AA plus Storm Spirit, they are kind of like the key entry to most of the big fights. And then behind that, your second wave of engagement will be the Brewmaster or the Doom. And I'll give it to Cybergeese. For a Game 3 draft, it might not look the flashiest, but it is one that if you can survive and get yourself items, it is going to look good, right? A pipe on a Terrorblade to deal with the magic damage of a Storm and an AA. Medusa, which does not really care too much about a Doom carry. You buy Manta, Butterfly, whatever, you just right click. If you get doomed, again, you're just right clicking, who cares? You can brush off the initiations of a Storm. You can kill the Panda Split. Like, on paper, Cybergoose, they have the heroes to be able to fight and outscale Aurora, but the execution of the fight is something that they have been struggling on. And Aurora, they have such great heroes to play, annoying skirmishing pickoffs and to ensure that you never feel like you're truly scaling into the game.
No, definitely. And a lot of this is going to come down to Chira Jr. as well. So, I mean, kind of both mid laners, right? I said the same thing about Kiyotaka earlier. Chira Jr. as well. Also going to need to be putting in a shift on this Tiny. So it's going to be tough in the middle lane. And Chira Jr., he's had some tough times mid. He'd had a tough time game 1, but then Kiyotaka had a tough time mid in game 2. So we will see exactly how this one goes down now as well. But they need this Tiny to come online. They need a good timing on his Blink Dagger. It does feel like it's going to be one of those games where it's sort of just waiting, especially if you get shut down a bit. We are just going to be waiting for that Blink Dagger to come out before they can do anything, because TB offlane doesn't make a whole lot happen. All he does is create space on the map. But when it comes to actually turning up to fights, dealing damage, throwing out spells, it's all a little bit lackluster. So it'll be interesting. And again, like I said before, one thing I've really enjoyed about Cybergoose is that they haven't lost a game and then turned up to the next game with just like the same idea but slightly altered. Every single time it's something new. So there's good points to that and bad points to that. The good points is that a lot of variety. Bad points is that maybe they don't really have much of an identity.
Yeah, and this game around, I want to see Cybergoose play defensive, play on the farm, focus on the fact that if you can get your Medusa, your Terrorblade, and your Tiny to really good economy, then you get to play behind tier 2000. Like this, if Tier 2000 can just go play like Nightfall, play like Nightfall, play like Nightfall, like just fully ignore everything, farm up, get really, really big, become the carrier of the game, then I want to give them a good shot. So yeah, they have to make sure that, sure, their identity is changing from game to game, but this time around, Tier 2000, everything is on you. If your team wins this game, it's because you are the Medusa that has done it all. And Solo trying to break Kiyotaka psychologically before the start of this game, going for a tip onto him. Of course, Kiyotaka then responds with a sad face. So now he's sad in the lane.
And then the voice line of Silence Fool. It's
yes,
very toxic. I'm not going to try
when
and
you're
silence
2-0
him
down in
this
the
game.
grand finals,
Well,
you'll
he's
do
playing
anything.
Silencer as well, so he's saying like, you know, I'm going to silence you, bro. I'm gonna catch you out, Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka doesn't like that too
30
much.
seconds to battle.
Yeah, fast forward 20 minutes, BKB on Storm Spirit, Solo's dead 7 times. No more voice lines. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Well, like, if last game's anything to go by, Solo's got to play this so much better when it comes to positioning and not getting caught out. We know that he's great at getting off his spells when he's in position to do it, but Aurora just are not letting him live to be able to do that. Tier 2000, smoke's going to be popped, so he's going to know that Aurora are in the neighborhood. Again, this is the purpose of these early smokes.
Battle begins.
Nightfall chased away by Noticed as well. Do you have any concerns about Noticed up in the top lane on the Terrorblade? You know, off lane TB playing up into the Doom, most likely the AA as well.
Yeah, I think it depends on who gets level 2 first and how they want to approach it. Like a Terrorblade where he's got the wave close to his tower, he's just hitting creeps, he's going to be fine. But if he's playing close to the Dire Tower and there's Infernal Blades on him with Scorched Earth, plus Chilling Touch, so like, there is a lot of kill threat being a fragile agility hero. In the current minute, no. Fast forward 2 to 3 minutes, depending on lane position, then yes, there could be some problems. Already problems goes for the block on the small camp. So they are trying to set up the lane in a position where the Terrorblade doesn't die. Also just grabs the wave as well, so we'll be connecting that around
Yeah,
to ensure Terrorblade is as close to his tower as possible.
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like why in the past year or so we've been seeing these kind of unconventional offlaners. We've had Terrorblade, we've had Medusa. I mean, Medusa's a little different because you can actually survive most lanes, but this idea that you don't really need to play the lane anymore. Safe lanes can be so strong. You just kind of say, whatever. Support's just going to pull every single wave around. It's not a new thing. It's been around for ages, but it does allow you a lot of freedom in what you pick up in the off lane.
Also helps that Terrorblade in the prep matchup with Reflection is also pretty strong. But
Yeah, he's got a very, very strong ability in that regard.
yeah. Ooh, Mira trying to go for the kill on Solo. 2 sticks
they're just
available.
kind of standing here hitting each other. Mira gets the first blood. That's definitely a voice line right there. It's kind of like that full arc of this same thing happens in Herald and this same thing happens at the very highest level of Dota as well. In the middle, people are overthinking it, running away, changing their minds.
Ooh, Problems nearly got cold feeted in the top lane. Is that connected? But one more Chilling Touch. He's trying to just hide behind a branch and another branch. He just ate them both.
Punto just eats his way through to a kill.
Uses the Fairy
Nice
Fire to
idea.
live, and then he will deny to the neutral creeps. Nice.
Yeah, timed it well as well to make sure that Problems doesn't get credited for that kill either.
Well, it's a neutral creep, so he would never.
True. Not a tower.
Not correct.
At the moment, it's just kind of supports dying across the map, and that's it, really. Toronto Tokyo does get kind of low down on the bottom side as he gets caught out by the snake and the harassment. It's heavy damage coming out from these two, honestly, in the bottom side. Disruption will be there from Mira, and Toronto Tokyo will be okay. But again, just constant harassment, and there's a snake available here. Gotta be a little bit careful, but bounces to him immediately. That bounced off some creeps and some illusions then. Toronto Tokyo could have actually been in trouble, but even the 5-stick could have been a little bit scary.
4-minute Warren coming up. Willow's trying to rotate the top, but Panther, he's following him. Hiding behind the tree, not allowing the realm to do the damage, and Kiyotaka's already set up bottom with a remnant to protect himself. So Panther being top, forcing the water in to be taken. Kiyotaka taking the bottom one. Shiro Jr. will be starved of a bottle refill.
It does feel like this has been the story of the series, is Chira not getting runes. Doesn't seem to like to move for them. Likes to just utilize the lane. Maybe his read on the mid matchup or something like that. Just loves creeps.
But will he go for the Boots of Travel again, or is that just a build he goes when he knows that he can only farm? In this game, when Doom hits 6, you can TP, get a kill, reset. When Brew hits 6, you get split. You can a bit harder on the Medusa, but you know, same logic could be applied before, of course, the global comes into play.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
I'm not opposed to it. I actually kind of like it.
It could be.
The item feels good.
He's not the only one doing it. It's been seen around a little bit. But yeah, it depends on the game. I don't quite understand at the moment why, in what situations you go for travels over other stuff. So yeah, you know, we'll learn a bit from this game. We'll see what, try to think about what his reasoning could be for it.
I think the boost of travel is when you know that buying a Witchblade, and if you can't get a kill, it is slightly more efficient to have more move speed, TP's back to base, and just kind of farm quicker with a boost of travel compared to the I want to be on the map and killing. I think it's kind of like my take on it. So if Kiyotaka thinks he can't get any early kills due to the silencer, then I'm kind of expecting it. But maybe the armor's quite nice so that you can survive the tree of a tiny or the right click of a Terrorblade.
Yeah, true. At the moment, things pretty even across the board. Toronto Tokyo not having the greatest time down in the bottom lane, suffering a little bit from this constant snake spam, these constant silencer spells coming through as well, but he's not really suffering too much.
And from his build, it looks like he is just trying to go double bracer into straight radiance, actually triple bracer into then radiance. Yeah, he wants the radiance. He's going to be relaying that over to the Doom, and I just wouldn't be surprised if we do see a double radiance for a brief period of time, in which then Nightfall might even just change up the build slightly. But yeah, Brewmaster, he wants to make sure he's hitting him. Solo steps up to try and put some spells into the Brewmaster, and
yeah, Solo takes a whole chunk of damage for that one, and still doing so as out of mana now on Mira. Does get one more poison off, but Solo will be all right.
yeah, meanwhile the Willow and the Tiny smoking behind. The Brewmaster isn't 6 yet. So with the Wisdom Rune, if they can get there quick enough, but it feels like they're going to be late. Mira should be able to get this before Willow steps up the high ground.
Well, I'll just go for the kill instead. Mira does not have mana for disruption just yet. Stick wouldn't get in there either, so just kind of accepting his fate. So yeah, they don't steal the shrine, but they get a couple of kills in the process. Toronto Tokyo also going to be threatened here very lightly. I mean, they're not actually going for this play, but TP out from Shiro just to get back to his wave, catch these creeps under the tower. Life will be good. Regen rune in the bottle for Chiro Jr. as well, so more than happy to just be spamming spells on each wave that comes as he comes across.
Okay, and yeah, Kiyotaka is going for the boots of travel. Again, I've already spoke to some decent length about why I like it. I think it is, again, pretty good this game. Play for the farm, see an opportunity, TP to side lane, look for a kill on Chiro Jr., setting himself up for the bot room. Mira is here, gets tossed, brambled, but the rune stopped. Brewmaster is rotating over. He does have the 6.
Mira is going to lose his life, but can they get anything in response? Chiro Jr. getting chased, but he's surrounded by pandas. Kiyotaka's on him as well, and with the amplified damage, the Tiny will not be escaping this one. Tries to get over to the camp, but Kiyotaka takes him out with a right click. And Problems also going to be thrown onto the log pile here by the looks of it. Cold Feet going to come through, not even needed. Kiyotaka brings him down. It's another double kill for the Storm Spirit. I mean, making that play that deep when there's a 6 on the Brewmaster, you don't know about the active rune, that's information you don't have. It's feeling a little bit rough.
There's not even like a ward to help them. The vision of Radiant right now, it's very, very deep. They've got one in between the kind of the mid and the top tier 2 tower, but you're not scouting out any rotations. So yeah, to make that move blind at nighttime was optimistic. That's Kiyotaka at the 9-minute mark. Now gets the recipe for his boots of travel. So his farm will just accelerate. We've not even had to mention Nightfall this entire game. He's just casually hitting creeps in the top lane, right? 4k net worth as well, maintaining his economy with the Medusa, looking towards the Midas.
Yeah, both carries very quiet games from them, exactly as they want it. Although, Tier 2000, nah. Mirror was on him, but without the split, there's absolutely no pressure that can come out onto Medusa. Even with it, with Stone Gaze, it's a little tricky. Solo getting zipped at by Kiyotaka in the middle lane here, and well, he's going to have more than enough damage to bring down the Silencer. Just trying to leech mid for a level 6, but ends up giving another kill the way of Kiyotaka, who, by the way, is now up to 6 galvanized stacks. These will start to add up. And just another way in which you're going to really start to suffer if you let Kiyotaka do whatever he wants in this game. Panto, so low here. So very low. Gets the bottle rune on Chira Jr., but will not be getting the kill onto the Ancient Apparition.
What a great neutral item the Sister Shroud is.
Yeah.
Pretty wonderful thing. Against Willow, against Sven. Like any of these heroes that like locks in for that click, hates playing against it. When you go to half HP, have the evasion. Thanks for playing. Yeah, Kiyotaka, he is doing the build that we kind of joked about, the anti-solo, the anti-silencer build. It's just I buy boots of travel and BKB, and then please try and press global on me.
Yeah, see what happens. And man, he's going to be a long time coming with this level 6. Solo is currently level 4. He's not even level 5 at the 10-minute mark, so level 6 feeling like a pipe dream at the moment. He'll get there eventually, of course, but
look at it. He's tentatively, he's like creeping up to the mid lane. Like, am I allowed to hit this? I can't tell. It's like, ooh, ooh. Like every time he hits a creep, like he stutters back for a second. It's like, ooh, I'm sorry. Look at it. Ooh, please. Ooh, okay, run.
Come on, get out of there.
He is so afraid.
Yep, and I do not blame him.
for good reason.
No eyes on Kiyotaka at all, no. So they don't know what this Storm's up to right now. Each of these players playing with the fear.
Yeah. Another thing that we haven't highlighted due to the boots of travel, right? Like, you play so deep in the jungle, you never know where the Storm is. You never know what's his mana management looking like, what's he doing. Because when you buy other items, you kind of want to play slightly closer to lane, right? So, that in itself does put even more pressure on the map, because not knowing information is a scary thing in Dota.
Yeah. Information.
Nightfall, smoked up with the Ancient Apparition. They both have their ultimates. Two of the, putting it bluntly, the most fuck you ultimates available in Dota 2, right?
Oh dear, Solo in the middle lane once again being jumped, but Kiyotaka says, nah, just kidding, bro. Just wanted to force you back, try and get this rune, but actually Chira Jr. is going to be the one to be able to grab this one, but Mirror is there. Does he have a level 6? He doesn't, so the shield rune should come out from Chira Jr., which means that he is okay, although they're saying that there's a Doom on the sidelines here, and that might make the difference. Chira still holding off on that bottle. I'm a little confused. Where was the shield rune? Anyway, Doom now coming out. Okay, and Willow's going to die as well. Although Notice might come in and save the day. Yeah, he will. There you go, buddy. You can live through it.
What if he gets doomed, right? It does apply a basic dispel, so he was expecting to get doomed, hence why he didn't use it, but could have been a good option where like he presses the shield rune, forces the doom, calls the bluff of the doom, going, hey, you don't really want to do it onto me, so yeah, I think it would have been cool to press it just to force it out, but either way, Nightfall still throws out the spell.
Because Mirror did not have 6 during that fight, so there was no chance of the demonic purge. Jeez, I got so many dispels from Psycho Aurora, actually.
Doesn't have Thunder. It's on cooldown. Disrupt the dodge.
Yeah, Nightfall's just going to grab another kill. Okay. That's 3 kill involvements in the space of actually only there for 2 of them, but tier 2000 also going to just come sliding in from the tree line, gets himself the kill.
Okay, Nightfall has 2,000 gold. He's been active on the map, has the phase, has the Midas. His Brewmaster's buying Radiance. Will he go for the double Radiance? Will he just, devote himself? There it is. Thank you for answering my question, Nightfall. As soon as I say, will he go for it? He queues it up. And again, I don't think it's that bad. Both the heroes thrive with the farming speed and the fact that you do have the Devil's Bargain from the Doom. So it's not as if you're locked into this for the entire game. He can just sell it if required later down the line. So why not just farm up as Kiyotaka takes the Invis rune?
Yeah, wants that refill for sure. And to be clear, they're playing against both the Medusa and the TB. Both of them do not really like having that Radiance debuff upon them. Even if it's a little bit of an annoyance, it'll pretty much always be on them, regardless of where you're in the fight. So even if they do have to take a few fights with double Radiance, I don't really think they care too much.
No, at all. Medusa, she's farming well, 7.3k net worth, but a Medusa by herself farming against a Doom and a Storm who are farming ever so quickly. Like, for this game to feel good for Cybergoose, you kind of wanted your Medusa on top with like a 1,000 gold buffer to all the other heroes, and that is unrealistic, especially with the Midas and the Boots of Travel that we already mentioned. This farm efficiency of both of these heroes.
Invis is going to be seen though. Do they have the lockdown? They've got the Brambles coming out. Fear to follow. Bedlam's there. The damage is enough. They will take down Kiyotaka. Overconfident there with his Invis rune. Chira Jr. gets on him and kills him off.
Yeah. It's a really nice movement, especially because that ward that was on the high ground just expires. So, as you see it there. So it's like if that ward had expired, they don't see the storm because they're on the low ground. They're not going to get the kill. They're going to waste their time, but Panto hiding behind the tree line, and then he does get seen. Really good. Wait, hold. Really good couple of kills there for Cybergoose, and play behind the tiny, be as chaotic as possible. And as we said, that Medusa is overtaking the Doom and the Storm.
Yeah.
I mentioned that she wants to have this buffer of gold, and we go quiet for a second, and she's getting up there. But Kiyotaka just zipped from tier 2 all the way into the mid lane. Oh no, not again!
He's back, baby! Let's go! Kiyotaka score! Oh man, if you can't handle him at his worst, then you don't deserve him at his best. That is Kiyotaka in a nutshell. But Doom going to be dropped here onto Notice, and Nightfall not going to give it this chase too easily. And with no Sunder available, of course, under the effects of Doom, he will just be dropping. No save possible. Good little snipe there on the sidelines from Nightfall, just recognizing his target. Has low HP pull, just stay on him a little bit, get a few ticks of the Radiance, and the guy will go down.
Kiyotaka. So aggressive in nature. Like, he TPs to the tower, zips to the wave, and then Tiny's already there. Like, you understand we have global, right? Like,
he's respawned again.
On the creep wave.
Eyes on everybody. Let's go. Woo! Straight in. No global this time around. As he will be able to bring down Chira Jr. Chira Jr. though, still staying alive a little bit longer, but Panto will get that kill.
Yeah, Panto, he's missing a couple of these ice blasts, but luckily for him, it doesn't matter. They do have enough damage, and that is the constant nuisance of Kiyotaka, right? Like, he shows he dies, he shows he dies, he shows he kills. It's like, whatever. Like, it is just a relentless aggression. And critically, because the Brewmaster did go for the Radiance, he was kind of starved, right? Because, he's, 5k net worth, picks up the Radiance, continues farming, he's level 12. Like, he will 100% be a massive factor as we enter the mid-game. You compare that to the Terrorblade, he's going to, have a pipe. It's going to be annoying, right, to stop the Storm on the AA, but it's about taking the right fight at the right place, and Medusa still is in farm mode. She just completed the Maelstrom. She went for the Manta and the Maelstrom. She's going to need a couple more items before she kind of rallies her team behind her. That is probably why she went for the Maelstrom, just to truly go for the kind of the quickest farming build. Manta for the illusions, Maelstrom for the just kind of the damage procs, bit of attack speed.
Yeah, it's not what Medusa's used to go for, but it's certainly become popular over the last few months. And then Tier 2000 continuing to just farm aggressively. It's one way to put pressure on the enemy team as a carry without actually having to go and like try and kill people. Let's just farm their camps, be annoying, be up in their faces. But Nightfall about to walk up into this triangle. Gonna see Tier 2000. Doom tries to get used here, but there's another disruption coming out from the Shadow Demon, and Tier 2000 with that ulti might just be able to run out of those yet. They cannot land on the Doom. The stun comes out from Toronto Toko's Panda. They're still trying to run. Nightfall still trying to chase, but will not be able to close the gap onto the Medusa. So Tier 2000 does get away. And they've used a lot for this. I mean, Split was used.
Oh, Toronto Toko, he's just...
Okay. Well, that happened.
That's a bit miss micro.
A little bit, yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower
Stayed on him a bit too long with the Earth Panda. Ended up just kind of giving his life away for no real reason there. Well, that's really good now for Cybergoose.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, that's wonderful. Yeah, the free farm Brewmaster.
Both teams using spells probably favors Aurora, but yeah, no, if that happens, then
tower is under attack.
absolutely feeling okay. Get to wait now, get next fight with the Silencer ulti, because that's really what it's all about.
They are 4-manning top. They've smoked for this as well. They really, really don't want Solo to get to the international.
No, they do not.
They, no, zip over the tree line.
And no one's going to come to help him. He's just gone.
But Nightfall smoke also great from the
hello.
Terrorblade. He's in the back line.
Yeah, they're going for this right now, but the Doom's going to come out onto the Terrorblade once again. He's going to try and stand his ground, throw out a couple of spells, but will most certainly be brought down. A double kill for Kiyotaka's Problems also going to get coked up by Panto in the back here. Tier 2000 enters the fight, looking for some enemies here, but not really finding any. They'll just have to leave, but I mean, Kiyotaka very aggressive with his BKB, wants to keep it going here. And Chira Jr. also going to get killed off, and even looking for more here. Kiyotaka just setting his team up for the +1 each and every time. And 1+1+1+1 is maybe going to equal 5 here, although in saying that, they're getting a little low on the Tier 2000. Tier 2000 out of mana, will take down 1, will take down 2. And Toronto Tokyo's gone as well. Solo turns up to this fight. TP out from Kiyotaka. Maybe Aurora getting a little bit carried away with that one. Jesus, they did. Someone needs to pump the brakes on this team. I mean, my goodness.
The worst thing for that is for Cybergoose, right? It's they're jumping onto the silencer, and then Terrorblade just kind of rocks up from the tree line, tanks the Doom. Willow's already kind of like, we're going to see the replay here, but I feel like for Cybergoose, why not accept the fact that the silence is dead?
Yeah.
Right? Like the Terrorblade, you see the Doom, you see everyone's position there. Tiny now jumping in, but Medusa just isn't there. If you look at the minimap, Medusa's actually walks to the mid lane, goes to farm it, then goes, you know what, I need to go to top TPs. So there's a really long window of time where the Medusa just isn't fighting. And sure, this fight is very different if Terrorblade tanks the Doom and Medusa's in the fight the entire time and Tiny's tossing heroes to the Medusa. Like, sure, we can talk about a competitive fight, but the disconnect on Cybergoose in a game 3 where you're a game away from being eliminated, and this is the qualification game to get to the international. Like, I'm expecting just a little bit more cohesion from them. And Aurora, they're ready, they're playing together. We are seeing a global as we return to the game, but it's kind of a global to survive rather than a global to kill.
Yeah, and Kiyotaka's going to keep on going. The Sunder comes out. Life number 2 pretty much of Chira Jr. still getting bought low here as, well, Problems going in deep here with the Bedlam, trying to deal some damage to Mira. Kiyotaka getting low on mana here. Disruption's going to come out from the sidelines. Is it going to be enough to keep Kiyotaka alive, though? Kiyotaka again going aggressively onto Notice and brings him down. Nightfall on top of Chira Jr. also going to fall. Kiyotaka finally dies to Solo, but Tier 2000 dead as well on the Medusa, trying to stand their ground here, and they just can't. 5 heroes dead on the side of the Cybergeese. That is not how that one was supposed to go.
The Cybergeese, they're not really playing on their timings, right? I didn't really catch how that fight started, but you've got Medusa, who's a point booster away from Agnums. You've got Tiny, who's 500 gold away from a BKB, and they're globaling to survive, and they see, oh, maybe we can reinitiate, and this is a reinitiation with a TB and a Tiny who are both half HP. Sure, now Medusa runs up to fight again. Medusa, not at the start of the fight, turns up at the very end of it, and when your Brewmaster just splits in the backline, and it's, yeah, we're just witnessing a couple fights of Cybergoose just not being on the same page. Whilst Aurora, they are firing on all cylinders. You've got Shadow Demon kiting out the fight, you've got Storm just breaking apart the positioning. It really feels like a night and day difference between, you know, just the caliber of team fight between these two teams at the moment. Cybergoose, they're going to have a team talk mid-game right now. They're going to have to try and just rally each other, lift each other up, and find a way to navigate this aggression from Aurora.
Bottom tower is under attack.
But they have the spells, though. They have the tools to be able to do it. And I've just mentioned how close they were to items. These items are now complete. Both the Aghanims on the Medusa, the BKB on the Tiny. Global is back up. There is a chance that they can win a fight. But of course, need to bait the Doom, survive the Doom. Bait the Brew Split, survive the Brew Split. Then we can entertain a potential successful fight for Cybergoose.
It's only 24 minutes into the game, but we've seen so many team
feels like
fights in this
44,
one
I'll be
already.
honest.
Yeah. These guys, it's just definitely taking the fight to each other. Which again, a little surprising for the Medusa, I would say. We both wanted Tier 2000 to have a little bit more of a quiet game. Just get yourself top of net worth, get a little bit clear of the Doom, maybe, and then start turning up. But they wanted to take this game by force. Hasn't really gone that way.
Is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
And it just feels a little odd. Like if they wanted to play this way, they could have taken it in another direction, gone for another carry. Not to say it wasn't a good Medusa game, like it is, but I don't know. We'll see how this one plays out. Still a bit of Dota to come here before this one's really sealed up, but Aurora very much in a commanding position. Yes, they have a large net worth difference. Okay, they have 2 Radiances. We've already covered that. It's not that big of a deal, but it is going to mean that in the fights, you know, it's basically not translating all of this net worth into a super practical advantage. Smoke up now from Aurora. They've seen this Medusa and they want to bring her down. They'll know that Tier 2000 is going to be heading into the triangle next, and they either want to fight her or someone else nearby, and yeah, they're going to want Tier 2000. Solo's going to be there. The global is available, throws it down. Will that be enough to get Tier 2000 out of that? Lovely catch there from Panto, though, holding back Tier 2000. Key attacker under the cover of the BKB keeps on harassing, but it's not going to be enough to kill the Medusa, so instead they'll move over towards the Silencer, and he will die. Solo, good job from him, getting in, getting that ulti off, and slowing down Aurora enough to get their Medusa out of there. But it is a big cost. Your Silencer is dead. He used that ultimate. Roshan, real option now for Aurora.
I feel like Cybergeese are willing to concede a lot in regards to the hope of, you know what, let's play for the fact that we're probably giving away the next Roshan. Let's play for the fact that if we can survive this Roshan and Medusa gets to Miona, BKB, our tiny Terrorblade, get another item, then we can play for like a clutch fight. Because the way that they're positioning themselves on the map, it's not as if they really want to take a 5-on-5. Their game plan is survival.
Let's see how much longer they can survive for. Of course, high ground always going to be a bit scary, but they've still got Tier 2s up. More to defend until then. And of course, playing the map's going to be super easy for Cybergoose. You got these illusions from the Terrorblade to shove out the map. Tiny as well, the Blink Dagger and the Travels. Shove waves very quickly, leaves before anybody can really respond to it. When it comes to all these sideways pushing in, it should be okay, but Storm shows up at the top side and immediately starts getting to work on this Tiesu. It's also the easiest lane for them to push.
Am I being... Maybe I'm being dumb. Well, on Dark Willow, you know it says 10 out of 10. Surely his thing... Okay, there it is. So basically on Dark Willow, the item wasn't on fire, like the choice to pick it, but it said 10 out of 10. So I was like, what?
Weird.
But we didn't see it, so now I look like I'm a madman. But I promise you it said 10 out of 10 and it didn't give the option to actually select the neutral item.
I will believe you.
Please believe me.
Radiant structures are
Oof,
fortified.
I
double
didn't play Dota
shrines
yesterday.
as well.
It's a rough day today.
Yeah, I always like when I'm casting. I always make sure I played like at least 5 or 6 games in the either the day before or the days running up to a cast. I think it's important.
5 or 6 before. I'm playing like 50 or 60. Hell yeah!
I know.
You get 5 games just before the cast today. I'm like, my guy, respect. It is. I mean, to me, this is just an awkward game. Right?
It is a bit.
Because at any minute, you know, Aurora is just gonna find an entry to the fight, break them apart as they just slap Solo in the face for the potentially the 6th time, but with a Solo crest and a pipe.
Oh, he's living.
Another
He's
launch.
living. The damage coming back the other way, but he's still got a zip, and he's still looking for Solo. Oh my goodness. Let's see, Solo hiding in the trees, and yeah, this time Kiyotaka will just choose life instead. He's got no BKB anymore. It's time to back himself away. He's done the damage. He forced out the global.
Trading ages for a global. That does mean you kind of want to poke for a bigger objective now. Taking the tier 2. Might look for the tier 3. Already Tiny is trying to skip the bot wave. To be fair, the bot wave's actually really far up, so there's actually no wave to skip. Aurora, they smoked up the Storm and the Shadow Demon. Now there's no global. Kiyotaka can pretty much jump anyone. He finds the Medusa. Turns his back, doesn't want to turn to stone for now. Jumps in.
Yeah, Blast is sliding on through, but does actually land on tier 2000, who is getting very, very low on the mana here. With Nightfall coming on the side with the Doom available, they will be able to take down tier 2000.
Yeah, he's dead. Just nice smoke from the Storm and the Shadow Demon. I got confused for a second. I was like, where did the Storm go? He just appeared.
Didn't want to stick around. Knew that his team could deal with this. There is a split coming out in the middle lane here. This is curious. Toronto Tokyo doesn't like Solo.
Just everything was Solo. Every time I just look at Solo,
this
getting
guy.
ran by a different hero.
Leave him alone, guys. Chill. Well, they'll get him. That's the Solar Crest used, but doesn't really save him. Okay. Really mean, guys. Come on.
Can we
Respect your elders.
can we click across the Aurora heroes to see who killed Solo the most in this game? It's like a mini competition between Aurora, it seems. So Doom got 1 kill, yep. So 1 for Nightfall. Kiyotaka 3 for Kiyotaka. Ooh,
That's
okay.
expected.
Only
He's
1
been
for
on.
Brewmaster. Again, we just saw that one.
Step it
Yeah.
up, Toronto. I mean, he's like, I need to get on the board, dude. I need to.
1. Okay. So everyone's on 1. Panto, honestly, your solos per game are truly not at the peak performance right now. Kiyotaka taking the lead with 3 solo kills in game 3.
3 kills onto Solo, to be clear.
As much as
Solo
it
kills are
really
a
feels like
different
Solo
thing.
has had the biggest target in his back this game, even though there's like a Medusa, a Terrorblade, you know, it's like
Even when his global's on cooldown as well, they're just punching him. Like, it's not
maybe
nice.
don't show on Solo, or show, bait them in, and
Yeah.
kill.
Easiest
That
bait
could be
ever for them, for the Cyber Goose, yeah. Next time they hit a timing, just dangle the silencer there and they won't be able to resist.
He has the refresher in his backpack, so it's not like he's trying to hide the fact he wants to have 2 globals. This could be the game where he
Kiyotaka-
might even have to sell some items to get it. Sorry.
He thinks that Solo might go for this top wave here, but he doesn't. He's in the middle of everyone. Noticed is getting body blocked, so
He did ping it out, so yeah, probably
he
should be
has
aware.
the dust. It's a little weird.
Not that aware then.
No, apparently not. Well, it does just outpace the Ice Blast. Nightfall closing the gap. Has a Doom if he really wants to throw it down here, but knows that he won't quite finish the job, so backs himself away.
Medusa, 200 gold for the BKB.
Tower is under attack.
Really struggled in this game just from the nuisance of the mischance of the Radiance, the slows of the Ancient Apparition. He did go for the Venomous Volley facet, so it's not as if he's unslowable, but with that BKB, we'll give him arguably some life in the fight. They're smoking up. This is their moment. They're down 18,000 gold. They need to get some big kills. They farmed all this time for this.
BKB on Medusa. Surely.
Has to.
Surely this could be the fight.
Radiant's top
Let's
They
see.
see two.
Gonna go for Panto. It's a little bit messy on the initiation, but they will be able to bring down the A. They actually won't be able to bring down the A. The A is absolutely fine for now. Damage coming out onto the Medusa. The Doom as well is going to be there. Mana running out for the Medusa as Toronto Tokyo popping that split coming in on the side as well. And it doesn't look like TA2000 will be surviving much longer as Nightfall comes back in, looks onto the Medusa, jump across to the side from the Void Panda as they take down TA2000, look towards Notice. Notice dead as well. Thrown up into the air so he couldn't get off the Sunder, I believe. And that is going to be another poor fight from Cybergoose, and it does feel like they are just shattered now. Is there anything more left in the tank, or is this going to be it? Aurora heading to the high ground. Yataka going to grab a regen rune to just completely refuel, and he's going to get in the top wave as well, whilst Nightfall's working on the bottom wave. Yataka is loving life right now. Regen rune active, just bouncing around all over the place.
Radiant's bottom tower is falling.
Avalanche toss back onto the Storm Spirit. And Bedlam's going to be there to follow up as well, and they will get the kill onto Kiyotaka. Decent pick off here, but they have the follow-up. Tokyo chased out. Barracks at mid, still standing at the moment. A lot of illusions, though. They are doing a pretty good amount of damage. So the Shadow Servant facet from Mira doing a lot of work when they can win these fights. TV and Medusa illusions doing absolute work.
Tokyo might even need to use split top depending on how they want to follow this up, but no stuns are in the neighborhood, so just gets to walk away. And yeah, Roshan is available. It does feel like for Aurora, wait for the Storm Spirit, regroup, take that Roshan and try and close out the game, get the Mega Creeps. It'd be quite bold Cybergoose to try and hit the Roshan themselves, and when you're down this much gold, why not go for the bold play? They place the ward. He will get instantly dewarded by Mira once he puts out the poison. Actually disengaging. Doesn't want to get jumped by the Tiny. That'd be criminal for him to die. 9 seconds for Storm Spirit. Can they
There's a
take
chance here.
Roshan?
Roshan's getting low. Call comes out
Nightfall.
due to the poison from Mira. Triggering the
Tiny's
Royal
in.
Turret Junior, toss back onto the Shadow Demon. Immediate. In comes the Storm in the backline. Strategist take down Solo. Will be able to kill him off, so he's not going to be available. Noticed as well. Very low in this fight. Also going to die. Medusa needs to get up for damage right now, but she's doomed up again and taken out by Nightfall. Ah, they came close. They came very, very close, Cybergoose, but they couldn't finish off the Roche. And in come Aurora. Aegis onto Nightfall. And that is just every single play that they've made on Cybergoose. It looks close. It looks like they've got the building blocks of a fight, but it just tumbles before they get even a meter high.
With TI on the line, you got to ask the question, will they call GG? Will they wait to the very last second to see their ancient fall? Medusa's
You've got
dead
to
for
wait till
44
the bitter
seconds.
ends.
Terrorblade dead for 30.
You can't give up hope. Fire back from the Willow. Keep that ancient alive, Cybergoose. There's still a dream, but what can they really do? Chira Jr. coming in, trying to fight, but Aurora, they want to go to Hamburg. They want to go to the road to the International. They're coming back. Global silence being used, but the ancient will fall, and GG comes out. GG, congratulations from TA2000 as well. Showing respect to Aurora, who do pull it out the bag. And I mean, nobody really doubted them. Nobody had reason to doubt them. They dropped a game versus Na'Vi, but they don't drop a single game versus Cybergoose here, T.
Yeah, no, it was an incredible qualifiers from Aurora. Like you said, there was moments throughout the qualifier where there was like, but there was never really doubt. They still closed out the games. They only ever dropped one to Na'Vi, and in this finals, you know, from game 1 with the PA, the Magnus, the Death Prophet, just obliterating Cybergoose. In game 2, having the Ursa, the turnaround, Kiyotaka on his puck, just really putting on a show. And in game 3, going back to some of the big specialties, for the season of Aurora, right? Getting the Doom on Nightfall, and then the support duo having the SD and the Ancient Apparition, bringing so much life to the game. And yeah, again, props to Cybergoose. They did make the lower bracket run. They lost the first round of the upper bracket. They beat every single team in the lower bracket to get to the grand finals. But the caliber of Aurora was too much. They could not overcome the true raid boss of this qualifier. And yeah, Aurora punched their ticket into the international.
And I'd love to say, you know, oh, they could have taken game 1 or game 2. You know, if they do that differently, then they may have taken it. But ultimately, it was always a string of things which they needed to change, a string of things which they needed to, you know, mistakes they weren't allowed to make. And that's just the reality of the situation. You know, Aurora just are that good, where they're just playing these games very, very relaxed, you know, trying to do the best they can, but knowing that their timings will come, their opportunities will come, and when they get there, their players are more than good enough to take advantage of it. And that's exactly what we saw. You know, not so much in this game where they were kind of ahead the whole time, but games 1 and 2, Cybergoose, they were playing with confidence. They were playing ahead a lot of the time as well. They were always being able to be on the map and make plays, but yeah, Aurora, they never really started to sweat. They were always just really confident in how they were going to win the game. Their idea on how they were going to win the game was just crystal clear, and it never looked like that was shooken by the side of Cybergoose.
Yeah, not at all. It was just again, you can't really have many complaints with the run that they had, right? It's one of those ones where it's like, you know what? If they had a slightly different year, where if they, rather than getting top 8, top 6, if they got to top 3, then they probably would have got an invite themselves, and we'd be talking about the battle of, you know, Na'Vi versus Cybergoose and them qualifying, right? But again, not to be the case. Aurora, they were on the cusp probably of an invitation, but they didn't get it. And when you're that good throughout the year, it's good to see the form continue when you get to the qualifiers. They didn't let the, you know, the pressure of, you know, qualifying to, you know, the most prestigious event of the year to get to them, and yeah, they just put on a clinic. Really good stuff. Of course, you know, TI is in a couple months' time, so they're going to have to make sure that they maintain the form, right? They can't just let this qualifier get to their head. Of course, it's not going to. This is a team where their aspirations are to win tournaments. That is yet to get to them. They are yet to, you know, lift the trophies, but with the fact that, you know, they're qualifying to the big events, it does mean that they will have the chance to do what they've been set out to do. And again, a newly formed team, right? Only formed within 2025. Compared to other teams that have had, you know, the end of the 2024 year, that part of the season to kind of become and, you know, blend into a team, they've had less time than everyone else, but they are looking, as always, very, very good.
They are indeed, and I'm very excited to see them at the international as well. You know, it would have been, whilst I'd love to see someone make a miracle run to get to the international, not having Aurora there would have felt very, very sad. So, of course, I am glad to see them there. And here you go, your final series score. Cybergoose, again, like, you have to give them credit. That lower bracket run was absolutely incredible, and you'll see it on your screens here as well. Starting out from the very, very opening series, they dropped down, and then just series after series after series, they just kept on winning. They kept on believing. They take down Na'Vi in a surprise win in the lower bracket round 5, get themselves to the grand final, but ultimately Aurora just too tough. They gave it a good effort, they gave it a good fight, but it wasn't quite enough in the end.
Yeah, the unfortunate reality of any qualifier is you only remember the teams that qualify, right? As much as in the moment we respect the story, it just wasn't enough. So we'll see how the players can deal with that and bounce back, but less about Cybergoose and more about the winning team, Aurora. Again, I think, Nomad, I'm going to steal your job. I think we might have an interview.
But who with? Of course, we've got Panto from Aurora joining us. Panto, congratulations. This is your first TI, right?
Yeah. First but not last.
First but not last. Good to hear it. How are you feeling after this series? You know, a clean 3-0 to get to the international?
Today was really easy. No pressure, just good vibes. I feel like relief. Look, games were easy, even when we were a little bit feeding at the beginning. We knew exactly that we're gonna come back because we are playing map better.
Absolutely, and that always came through for you guys, and we certainly felt the confidence. But a question I wanted to ask is, how do you measure your confidence so that you're not kind of being overly confident and sort of like not respecting Cybergoose, but still at the same time still being like in control of the game, if you know what I mean?
We were not like underestimating them, but last map was a little bit chaotic from my perspective because it was like the best Darkseer game, but we just pick, for example, Brewmaster just because we just want to play this hero, and because we already were leading 2-0. And we were really confident that any heroes we will win. And for me, it was like I want to play apparitions this game, and I said the only hero we need to ban is Medusa. But we just okay, we have Doom, we have apparition, we don't care Medusa, Okay, guys, they will pick Medusa, and they pick Medusa, and it was like free game for Medusa, and nobody cared. So last map was a little bit like, but overall we show them respect, but we just played better.
I mean, following from that, how does it feel? I feel like in the first time in Dota history, you've been the best team in a qualifier that you've made most of the teams run away from the region. 1W, they went to Western Europe. 4 Pirates went to Western Europe. VP went to Western Europe. Yellow Submarine went to Western Europe. Secret, and now technically, 3 Russian team went to it. Like, you're that good. You basically forced all the teams just to run away from you. Like, how does it feel to be that good in a qualifier?
I think it's not only about being best team, but it's also about slots, because in this region you have 1 slot, and in another region you have, for example, 2 slots. So it's just mathematic. I don't know. It's just you have more chances to qualify, so why not? And if it's allowed, why not? And it's really true that we are like best team in qualifier, but anyway. We can be like in bad mood, or we can just play bad or bad picks, something, for example, like this. It's also like 50-50, you win or you lose. So
that is true.
Well, even though you did find it quite easy in these finals, is there anything you learned through these qualifiers, or anything you're going to carry forward that you picked up in these qualifiers?
The only map we lost was against Puck when we have a bad catch, and also we said that Mira worst Bane in history Dota, and he's not gonna play this hero anymore. And now we don't pick Bane on position 4, and we win easy. So our conclusions were right.
That's a very strong conclusion to draw about the Bane hero. My goodness.
No joke.
So. all right, I'll take your word for it. I would never say that, of course, but when it comes to a lot of these players, of course, you yourself have been playing online in the EEU region for like a really, really long time before stepping up onto this team and getting more international exposure. But do you feel like you knew some of these players and you had a bit of insight into how these guys were going to play in these qualifiers? Any ex-teammates you played against here?
Can you repeat question?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So you played against. Did you play against a lot of your old teammates in these qualifiers? Because you have been in the region a long time.
Yes, I played against my teammates.
Did that help?
A little bit. Like, for example, when we were playing against One Move, and it's my friend Corrupted. He's also known as Vaza, and we played with him 5 years ago. And 5 years ago, I was flaming him that stop going mid-wave alone and skipping it because they always punish you and kill. And like 5 years passed, and we killing him at mid-wave as tight hunter in 3 game, and we come back game and game very easy. And after game, I feel like I need to write him that I don't know some better words, but he's my friend. I think he get it. And also. Almost every game started that I know somebody, I played with them, I just have good relationship, and they tipping me, and it was respect tips, So yeah, I think sometimes it might help, but not really. I just know some patterns maybe. For example, and maybe I know that some players hate to play against some heroes, like maybe Chen and Chantress.
I see. Get under their skin a bit. I love that. Thank you, Panto. And one last question. I'm going to give it to T, Governor. T, would you like to ask Panto one final question for this interview?
Sure. I mean, as a Dota player myself, I love TI. Not to try and influence the answer to this upcoming question, but what does qualifying, to the international mean for you? Like, is this, again, that's it. What does it mean to you?
It's like what I was striving for like my entire life playing this game, so it's really good for me. But as a classic human being, now I qualified and I want more. So my next step is winning this. So let's go. We'll try show our best performance in my.
Sure. Good luck with that.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely. For me as well, like I can't wait to see you playing on that international and road to international stages. It's going to be fantastic, and you've earned it as well. Really exciting to see you playing on Aurora. Great job on these qualifiers. Panto, congratulations and good luck at the main event.
Thanks for inviting, guys. Bye.
See you, buddy.
Bye.
Oh man, it's there's always that like nervousness when you ask that final question of like, what does it mean? Because there's so many like people who are just like,
I know,
just another tournament. But no, Panto, it's my life ambition to make it to the international, and he's now achieved that, which is fantastic, and you can't help but love him. Such a nice guy. And now we'll get to see exactly where we're at. We have our very first qualified team. Of course, it is Aurora from this region. Somewhat expected joining the rest of these teams.
Yeah, it's going to be such a competitive TI because especially this year, when you look at the caliber of teams, right, we've had Aurora consistently making it into top 8, but yet to make that run, right, maybe it is going to be at TI. We've had multiple of the invited teams winning competitions, having grand final placements. Like, this is not a previous TI where it's been one team dominate the entire year, another team gets second. It's like, it's always going to, like, it feels like it truly is in like maybe an optimistic way anyone's game, because not only like we're doing the qualifiers now, but TI it's going to be a couple months down the line, right? It's not as if we're playing TI out in like a week's time, so it really feels like potentially one of the more competitive TIs that we've had in recent years, competitive in regards to the depth of how many teams can truly win it.
Exactly. Yeah, usually we go into TI and we're like, well, there's 2 big front runners, 3 big front runners, and whether those teams actually show up for TI or not is an entirely different question. TI does have that magic around it, which tends to shake things off. But this time we're going in with like 5, 6 even teams, which could potentially be up there taking it. Nobody really knows. So it's definitely setting up to be one of the most exciting TIs coming into it of all time, which is not a small thing to say. But of course, expectations always go out of the window for the international. I cannot wait. But we are all done with these qualifiers, guys. Thank you so much for watching us. It's been absolutely fantastic to bring you these EEU qualifiers. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. Of course, thank you to the other casters, Danok and Fluke, for doing an excellent job as well. Production, observers, all putting in the work. And of course, thank you guys for watching as well. See you next time. Goodbye.